colleagues. In a moment here, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo will join us, also joined by Board Member Laurel Firestone, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us today as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Mr. Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, today's meeting is being webcast and recorded. We don't have a physical meeting room and are only meeting here virtually on the Zoom platform. You can either be viewing us one of two ways. You can be viewing through the customary webcast on the Cali PA website or on the YouTube live feed, or you're here on the Zoom platform. And if you are intending to comment on any of the items before the board today, you should be here on the platform. There are instructions and there's a link at the top of the agenda today. In order to receive a password though, you need to fill out a blue speaker card, a web form that we will send you in order to be able to make sure we're assigning you to the right item. Once you're on the platform here, your camera will be off and you will be muted until it is your opportunity to speak on the item before the board. With that, we can move on to board business. And I believe first want to check, I do have a quorum here. Yes, we will move on to consideration of the board meeting minutes and consideration of their adoption. We postponed this from yesterday's meeting. I will also flag in my haste to be able to wrap up the meeting yesterday, we didn't get to board member reports. I know huge hue and cry out there from folks. We will make sure and get that at the end of today's board meeting. So with that, I would offer consideration of the board meeting minutes from the July 2021 board meeting.
I'll move to adopt.
Second. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
I was not in attendance on the 21st, so I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Diadamo.
I believe she'll still be a few minutes late joining us here, Janine.
Yeah, thank you. And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was very close. I wasn't sure if the board meeting minutes would be adopted, but we did that. Good job. Good way to start. Thanks. Next, we'll go on to our first informational item, which is item number 7 now, and it's our quarterly Delta Stewardship Council Lead Scientist Report update and review. And good to see you, Mr. Michael George. I know you're plenty busy right now, given all the activity going on in the Delta, so I really do appreciate you taking the time and joining us here.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased to be here this morning. I'll be brief this morning because I'm just the sponsor for the Delta Lead Scientist Quarterly Report. And I will say that after the long board meeting yesterday, I think you're going to be very pleased with a lot of the progress that Dr. Larson is going to have to report. So it's a meaty report, and I'll turn it directly over to Dr. Larson, and then we'll talk about Delta Science, where we're making, as I say, real progress. Dr. Larson.
Thank you, Michael George, and thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good morning to all of the board members. It's a pleasure, as usual, to come and give my quarterly report for the Delta Science program. Next slide, please. So as Michael George indicated, it is a fairly meaty agenda. There's been a lot happening in the last quarter. I'm going to start out by reporting out on the research projects that we awarded through our 2021 PSN. Those awards were approved by the Delta Stewardship Council in the June meeting. I will then go into a report out on the Science Action Agenda Science Actions Workshop, which just took place several weeks ago. Several members of the State Water Resources Control Board contributed to that workshop. And so huge thanks to all of you who were involved in that. And I'll give some more details shortly. I am also going to provide an update on the new social science community of practice that Dr. Jessica Rudnick is convening. I will talk about several other outreach items that the Delta Science program has been engaged in. And then I'll conclude with two article spotlights from the recent issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences. Next slide. So I'm just going to start out by taking a quick look at the package that we recommended for, or that we awarded funds to through the 2021 PSN. And I will say that we received 99 proposals that requested almost $64 million in funds, which represented a doubling in the competitiveness of this PSN compared to the previous solicitation in 2019. The 2021 solicitation was a partnership between the council and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and the state water contractors contributed funds for one of the projects as well. So this was a collaborative funding endeavor. Next slide, please. So we did award close to $9.6 million in funds to proposals that went through 3 rounds of review. First of all, there was an administrative review to make sure that the proposals satisfied all of the requirements of the solicitation. And then they were sent out to 2 ad hoc independent experts. The review panelists then had an opportunity to review those so-called mail-in reviews, and we convened 3 review panels to provide thorough and detailed reviews of the 99 proposals that we received. Those panels were international in composition. We had attendees from Europe and Australia, along with experts from California. They covered a range of disciplines, including social sciences, and really, it was a really neat experience to convene those panels and see the thorough discussion that surrounded each of those proposals. In the end, the panels ended up recommending a number of proposals as highly competitive, and there were far more highly competitive proposals than we were actually able to award. So the final selection considered factors such as achieving a balance of science action areas that were covered in the span of, or in the whole portfolio of projects. Other considerations were diversity of individuals who would be executing the research, and diversity of topical areas as well. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick look at who submitted proposals, and it indicates that the proposals that we received reflected interest from a broad swath of contracting entities. All of the contracting entities here are shown in blue, with national and international representation. And the orange bars show that show the contracts in the awarded funding package to collaborating entities with budgets greater than $50,000. So you can see that the package includes a pretty good diversity of these institution types. Next slide. In terms of topical areas of the proposals, this word cloud shows that restoration was the most common, interestingly, followed by modeling, salmon, water, and ecology. Amongst the proposals in the package, we worked hard to ensure a balance of topical areas that contributed to a balance, or that corresponded to a balance in the science action areas they addressed. So next slide. Those science action areas are shown here. All of the proposals were required at a minimum to be responsive to that 2016 to 2021 science action agenda. And they are fairly balanced among actions related to human dimensions, science synthesis, habitat restoration, stressors, species and communities, and monitoring, data management, and modeling. The total package consists of 16 projects, 2 of which were this new category of integrated socio-ecological systems awards. Those awards were required to demonstrate that they thoroughly looked at the integration across biophysical sciences and social sciences. And I'll spotlight those 2 projects in a few more slides.
Dr. Larson, not to interrupt, but when it comes to, and given it's the highest number of projects, the monitoring, data management, and modeling category, what is the interoperability of all those efforts, knowing that we're about to also discuss here after this item the adoption of a general order for restoration, which, those projects I imagine themselves come with an amount of monitoring and data, and just trying to understand, at least when you're awarding these grants, is there a common sort of thread that is ensuring those activities are all occurring in a way that is somewhat additive and not sometimes reinventing the wheel, I guess, and getting the benefit of the economies of scale of the activities that are going on. Again, kind of flagging that here, 5 of the projects are dealing with this very issue. And I know it's a discussion and very much just thinking of yesterday's adoption of curtailments in the Delta watershed, the complexity of, sort of the hydrology we find ourselves layered on top of the need to administer water rights means we need a better integration, I think, amongst some of these efforts sometimes, because they need to better feed into what are common decision support tools, I guess, is my point here amongst us. So just kind of wondering if you have any thought, or if there is any thought there. And if not, we can always come back to it in a later discussion.
Well, that actually touches on, your comment touches on several things. So I might have a somewhat long-winded response here. We did require all proposals, not just the 5, or not just the proposals in Action Area 5, to submit data management plans. And those data management plans were reviewed for conformance with best practices and making data available and taking advantage of common resources for sharing data and sharing code. So that's one quick answer. The other thing is that there were some funded proposals that, well, several of our funded proposals aim to achieve synthesis and make data sets that might have become buried over time more readily available, interoperable, and transparent. And so one example that comes to mind is one that I'll highlight in a few slides by Dr. Stefan Talke, who's really focused on obtaining a long-term spatially explicit record of sea level rise across the Delta. He will be mining historic data sets that have become buried and lost and putting them into a database that is then accessible by others. And one of his intentions is to use that analysis to highlight areas of the Delta that are experiencing the highest relative rates of sea level rise, and also to target other areas or to highlight other areas that might be particularly vulnerable that could be good targets for subsidence reversal projects or restoration.
And may I add to that as well, Chair Esquivel, your comments are consistent across everything we're doing. How do we make sure that they're interoperable, that when we've got information from one source, we can cross-reference it and learn something from another perspective? And I would say that has been a really important focus of the Delta Science program. And where we run into most problems is with the regulatory and permitting process, which requires monitoring, but doesn't always take into account interoperability and so forth. We're making some progress on that, but there's more progress on the science interoperability side than has bled over to the regulatory and permitting side, which is kind of, no offense, but it's a little bit stuck in the way we've always done things.
Yeah, that's helpful. And for me, it's being able to use those principles and standards, especially around open data and access, that I know the academic community has embraced. It's become a really big part of operations, and saying, how do we operationalize that on our side of the ledger as well, knowing that it's that continuum of data that's developed ultimately that helps us all both synthesize and understand, but also make decisions off of these things. So thank you. I appreciate the aside.
And we could circle back to that too when I talk about the science action workshop, because a number of actions that were proposed were really focused on the underlying need to make certain types of data sets more transparent, more accessible, more synthesized. I was facilitating a breakout group that had a really interesting discussion around contaminants, emerging contaminants and known contaminants within the Delta. And the need really to pull together disparate data sources into a single resource, so that we could synthesize what is known and what's unknown about contaminants. What are the gaps? And that really needs to be done at the estuary-wide scale. And so I think we're going to see some science actions in the new science action agenda that address that issue as well. But I am getting a little ahead
Thank
of
you.
myself, so
Yeah,
I'll go back
thank
to
you. I'll let you get
the
back to it.
question.
Thank you.
It's a discussion that is definitely an extended discussion worth having. Next slide. So I hinted at what some of the projects were earlier, but I'm going to provide you with a broader overview first of all. And this is a really neat graphic that was prepared by Henry DeBay and one of the Sea Grant State Policy Fellows, Emily Reisner. And I think it nicely illustrates how the different proposals that are in our package are really distributed across the landscape here. The package includes 7 projects that support science tools to inform the management and recovery of migratory fishes. 2 projects are in the package that address harmful algal bloom drivers, trends, and impacts, including impacts to human health through aerosolized toxins. There are 5 projects that address multi-benefit wetland habitat and delta food web type questions, and then 2 projects that address sea level rise and subsidence/subsidence reversal. The projects use a range of tools and methods, which range from state-of-the-art real-time sensors, flux tower, including flux towers and pigment sensors, to innovative new eDNA methods, to rescue of archival and historic data sets, as I indicated previously. And I will say that this graphic is also in something which I should mention to all of you. It's the new Delta Breeze Science Funding Newsletter. So we just launched this science program newsletter with the release of the announcement of the projects that we were funding. You are able to access that newsletter from the Delta Stewardship Council's website. If you are on the Delta Stewardship Council listserv, you will automatically receive notifications of when new newsletters come out. But I'll just flag that for you. If anyone is not on the listserv and wants to get a copy of this newsletter, do feel free to email me if you are reluctant to join yet another listserv. Next slide. So I'm just going to start out by spotlighting 4 of the proposals that we funded, starting with one on harmful algal blooms. And this is really focused on the problem that harmful algal blooms are pervasive in the Delta. This pervasiveness is a relatively new phenomenon. It has only taken place in the past couple of decades. And these harmful algal blooms threaten ecosystem and human health. Next, please. So one of the awarded projects addresses cyanoHABs as a threat to water and air quality, and it's being led by Dr. Hans Perl, one of the leading experts in harmful algal blooms. He hails from the University of North Carolina, but has local partners here as well. This project is going to be taking a deep dive into trying to understand the mechanism, so relative importance of things such as sea level rise, nutrient loading, and other factors, and the proliferation of harmful algal blooms. And they're also going to be looking at quantifying the toxins that become aerosolized and could potentially impact Delta communities. Some of the outcomes of this project include establishing new guidelines that could be relevant to preventing harmful algal blooms, and also developing a mitigation policy to combat the health impacts of harmful algal blooms. Next slide. So migratory fish are culturally and ecologically significant in the Delta, but research to date has not sufficiently improved population outcomes and or has not been synthesized. So next, please. Another aspect of this problem is that the management of migratory fish has frequently been guided by a relatively small community of agency managers and the interested public. And this project really addresses those underlying challenges. It's led by Dr. Renee Henry of Trout Unlimited. This is one of the 2 integrated socio-ecological systems projects that we're recommending for funding. It takes a refreshing and robust approach to addressing these problems by involving a diverse set of stakeholders and marrying that input with state-of-the-art modeling tools to co-produce solutions for salmon recovery that are grounded in the community and also our current knowledge of the species. This is a project that was born out of CSAMP, and so it leverages this existing collaboration and is not starting from complete scratch. Some of the key outcomes of this project include developing an immediate and collaborative socio-ecological strategy for recovery of Central Valley salmonids. Next, please. So the second integrated socio-ecological systems project that's funded in this package addresses the challenge, well, the very general challenge that delta wetlands and food webs are impacted by numerous stressors. And among those, critically, is the stressor of invasive species. Next, please. This project studies Phragmites, which is an invasive species that has expanded by over 400% over the last decade alone in Sassoon Marsh. Phragmites has profound impacts on native ecosystems, and in addition to that, it's a major fire hazard. This work draws on a national team to tackle the problem of getting private landowners and other disparate groups to work together to confront Phragmites, realizing the power of collective action. Comments from the panel reviewers really stood out for this proposal. They were incredibly enthusiastic about the likely positive impacts of this work for the widespread problem. Some of those key outcomes include establishing an integrated pest management approach for Phragmites, highlighting barriers for collective action, and developing communication tools for regional management. So some of our panelist comments specifically said this is a model example of what an integrated socio-ecological systems project should look like. They just felt they did a really good job of integrating across the social sciences and the biophysical sciences. Next slide. And then the final project is one that I talked about earlier in my response to Chair Esquivel. This is a project that addresses the challenge of sea level rise and associated risks to delta communities and ecosystems. Next, please. As I mentioned earlier, it's led by Dr. Stefan Talke of Cal Poly San Obispo. And the incredible service of this project is memorializing and preserving existing data on historical water level records that is somewhat buried and lost at this point. And, you know, I'm going to be brief here because I already discussed this, but some of the key outcomes of this project include improving understanding of tidal, flood, and sea level trends, and also identifying hotspots of habitat and flood risk sensitivity. So that, are there any questions about the package of proposals that we're funding before I move on to some of the other updates?
No questions, just that it's a great group of projects. It really reflects just a lot of the great work I know that is going on right now. So thank you.
I had a question, and I know we have so much on our agenda, so some of this I can just follow up. But I'm just interested, I know with the HABS research project, just listening to how the other projects are really trying to build in kind of the socioeconomic and communications and local diversity in actors and folks that are both impacted and able to do something about it. I'm just curious if you could tell me a little bit more about how that project is integrating with the folks on the ground that are impacted by HABs, and also needing to figure out, you know, what mitigation options might be. I know in the Delta, you know, especially around Stockton, there is a huge impact, and also a lot of local community members that are getting involved in kind of I don't know, I don't love the term citizen science, but that kind of like doing their own monitoring and being able to make sure they're helping to build data sets. I know I've been working with our board, but this is such an urgent and immediate, widespread kind of acute issue, particularly in that community and throughout the Delta. So I'm just curious to hear more about how the science is integrating with the folks that are, kind of more immediately trying to analyze and help develop kind of concrete projects and actions on the ground.
That's a great question, Earl. So I'll answer that in several ways, with the caveat that that the details of this particular project are not incredibly fresh in my mind right now. What I do recall is that this particular project does target Stockton as an area for passive sampling of these aerosolized toxins. I also recall that the PIs have an extensive local network on the ground. I don't remember off the top of my head if they are utilizing citizen science. I'm going to make a note of what you said, because one of the things that we try to do is help the PIs be successful. And so if that group is not already working with the team of citizen scientists that you alluded to, that's a connection that I would like to help make. The other thing is that all of the projects that we're funding are required to participate in stakeholder engagement workshops. Because HABS is one of the themes in our overall package, the project that I highlighted is not the only HABS related project. The Delta Science Program is planning on convening a workshop around HABS that integrates across these two projects and would involve other key interest groups within the Delta. So I'll follow up with you individually just to make sure that all the connections that should be made are being made. But this project did have a really substantial outreach component. I do remember a lot of positive panel comments about the outreach and engagement that was written into this particular project.
I can add to that.
It's really important.
I can add to that in terms of the citizen science. A lot of that is being driven by a local Delta agency, Restore the Delta. And one of the things that has come out of it, Board Member Firestone, is what is loosely referred to as citizen science, but what is actually behind that is training for students who are many of them in disadvantaged communities in and around Stockton, who are getting the training through various educational institutions to not only prepare them to contribute to this study, but to prepare them for opportunities in the physical and social sciences in their community. So it's community building, it's outreach, and it is dealing, as you both alluded to a very important right now current problem that is facing communities within the Delta, and particularly this issue of aerosolization of the HABs. So, essentially people breathing the bad stuff that's being bred at greater spatial areas, and it's really creating a big problem that needs to be focused on right now. So we'll make sure that this group gets together with the integrating scientists as well.
Thanks to you both. And the other thing to stay tuned for with respect to cyanoHABs is that State of Bay Delta Science, which I don't have in my in my slides today, is in the process of I should say we're in the process of putting together the next issue of State of Bay Delta Science, which is going to be released in early 2022. One of those chapters does focus on cyanohabs. So what's the state of understanding around cyanohabs? And I was just reviewing a draft of that chapter yesterday, and there was a lot of interesting material about potential health impacts of cyanohabs, which still aren't very well understood. But one of the biggest health-related complaints associated with blooms is respiratory problems in the surrounding communities. So stay tuned. It's something that we'll be addressing head on in the coming years on our end. And we're definitely interested in collaborating with all of you on that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know we have a burgeoning HABs program here at the board and have been working with tribes, especially as well in the Clear Lake area. And so there's a lot of great cross connection between the work on the water quality side, the communities, but also other agencies like CARB, where I've had discussion with Chair Randolph around continuing to understand that air water nexus, if you will, here around it all. So
great, thank you. Well, I think I'll move on. Next slide. So I'll be discussing some of our recent activities, some of our other recent activities within the science program. And a big one for us was the Science Actions Workshop, which we held on July 13th and 14th. This was a big part of the update to the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. And just as a reminder, the Science Action Agenda is a key component of the Delta Science Strategy together with the Delta Science Plan, which summarizes the state of science governance, and State of Bay Delta Science, which summarizes the state of knowledge that we're building on. So the Science Action Agenda specifically orients us to the next 4 to 5 years and identifies key science priorities that are aligned with the biggest management needs. So the way this is structured is that the science actions in the Science Action Agenda are ultimately responsive to much broader management needs that in our process were identified through a synthesis of top management questions that we went out to the community to solicit. So I like this graphic because it shows how everything fit together. You might have been seeing individual pieces of these efforts over the last year, and this shows how, in more detail, how we're going to go about creating that update to the Science Action Agenda. So over the last year, since essentially fall of 2020, we went through a process of identifying management questions. We reached out to the community and initially solicited over 1,000 management questions. Those were curated to a list numbering in the hundreds through the Science Management Question Workshop, which took place last year, and then ultimately pared down to 65 top management questions. These are all available from the website that I have linked on this slide. The second phase was to assess progress on the last Science Action Agenda, the 2017 to 2021 Science Action Agenda, and really identify which science actions in that agenda have seen significant progress versus for which actions there has only been early progress. And one of the outcomes of that was highlighting actions that should be carried over into the new Science Action Agenda. So the third phase was to really distill these top management questions further into broader management needs. And the 6 management needs that were identified were, number 1, improving coordination and integration of large-scale experiments, data collection and evaluation across scales and institutions, getting directly at what you mentioned earlier, Chair Esquivel. The second need was enhancing monitoring and model interoperability, integration, and forecasting. The third was expanding multi-benefit approaches to managing the Delta as a socio-ecological system. The fourth was building and integrating knowledge on social processes and human behavior to support effective and equitable management. The fifth was acquiring new knowledge and synthesizing existing knowledge of interacting stressors to support species recovery. And the sixth was assessing and anticipating climate change impacts to support successful adaptation strategies. So with this information, so with these management needs and then specific questions related to those management needs, together with information on priority actions from the last 5 years that have not been adequately addressed, we hosted a science actions workshop. And even before we held the workshop, we conducted a survey of the 100 or so registrants at the workshop and had them suggest potential science actions that correspond to these management needs and specific management questions. So we started out with about 150 draft science actions to pre-populate the workshop with. And then the workshop itself was very much focused on refining those management actions, combining them, proposing or brainstorming new science actions. Next slide. And I'll just give you a glimpse into what this looked like for some of the breakout groups. So there were breakout groups that were structured by management needs, and some of the management needs that were larger had 2 different breakout groups. The one that I was chairing was looking at multi-benefit approaches to managing the Delta as a socio-ecological system. And we, within the breakout groups, the science actions were grouped thematically, moved around using this tool that you could see called Mural. And in the end, the breakout teams indicated some early assessment of the priority of each of these different science actions and tried to assess them in terms of their timeliness and their potential impact. And so this is just where we ended up in our group. I thought you might be interested to get this glimpse into the process. So in the end, across all of these management needs, 177 science actions were drafted. And the next step is for Delta Science Program staff to prioritize those management or to prioritize those science actions using prioritization criteria that we also solicited feedback on among the workshop participants. So in the coming weeks, the Delta Science Program is planning on circulating the draft prioritized set of science actions to workshop participants to review and comment. We're aiming for 25 science actions to be included in the update to the science action agenda. That's about the same amount that was in the last version. And then you could expect a full draft of the 2022 to 2026 science action agenda to be circulated for public review in fall of 2021. We would greatly appreciate any comments that Water Board staff or board members have on that document. And this is really critical because this is what sets the priorities for science funding over the next 5 years and is used not just by Delta Science Program, but by multiple agencies Delta-wide. So outside comments are essential to our process. Any questions about that before I move on to other things? I'll
Just
also
really
say that
appreciate the methodology and the synthesis, the time and care here to really try to synthesize best, how to plot forward what is a lot of work and to best try to understand it. So really, really appreciate the work around it.
Thanks. And I'll just say that all of these documents that I've discussed are accessible on the website that you see in orange on this slide. And we do plan on releasing the final draft in probably around February of 2022. So next slide. Sorry for the dog. So I'm also going to be, hold on. Cody. I'm also going to be providing an update on the social science community of practice that Dr. Jessica Rudnick, the social scientist who was brought on to the Delta Stewardship Council in the last year, is convening. I provided an update previously at one of my other quarterly reports. Some of the upcoming actions are that the first steering committee is going to be meeting in early fall. The objective of that meeting is to draft a community charter for the community of practice. and also to outline the governance and scope of the community of practices activities. The other priority item for the fall is that they are going to be collaboratively designing a household survey for Delta residents. They're hoping that this will provide baseline information on how the community's values and needs are changing, what their concerns are. This is intended to become a long-term survey. But at the outset, Dr. Rudnick is seeking participants to contribute to establishing the research priorities for those surveys. So what exactly is going to go into that survey? So I encourage you to reach out to her if you would like to weigh into this process and are not already in the Community of Practices mailing list. Her email address is shown at the top. Next slide. Some other items of interest are that they are launching an environmental justice brown bag series starting with next month. Upcoming dates are September 8th, October 20th, November 10th, and December 8th. These will be held at noon on those dates. And I'm happy to report that the September 8th seminar will feature someone very familiar to all of you, Laurel Firestone, and also Kristen Dobbin, who will be speaking on water justice efforts in California. Kristen recently finished a PhD at UC Davis. She is working at the Stewardship Council over the summer and then transitioning to a postdoctoral position at UCLA. And she has, in her past, worked with the Community Water Center along with board member Firestone. Next slide. We're all very excited to see that launched. Some other activities related to outreach that I'm happy to report on are the special issue in Frontiers for Young Minds that many folks within the Delta Science Program and other agencies locally have participated in. Frontiers for Young Minds is one journal within the prestigious Frontiers family of journals that targets youth specifically. They provide peer-reviewed articles in which youth have been involved in that peer review process. Ted Flynn, who was formerly at Delta Science Program but is now in DWR, was one of the editors who was spearheading this collection on Where the River Meets the Ocean, stories from the San Francisco estuary. I mentioned that this effort was underway several quarterly reports ago, and I'm happy to report that the articles are coming online now. They are open access, so you can view them by going to the website for Frontiers for Young Minds. I've put a couple of examples here, including one authored by Steve Culberson of the IEP lead scientist on estuaries, human beings, in the future. So we're all really excited about these papers coming out. And I'm a little astounded by this, but when I clicked on the special issue, there's a little metric on the side that shows how many people have viewed it. And the number is over 14,000 already. So this is something that could potentially have wide-ranging impact and reach young members of our community, which is incredibly important. Next slide. Another outreach activity that we've been engaging in with the Delta Science Program, I'm just going to wait for the slide to come up, is that we run a weekly social media post on Friday that we're calling Science Fridays in the spirit of the original NPR Science Friday radio show. Are you all seeing the next slide? I'm still seeing the last one. Okay. I think it's the one before that. I think it might have skipped one, unless one got lost. There might be some technical challenges. Anyway,
Sorry, it looks like slide 18 and 19 are actually duplicates.
Pardon me? It
looks like slide 18 and 19 are duplicates.
Oh, okay. Not on my end. That's weird. Okay, so I'll just make this an oral report then. The intention of the Science Friday social media reports is to communicate Bay Delta estuary science in a way that's approachable, interesting, and accessible for the public. The posts go up every Friday on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And any science topic related to the Bay Delta estuary is considered fair game. I just wanted to highlight a few of the recent Science Fridays. And it's unfortunate because I had some screenshots from them, but the recent Science Fridays have highlighted the latest Bay Delta research, like Dr. Jim Klern's collaborative work on estimating the primary productivity of the Delta's historical past. That was one of the articles that I also covered in my last quarterly update here. Other Science Friday posts have focused on regional science activities, such as the annual IEP workshop, the Bay Delta Science Conference's Science Art exhibit. That one was posted in February. And also specific science topics, including harmful algal blooms, featured in early July. And I just wanted to say that the Science Friday posts give the science program Sea Grant State Fellows opportunities to work on their science communication skills. And this year, State Fellow authors included Karen Gutierrez, who recently completed her master's degree at Scripps, and Emily Reisner, who recently completed her PhD at UCLA. So if you're not tuned into those, please check them out. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention that I've also mentioned here before is the ongoing Delta Lead Scientist Ask Me Anything series, which is a monthly event that really opens my doors to any interested members of our science community and provides them with an opportunity to truly ask me anything. To get the conversation going, though, I do prescribe certain themes, which we can deviate from for the sessions. And I have invited co-hosts who are experts in that particular theme. The recent Ask Me Anything session was co-hosted by Dr. Tamara Kraus of the U.S. Geological Survey. This is one of the PIs that we are funding through our PSN. And her project is the other project that focuses on harmful algal blooms. So if you are interested in hearing the archive of the conversation that we had about that specific research and how it fits into the portfolio of projects that we're awarding funding to, you can go to the council's Instagram site, and you can access past Instagram Live sessions by going to the Instagram Live tab on that site. I do want to flag that our schedule is changing because we found that with our original schedule, there were too many conflicts with ISB and Delta Council meetings. So do stay tuned to the listserv for announcements of upcoming sessions. Our next session will be Monday, August 30th at noon. So rather than being on the third Thursday of the month, we're really switching to a week later, and these sessions will regularly occur at the end of the month. Any questions about these outreach activities before I segue into spotlights on two recent articles? Okay, I'll take the next slide then. So I'm going to highlight two articles that are in the latest issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. And the first one is really relevant to, I'm sure, the discussion that you had yesterday and the ongoing discussion about the drought. How can we anticipate and manage coming changes, specifically with regard to salinity variation and salinity management within the San Francisco Estuary? This is a paper that built very much on a symposium that the Delta Science Program funded in 2018, which was titled Ecological and Physiological Impacts of Salinization of Aquatic Systems from Human Activities. So this is a synthesis paper that is a direct outcome of that symposium. It's led by Cameron Galambor. And I'll just point out that the photo that I'm showing here is showing king tide flooding in Sassoon. This paper begins with an overview of the historical drivers of salinity in the San Francisco estuary and historical salinity patterns. As you might imagine, prior to the construction of levees or the diversion of flow for human uses, freshwater flow volumes were the primary driver of salinity levels within the estuary. due to the high intra-annual variability of those freshwater flow volumes, just based on wet years and dry years. Salinity levels were also highly variable in space and time, historically, more so than in the regulated system of today. However, the salinity levels associated with specific inflows historically were lower than the salinity levels in the contemporary system associated with those same inflows. And that is primarily attributable to the effects of sea level rise. A primary focus of this paper was on the ecological consequences of salinity intrusion into the estuary in hopes of anticipating forthcoming changes due to sea level rise and targeting specific species for protection. Native species within the Delta historically and naturally have some resistance and resilience to salinity changes, a capability that evolved given those large fluctuations in salinity historically. Many species adapt to salinity changes by moving, but with the substantial loss of habitat in the 20th and 21st centuries, there are now fewer places for them to move to. Species may also acclimate or adapt, provided the rate of change of salinity is slow enough. Despite the ability of many of these native species to tolerate salinity changes, though, they might be placed at a competitive disadvantage. That could be the final straw for already critically endangered species. And just as an example of such a competitive disadvantage, Delta smelt exposed to more saline conditions show reduced overall body conditions, so reduced overall health compared to individuals in less saline environments. On the whole, impacts of salinity changes on species in the estuary are species specific, and many of those changes are going to be difficult to predict, according to the authors of this article. Complicating matters further is that although at present year-to-year salinity variations are more muted than they were historically, that is likely not to be the case in the future. Climate models predict that the Delta will increasingly experience flood conditions. I know it's hard to imagine given the conditions we're experiencing right now, but those flood conditions would correspond with low salinity events. Alternating critically dry, high salinity years with extremely wet, low salinity years will create a swinging pendulum of salinity levels, unlike what ecosystems or humans have seen in the past, imposing new stresses on native species. So to better manage for a more resilient Delta, the last part of this paper issues several high priority calls to action. One is a strong call for improved physical models that integrate different management and climate change scenarios and also do a better job of considering dynamic physical processes. The authors claim that existing models tend to do one of those things, either the management and climate change scenario aspect, or the other thing, dynamic physical processes well, and there are no models that really achieve both of those objectives. And one example of how dynamic physical processes should be considered is that these models really need to consider how the physical geometry of the estuary is going to change with future inundation. Personally, I would like to see such models and the associated scenarios developed during non-drought years with extensive stakeholder engagement from the outset, with an aim of creating a decision tree on future actions to take in the face of drought or climate change as those conditions are developing and as certain thresholds or triggers in different parts of the estuary are met. Going back to this paper, the authors also issue a call to action to prioritize better understanding of ecological and biological responses to increased salinity that combine both field and laboratory approaches. Third, the authors recognize that many of the actions taken or under consideration to manage salinity in the Delta, such as the drought barrier on the False River or operation of Sassoon Marsh salinity gates in novel ways, are largely experimental. They urge this science community to leverage those operations as rigorous scientific experiments to maximize learning, which I know there's been a lot of attention given to recently, particularly as the drought barrier has gone in. But I would just add another plug that our science community is really going to benefit from more deliberate anticipatory planning for a scientific framework associated with those operations under non-emergency conditions. And this is one of the things I'm really going to be pushing for. Now, to that end, I will just bring to your attention that the science program is planning a salinity management workshop for early in the new year. So early 2022. We haven't yet had our first kickoff planning committee meeting for that workshop, but we are including the water board and all of our correspondence about the planning for this workshop. And our intention in this salinity management workshop will really be to come up with a foundation for doing this type of anticipatory planning that I just talked about. So I would like one outcome of this workshop to be a roadmap for how we move forward as a community with coming up objectives that we would like to see modeling scenarios accomplish, coming up with alternative plans of management during future droughts, and then running through those scenarios and those alternative management strategies through a collaborative modeling process in order to evaluate outcomes and come up with a very deliberate decision tree. So it's a lofty goal, but I think it's where we need to move towards as a community. And I look forward to your participation in that planning and that upcoming workshop. The next article, and we'll go to the next slide, the next article that I'm going to spotlight is also in that same issue of SWRCB. And this is an article that is a product of the Independent Science Board. Many of the members that you see as authors here have term limited out of the ISB, but this paper just came out. This is a project that was really developed in tandem with the Science Needs Assessment Workshop and Report, and is geared toward issuing the call to fundamentally rethink the way that we do science in the Delta so that it is better aligned with the rapidly changing conditions that we're likely to experience in the future. And it enables us to do that sort of forward thinking that I talked about earlier and better anticipate challenges that are not on the radar now, but we could very well see in the next 5-10 years and so on. So in this paper, the ISB members identified 3 main challenges. One is that ecological systems may change too rapidly for scientists to be able to understand them, much less have their research findings incorporated in policy and management. The second is that as changes in the Delta accelerate, uncertainty also increases. So models and sampling plans need to be dynamic. The third challenge is the challenge of undertaking and interpreting science in a transparent way and making findings readily available. So that also speaks directly towards a lot of the ongoing initiatives that the Water Board has. So with respect to the need to anticipate future challenges, this paper issues a strong call for development of scenarios and assessment of those scenarios in a community format. They claim that expert elicitation should be a part of this, as well as a formal process of horizon scanning. So horizon scanning is a term that's used basically to encompass any efforts that are made to perhaps look at analogous systems to the Delta and see what sort of challenges that they're facing that we might not yet be facing. And you know, it's a term that's used to essentially describe the concept of trying to see the future. So the authors also claim here that perceiving change through historic ecological frameworks is difficult. We really need to be able to perceive change through the lens of disturbance ecology and distribution ecology, essentially adopting a landscape scale perspective in order to understand how species might move around the landscape with coming changes and how those distributional changes are going to have cascading impacts to other parts of the ecosystem. So this is an inherently spatial framework that's being called for to view future change. I'm getting a little out of order with my bullet points here, but one of the other key points that this article made is that policy makers and managers need forward-looking science to keep goals and management practices in line with the Delta that's coming to be, not necessarily the Delta that was. I think there's been a lot of discussion on how static regulations and historic ways of allocating water and making decisions are not necessarily aligned with the new Delta that we're facing, in which the variability that we're seeing is really outside the range of historical variability. And as a related point, this article makes the point that that legislation and regulations themselves are becoming part of the problem in managing for a resilient Delta. And stakeholders' stakes and preferences are also changing. And so a lot more effort needs to be put into shared learning among all participants in California's water decisions. I think this also echoes the call for improved social science surrounding these issues that I have spoken about before. So this paper ends up by recommending that a Delta Science Visioning Task Force be convened, and they anticipate, they're viewing this task force as being similar to the Blue Ribbon Task Force, like the one that led to the creation of the 2009 Delta Reform Act. They're issuing a call for this Blue Ribbon Task Force to interact closely with legislators under the common goal of building understanding of the forces that shape current conditions and identifying shared goals for the future. They recommend 5 issues for this task force to explore, including how can science more quickly and effectively inform policy and management of the implications of new conditions or changes in foreseeable conditions. The second is how can policy processes and management agencies become more adaptive to new conditions? Third, what is the best way to house the new forward-looking science unit so that it has the necessary autonomy to follow the science while also being positioned to inform and affect Delta management and policy? 4, it would look at how other regions are handling the complications of more rapid and uncertain environmental change, and can their experience be adapted to fit the Delta? And then 5, how can unfavorable constraints on Delta management by federal and state laws best be tackled? And they refer specifically to a publication written by Jeff Mount in 2020 that addresses specific federal and state laws that have become restrictive and potentially prohibitive in our management of the Delta for a more resilient ecosystem. So I encourage you to turn to this paper for further details. I know that Dick Norgard, lead author of this paper, is also going to be presenting the work at a colloquium in the Energy Resources Group at Berkeley in, I believe it's in September, and unfortunately I don't have the date in front of me right now, but that colloquium schedule is readily searchable and available online. So that was a really long update. I am happy to entertain any further questions. As always, it's a pleasure to come and speak with you all, and I look forward to ongoing collaboration in some of the areas that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Dr. Larson. Apologies. There's a lot going on, and so I really appreciate the great synthesis and always the collaboration here. We depend upon the scientific community and the synthesis of all this great work being done out there tremendously. And so just appreciate the sidebars on how interoperability amongst all the data sets and work that is going on can be furthered, and the discussion with Board Member Firestone around HABs and communities and community science and how best to really leverage the concerns that our communities face into the academic space in ways that can start to really bring solutions, hopefully, to bear on some of these more wicked challenges we face. So I just really appreciate that. We have one speaker, but any questions or comments further from fellow board members? Okay, hearing none, we can go to Mr. Robert Flack. And Mr. Flack, you should be invited to unmute and or share your camera. I'm sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Loffer.
I just wanted to alert you, we have offered Mr. Flack a couple opportunities to unmute, but we also have one additional speaker for this item, and this is Deirdre Detergent.
Okay. You can call it Mr. Apologies, Miss Deirdre.
Hello,
Deirdre, good to see you.
Deirdre
Hello.
Desjardins. I'm the Director of California Water Research. And I wanted to thank the Delta lead scientist for her incredible work. I did want to, California Water Research has been working the last few months on the loss of scientific integrity in federal science. There was egregious political interference in the science for the federal biological opinions governing the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And the scientists who wrote a jeopardy opinion were pushed aside. People were fired. There's a big court case. But the Biden administration has also administratively come in to address the issue, and they convened a White House Office of Science and Technology policy, convened a task force, and I did give comments about that. And they're looking at the scientific integrity policies. There are federal scientific integrity policies which govern reclamation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, NOAA fisheries, and other federal agencies that you're all used to working with. We've also had a really unfortunate situation with the Delta Independent Science Board basically lost almost all their funding for compensation for the members this past year. And the Delta Independent Science Board is sort of the integrity of the Delta Science Program in that they provide oversight and independent, truly independent peer review of the program. And there are 10 nationally and internationally prominent scientists with unparalleled expertise in this era of climate change. The legislature is working on passing a bill that will restore compensation so the members can get back to work. But it's critically important for the Water Board's work because the Water Board relies so much on the Delta Science Program. And I hope you will support the efforts of the legislature to restore this critically needed independent standing board of independent scientists. They've continued to meet. They met for 4 months with no compensation for it whatsoever, and they're currently getting $100 per diem. And they've still produced some major thematic reviews with essentially volunteer work, but it can't continue. And unfortunately, the Independent Science Board did lose Jim Clurin. He resigned in June, and it was a great loss. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I apologize, and really appreciate your comments and oversight here. The Independent Science Board is important to the water boards here, and certainly the Delta Stewardship Council writ large, and their work really critical to what we do here. So we are very supportive of ensuring that we restore pay for the Independent Science Board, knowing that we've used the board for peer review in some of our previous processes. So just thank you. I appreciate you flagging and providing comment today. And I think that wraps up public comment. And I don't think we have any other commenters for the item here. And so just really want to, again, thank you, Dr. Larson, for you're great coming in here and really taking up reins in a way that the leadership just shows. And I just want to thank you for that, and the real priority that you've put on continuing to link the science with communities and with decision makers here. And so appreciate your updates here for us and look forward to the next. Any other points or questions from my fellow board colleagues? Great. Thank you, Dr. Larson. Okay, that wraps up our item number 7. And so as we transition here to item number 8, I'll first note we have about 20 public commenters for that item. In total, we have about 60 public commenters that we'll be processing today. So I see that some folks are here for item number 9. I'll flag that because we have 20 commenters on the next item, we did include on the agenda item that item number 9 will not begin until about 1 o'clock. So if there are other things that you would like to address or do, know that you can come back to the platform closer to your item. But if you also want to stick around and hear the next item and be here with us, you're welcome to do so as well. I just wanted to make sure and flag for scheduling purposes, folks, that item number 9, and that's the construction general permit will not be until 1 o'clock. And so thank you, everyone. That then allows us here we'll go ahead and move to item number 8. And so now would like to call up, here I'll actually get my agenda in front of me, our folks who are going to be presenting. And this is a statewide, so we are holding a workshop on the general order for Clean Water Act Section 401 water quality certification and waste discharge requirements for restoration projects statewide and supporting draft programmatic environmental impact report. So I'll call up folks who would like to present.
Jessica Nadolski is going to be making the presentation for this item. Jessica,
Okay.
Are you having some internet problems? I saw that you were on before. Let me see if I can check in with her really quickly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm using my phone for sound so that my internet doesn't inadvertently cut me off. So,
No worry in the least. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, board chair, board members, and everyone. Thank you for your interest and participation in drafting the proposed statewide restoration general order. My name is Jessica Nadolski. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Board. With me today, also from the Division of Water Quality, are Assistant Deputy Director Phil Crater and Watersheds and Wetlands Section Manager Paul Han, as well as Serena Liu from the Office of Chief Counsel. Additionally, joining us are Erica Lovejoy from Sustainable Conservation and Meredith Parkin, Chris Fitzer, and Jill Sonohara from ESA. Sustainable Conservation and ESA provide technical assistance for this effort, particularly in drafting the program environmental impact report, which Meredith will be speaking about during this presentation. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to provide a brief background as to how development of the proposed order came about, provide an overview of the draft order itself. Meredith will touch on the draft program environmental impact report, and I'll wrap up with a look at next steps and overall schedule. Next slide, please. The overall purpose of this workshop is to receive comments on the proposed order and draft program environmental impact report, or PEIR. State Water Board will consider comments received pertaining to both the proposed order and PEIR during preparation of final versions of the documents. Input can be provided by speaking today or via email or mail. Specifics for how to comment by email or mail will be provided at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. This proposal began with consideration of efforts by various regulatory agencies in California to simplify permitting requirements for restoration projects. An individual project proponent could require many approvals before being able to implement their restoration project, which is depicted in the image on the slide. Staff answered to the question, how can we simplify permitting to support restoration projects, is to provide a more streamlined regulatory process for qualified projects through development of a general order. Furthermore, staff and their partners have coordinated with various agencies, tribes, and other ecological stewards, such as members of the restoration community, to better inform the proposed order. Next slide, please. When staff began this effort, State Water Board had previously authorized and currently provide a general water quality certification for small habitat restoration projects that, 1, do not exceed 5 acres or a cumulative total of 500 linear feet of stream bank or coastline, and 2, qualify for the California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA Class 33 exemption for small habitat restoration projects. However, staff found that restoration proponents seeking authorization for larger projects beyond the scale of the general water quality certifications for small habitat restoration often do not have the funding to seek individual permits, indicating the need for a general order that would expedite the regulatory approval process for larger habitat restoration projects. It should be noted that the proposed order is intended as a companion and not a replacement to the existing certification for small habitat restoration. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed order is to expedite consultation and authorization of eligible restoration projects that do not qualify for coverage under the General Water Quality Certification for small habitat restoration. The proposed order is intended to provide Clean Water Act Section 401 water quality certification and waste discharge requirements for eligible types of restoration projects. Next slide, please. The proposed order defines 10 eligible restoration projects that can be authorized under the order. They include 1, improvements to stream crossing and fish passage for upstream and downstream movement of fish and other species and to improve functions of streams. 2, removal of small dams, tide gates, floodgates, and legacy structures to improve fish and wildlife tidal and freshwater circulation and flow, and water quality. 3, bioengineered bank stabilization to reduce input of fine sediment, enhance aquatic and riparian habitat, and improve water quality. 4, restoration and enhancement of off-channel and side-channel habitat to improve aquatic and riparian habitat for fish and wildlife, and/or to restore hydrologic, hydraulic, and biogeochemical functions and processes of streams. 5, water conservation projects to reduce low-flow stream erosion, such as off-stream storage tanks and ponds necessary for off-channel infrastructure. Next slide, please. And apologies for the numbering. Floodplain restoration is indeed number 6. So number 6, floodplain restoration to improve ecosystem function by creating hydrologic connections between streams and floodplains through such measures as breaching and removing of levees, breaching and removal of berm and dike setbacks, and hydraulic reconnection and revegetation. 7, removal of pilings and other in-water structures to improve water quality and aquatic habitat for fish and wildlife. 8, removal of non-native invasive species and revegetation with native plants to improve watershed functions such as aquatic and riparian habitat for fish and wildlife. 9, establishment, restoration, and enhancement of tidal, subtidal, and freshwater wetlands to create or improve wetland ecological functions. And lastly, 10, establishment, restoration, and enhancement of stream and riparian habitat and upslope watershed sites to create or restore the functions of streams and riparian areas, including upslope watershed sites that could contribute sediment or sediment to streams or disrupt floodplain and riparian functions. Next slide, please. To obtain authorization under the proposed order, a project must meet the definition of a restoration project as shown on the slide. This includes projects being one of the 10 eligible type categories that I just reviewed, project implementation of relevant general protection measures to ensure avoidance and minimization of impacts on sensitive resources, and project consideration of provided design guidelines offered to ensure projects are developed in a manner that is appropriate and sustainable, minimizes adverse effects on aquatic habitat, maximizes the ecological benefits of the restoration, and is consistent with multiple regulatory agency requirements. Under the proposed order, projects must also implement applicable mitigation measures, such as species protection measures, outlined in a project-specific CEQA document or the program environmental impact report. Lastly, projects under the proposed order must comply with all applicable water quality control plans for the region where the project is located and the state policy for water quality control. Next slide, please. In summary, staff answer to the question, how can we simplify permitting to support restoration projects, is to provide a more streamlined regulatory process for qualifying projects through development of the proposed order, which is intended to, 1, establish a statewide process for authorization of restoration projects. For example, restoration project proponents would use a single notice of intent to apply for coverage under the proposed order at any location throughout the state. 2, provide general protection measures or GPMs and design guidelines that align as appropriate with other regulatory agency approvals. And 3, also provide a supporting program environmental impact report that can assist restoration project proponents satisfy their CEQA requirement. At this time, I'd like to hand off presenting to Meredith Parkin, who will be speaking about the draft program environmental impact report. Next slide.
Thanks,
And
Jessica.
Meredith.
Can you hear me? Okay. The State Water Board, as the CEQA lead agency, determined that a Program Environmental Impact Report, or PEIR, was the appropriate CEQA document for the order. The PEIR has been prepared in conformance with CEQA guidelines and describes the impacts and mitigation measures for construction and operations and maintenance of the restoration projects to be covered under the order. The PEIR evaluates potential impacts of the types of restoration project that the order would encourage and promote. The PEIR identifies potentially significant impacts to several resources, including agricultural and forestry resources, air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, biological resources, both terrestrial and aquatic, cultural resources. Next slide. And also identifies potentially significant impacts to geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, land use and planning, noise, transportation, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems and public service. It's important that the individual restoration projects could be constructed, operated, and maintained in many different ways to meet regulatory requirements and guidelines. For this reason, there's a range of potential effects that could result from implementation of restoration projects, and specific project details such as size, configuration, location, and operations are not completely known at this time. Therefore, many of the potentially significant impacts are temporary and construction related. For example, impacts related to earthwork, such as construction emissions on air quality, noise or vibration impacts, or impacts to cultural resources. In addition, there are a few potentially significant impacts related to land conversion, such as agricultural land conversion or habitat modifications. Most impacts will likely be addressed with general protection measures, species protection measures, and/or design guidelines that Jessica just described earlier, and are also described in the PEIR. For many impacts, the significance conclusion in the PEIR is very conservative. Once individual restoration projects are developed, the lead agencies for the individual projects will evaluate and make a final determination of impact significance. Next slide. As stated in the PEIR, the objective of the order is to help expedite statewide implementation of restoration projects, to improve the environment and make the regulatory process efficient by interpreting state standards in a uniform manner to ensure applicable projects are consistent with federal and state water quality laws. SWRCB requires that an EIR describe and evaluate a reasonable range of alternatives to a project that would feasibly attain most of the basic project objectives and avoid or substantially lessen significant project impacts. The alternatives to the order considered in the draft PEIR were developed based on information gathered during development of the draft order and during the PEIR scoping process. Next slide. One alternative was considered but rejected in the draft PEIR, and that was flexibility in regulations regarding restoration projects, for example, higher NTU thresholds. This alternative requires the State Water Board to change threshold standards that are outside the scope of the order, so this alternative was rejected from further consideration. Next slide. 4 alternatives were identified in the analysis in the PEIR, the no project, and 3 alternatives to the order that I'll describe each of these. So this is a project alternative, whereby the State Board would take no action to approve the order. Alternative 1 would include the same categories of the restoration projects that Jessica just described in the order. However, this alternative would specify more narrowly the types of projects that would be covered under the order. For example, projects would be limited to a specific size constraint, like the project must not exceed a certain size, or must meet certain criteria, like the percentage of hardscape, such as concrete or unvegetated riprap, would not exceed a certain limited percentage of the total project footprint. Alternative 2 would include the same categories of restoration projects in the order. However, certain elements would be removed from the categories of restoration projects under this alternative. For example, under this alternative, bank stabilization could be eliminated, or removal of small dams could be removed, could not be allowed. Next slide. Alternative 3 would include some of the same categories of restoration projects in the order. However, this alternative would exclude entire categories of restoration projects. For example, under this alternative, all restoration projects associated with, say, the floodplain restoration category would not be implemented. The no project alternative would not achieve the order objective to help streamline the regulatory process for restoration projects statewide. And alternative 1, 2, and 3 would limit the restoration projects covered under the order. Therefore, all these alternatives would not fully achieve the the order objective. One thing to note is all projects included in the order are essential for ecological and environmental improvements, and removing them from the order eligibility could cause delays in environmentally beneficial restoration projects, which could slow down project implementation and associated contributions to speed recovery and water quality improvement. Regarding impacts, the impacts related to the alternatives could be at a lesser magnitude than the impact of the order. However, it's assumed the final impact conclusion, for example, a less than significant or significant and unavoidable, will be similar to the conclusion for the order. For example, there could be less overall construction related to some of the alternatives, but the construction impacts to, for example, noise, air quality, cultural resources, could result in the same final impact conclusion as determined for the order. Next slide. Alternative 3 was determined to be the environmentally superior alternative because it could result in less construction activity, but that still doesn't meet the order objective. As stated previously, all project types included in the order are essential for ecological and environmental improvements. I'm going to now hand it back to Jessica. Next slide.
Okay. I'm up and rolling. Great. Thank you, Meredith. A note to next steps and process. State Water Board will consider all comments received pertaining to the proposed order and during preparation of the final program environmental impact report. The final PEIR will include responses to those comments. A board public hearing will also be held to consider order adoption and approval of the final PEIR. Next slide, please. A quick schedule overview. The notice of preparation was released in October 2019. The proposed order and draft PEIR were published on June 30th of this year, and the public hearing to consider adoption is tentatively to occur spring of next year, 2022. Next slide, please. Written public comments will be accepted via email or regular mail through noon next Friday, that's August 13th. Email is preferred. Comments made today will also be considered and responded to in the final PEIR. Staff intends to listen and take note of questions and comments provided at this workshop, but will not be providing responses today unless the chair or board members have questions. Next slide, please. Here are the mail and email addresses to submit written comments. Again, email is preferred, and please include the subject line of comments, restoration project statewide order at the opening of your letter. This information is also provided in the revised notice and on the State Water Board 401 Water Quality Certification and Wetlands Program webpage. This concludes the staff presentation. I'd like to ask if the board chair or members have any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Nadolski. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, I don't think I have any questions at this time. Again, we have about 20 or so folks that we want to make sure and get to their comments around the project. I just want to thank everyone. This is an incredible project and work. I know that it's been going on for a few years now, and just want to thank our partners at Sustainable Conservation, but all the NGO partners and the regional water quality control boards for engaging us as we've worked on this project, but really the recognition of its importance given the restoration targets I know that we as a state have identified, and we are glad to be able to provide this streamlining and this work here that helps stitch together our other state agencies in a way that helps ensure that the regulatory side isn't a hindrance to restoration, but is instead they're an active partner. And this general order will allow us to really start to see an acceleration of projects in a way I feel that can really start to make a difference across the landscape. So I just want to thank everyone, because that is a group effort. And I know there have been many individuals that have been part of this effort, and look forward to getting this adopted next year. But here, have a workshop and moment to make sure that we're getting it right. This is really important to get just right. And it is not an incomplex landscape that we find ourselves having to deal with. So I just want to thank everyone for their time, attention, and work. With that, we can get to our first commenter, which is I have here April Zahn from Ducks Unlimited. And we'll keep things at 5 minutes. I think we have the time to kind of get through that. I mean, thank you. Ms. Zahn.
Good morning. Hope everybody can hear me. My name is April Zahn, and I'm the Environmental Compliance Team Lead for Ducks Unlimited's Western Regional Office. As many of you may know, Ducks Unlimited is one of the largest and most effective nonprofit wetland conservation organizations in North America. For over 30 years, Ducks Unlimited has worked with diverse public and private partners throughout the state of California to design and implement over 1,300 conservation projects, benefiting more than 719,000 acres of wetland and associated upland habitats. Our wetland restoration and enhancement projects are collaborative, voluntary efforts that vary in type, scale, and location. They're designed and implemented to benefit a suite of ecosystem services and to result in long-term net increases in aquatic resource functions and services. They often receive public funding, where the efficient and effective use of tax dollars maintains the public's trust in grant-funded programs and delivery of conservation projects on time and within budget. Nonetheless, it typically takes years and significant sums of money to accommodate a regulatory process intended to place sideboards on how and where development occurs. We are still reviewing the statewide restoration general order and program EIR and intend to provide written comments prior to the close of the comment period. However, we did want to take this opportunity to commend the state board and their staff for prioritizing development of a programmatic process aimed at getting more and larger restoration and enhancement projects in the ground more quickly. Access to streamlined or programmatic environmental review processes is critical for Ducks Unlimited and other conservation organizations to continue to accomplish important habitat restoration conservation work. We encourage the state board to ensure the general order is available to all large-scale multi-benefit conservation and restoration actions across the state, including projects in managed wetland systems and other working landscapes. Managed wetlands and working landscapes provide critical habitat for migratory waterfowl and shorebirds, as well as a suite of other ecosystem services that have otherwise been lost to development and displacement of freshwater and estuarine wetlands throughout the state. When managed properly, these habitats provide numerous beneficial services to people and wildlife, including water quality protection and improvement, floodwater attenuation, carbon sequestration, and sea level rise resiliency. They can also be important recreational amenities for the residents of California, where they provide opportunities for fishing, hunting, boating, bird watching, hiking, and communing with nature. Broad access to the type of programmatic process provided for in the proposed general order is essential to both achieving DU's mission of conserving, restoring, and managing wetlands and associated habitats, as well as for realizing Governor Newsom's directive to conserve at least 30% of California's land and coastal waters by 2030. Thank you for your work and for the opportunity to provide public testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Son, and thank you for your engagement on this project and the support from Ducks Unlimited. It has made a difference and really appreciate it. Next, we have Betsy Stapleton.
Good morning or almost afternoon.
Good morning.
I'm Betsy Stapleton. I'm the board chair of the Scott River Watershed Council and Scott River that is located in the Klamath Basin. I am speaking in strong support of the general order and the supporting environmental document. I and my organization view it as essential for getting the scale and scope of restoration increased on the landscape. Before I go into a little more detail, I want to take a moment to commend your staff that we work with. We find them to just be exceptional. And I'm going to name some names: Jake Shannon, Jonathan Warmerdam, Clayton Krieger, and Eli Scott are those individuals that work hard in the Klamath Basin, which I think people know is a difficult human landscape as well as a physical landscape in which to work. And they work hard to bring restoration to our community. So I want your board to know that you really have an exceptional staff across the board. I recently attended the Scott Shasta Drought Emergency Order Workshop, and there's a large emphasis in that workshop regarding voluntary restoration actions. And I have to say that as a landowner and restoration practitioner, I had a bit of cynicism about that suggestion, because getting voluntary restoration actions is often an extremely difficult, long, and complex process that cannot respond to drought conditions in the immediate near term. However, such a general order as proposed would be able to move projects that are in a somewhat well-developed stage forward in a rapid and efficient manner, so that the type of large-scale restoration that is critically important for addressing the issues of drought and human impacts on the landscape could start to be achieved. This kind of order would also support other statewide mandates, such as those related to the 30 by 30 that the previous speaker mentioned, climate change, the governor's water portfolio, and would have substantial impacts on our ability to recover precious listed species such as coho salmon. In order to achieve the scale and scope of restoration that would begin to address these issues, we need to move beyond the current small restoration and habitat order that limits project size to 5 acres and 500 linear feet of impact. We're just not going to get there in time as we sit here and watch species blink out before our eyes. A small organization such as that I work with are vitally important in this landscape. We have strong connections to local landowners. We understand the landscape both physically and on the human element, which is often actually the driving factor for whether restoration gets done. And small organizations such as myself cannot carry the financial and regulatory burden of doing environmental analysis and permitting for a large scale project. So we're just constrained without such an order that this would offer us. I would encourage that there is an effort made to include California Endangered Species Act coverages, such as are currently offered under the small habitat general order. This provides some vital efficiencies for those of us out in the field. And then I was a little confused about the mention of a lead agency for a project. Obtaining a lead agency for larger projects is often difficult. Staff of all potential lead agencies are overworked and often extremely reluctant to assume that responsibility. And so unless this general order carries with it the acknowledgement the Water Board is assuming that lead agency role, it's still going to be very problematic for us to utilize and implement it. So again, I thank the incredible amount of work that's gone into the development of this order and the environmental analysis. We will absolutely use it. It will increase our ability to deliver the kind of restoration that's necessary for survival, really. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Stapleton, for your time and very good succinct comments. I'll just flag for our folks, the issue of incorporation of ESA coverage and figuring out just understanding better the issue of lead agency here, I think would be really helpful for me. So I just appreciate your flag on those. I'll follow up on them personally as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Karen Burr. And Ms. Burr, you should be invited to unmute there.
All right, awesome, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen Burr. I'm the Executive Director for the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts. And we are here, I am here to strongly support the adoption of the General Order and the PEIR. And I think, as you all know, the 95 RCDs around the state, Resource Conservation Districts around the state, are at the base of a lot of this work that goes on and a lot of restoration work that happens in our state. The RCDs are extremely committed to environmental quality, good restoration and species preservation, while also focusing on communities and agricultural production. And as that, we kind of sit in this really unique intersection of conservation, community, and agriculture, and trying to make the best of our local environments. We do really amazing work with voluntary folks. So it's people who are coming forward and they want to give their land and their time simply for wanting to do something great for conservation. And as previous speakers have said, getting that project from the dream around the kitchen table of someone wanting to do something great for the environment to the actual implementation is incredibly difficult. And most of that work is run by volunteers at nonprofits or employees, but folks that are working to make this happen at nonprofits and RCDs around the state. And all of those organizations are underfunded in being able to get this work done. So it's a real challenge. And often, as folks have mentioned, can take up to 10 years. Once you're thinking about that dream around the table to the actual implementation can take over 10 years for a number of reasons. But one of the biggest of those obstacles is permitting. As we go through this process and we have great plans that are drawn up, we know what we need to do. There are standard practices that we're implementing in various places. Going through that permitting process in a best case scenario could take a year, but could take up to 10 years. And a lot of that is kind of going back and forth with permitting agencies, making sure we've got all that, all the orders in place. And then also making sure that we're able to time that with the grant windows, because we can't do this work without the grants that are being offered. And many of those grants that we need to secure are planning grants, which are also really challenging to work within the time scale and the limitations of those planning grants, not to mention how difficult it is to get those planning grants in the first place. So there's just a number of hurdles and obstacles and timelines that we have to work through as we're making this really amazing conservation happen. We really strongly believe that the general order and the PEIR will greatly reduce the burden that's on all of the local actors, both the landowners and managers who are volunteering their time, and also the staff folks of these small organizations that are trying to make great conservation happen. We feel like this is going to be a really big step in being able to reduce that burden. while at the same time ensuring environmental quality and really encouraging projects of people who are coming forward and want to voluntarily make conservation happen in California. So for all of those reasons, we really are strongly in support. And then I finally want to say too, that as a couple of folks have mentioned, we're kind of at a record time right now with the 30 by 30 order that's out. In addition to just the record amount of funding that's come through in the general budget this year, there's a lot of money out there for conservation, and for all of these groups to be able to ramp up the projects that they have and meet the scale and pace that's being asked of them. Having this order would really greatly help us to be able to do that work and to meet the needs of the state. So again, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Burr, and thank you for the incredible work that you and the conservation districts do across the state. I really appreciate you being here as a partner and speaking out in support of the effort. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Noelle Creamers.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Noelle Creamers, representing Wine Institute. And I want to start by expressing my appreciation to the board for their work on bringing this general order forward. As a representative of the landowners, who are the ones who originally might come up with this idea around their kitchen table and partner with conservation organizations to make these restoration projects happen, there's also a lot of frustration around why it takes so long and the extensive process necessary to get to the end for these projects. We have members who have implemented a number of restoration projects to benefit both common species and those species that are in peril. And we would like to see the opportunity for even more of those projects to be implemented. This is especially important to improve the resiliency that will help when we have this drought and future droughts, so that we have more flexibility for imperiled species moving forward. As the conservation organizations have mentioned previously about the challenges with getting through the permitting process, they're like a project to remove barriers for fish passage, for example, requires numerous permits both at the local, state, and federal level. And so having a simplified process before the state board would go a long way to helping simplify the process of getting work on the ground to help improve our environment. So I just want to express Wine Institute's support for getting this general order adopted, and really appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us to where we are today, and urge your adoption when it's brought up before the board in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Creamers. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Craig Cooper.
And Chair Esquivel, it appears Mr. Cooper has dropped off the Zoom.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, if you rejoin us and would like to provide comment, just join back and we'll put you back in queue. Next, we have Matt Clifford.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Matt. Good morning. I'm Matt Clifford. I'm a staff attorney with Trout Unlimited, which is the nation's oldest and largest nonprofit dedicated to the restoration of cold water fisheries and their habitat. And I'm here to offer my strong support for the proposed order. So over the past 2 decades, a major focus of TU's work in California has been on-the-ground projects to restore habitat for primarily for endangered salmon, steelhead, and trout as well. And working with our many partners, including peer NGOs, landowners, public and private funders, state and federal agencies, and others, we've removed migration barriers, installed countless in-stream habitat structures, restored mountain meadows, reconnected floodplains, and worked with water diverters to improve in-stream flows. But while we're proud of this body of work, the simple fact is that it's not enough. It's not moving fast enough to keep pace with the rapid decline of our state's native fish populations. To reverse those trends and move the needle forward, we need to dramatically increase the rate at which we put restoration projects on the ground. And that means we have to undertake larger projects, and we have to find better ways to move them more rapidly through the design and permitting and implementation process. So in our work at TU, we found that one of the main limiting factors on the pace and scale of restoration right now is the counterintuitive but very real need to ensure that projects designed to improve habitat and water quality will not actually harm or have unacceptable impacts on habitat or water quality, through the compliance with our permitting laws. To date, our restoration programs have made heavy use of the board's existing 401 certification order for small habitat projects. In our experience, this is a very efficient aid to ensuring compliance with permitting laws, and actually works very well in combination with related approvals like CDFW's LSAA or HRE programs, and provides a very useful hub and a nexus for getting those permits out the door in conjunction with each other. Increasingly, however, we're finding that our projects are coming up against the limits of the small habitat order. As our landowner relationships, our understanding of restoration techniques, and our funding streams and programs have matured over time, our work has naturally evolved towards larger projects. At the same time, our understanding of the short-term impacts of restoration has likewise matured. As restoration techniques have become standardized and experience has been gained in implementing them through multiple projects that are very similar to each other, it's become much easier to predict these impacts and also to mitigate them through the use of standardized measures. For some time now, we at TU have believed that it should be possible to expand the size of projects that can be approved via a general order and similar permitting methods. So we believe the proposed general order does a very good job of this. The approval process outlined in the proposal appears efficient and well-designed, and we think it'll integrate well with approvals from other agencies such as CDFW and with the process of complying with CEQA. At the same time, the limitations, definitions, and protection measures appear more than adequate to ensure that the order can only be used for truly beneficial restoration projects that will indeed be likely to have limited impacts. We think the order will be a valuable tool to accelerate the pace of our work, and we anticipate we'll make extensive use of it if it's approved. I'll say in closing that I'll just add that the order should also mesh well with similar initiatives right now being pursued by agencies like the Resource Agency, which has its Cutting Green Tape initiative, under which CDFW is developing a number of related permit streamlining mechanisms for restoration. And so this order is part of a general trend amongst agencies to really realize that we need to improve the pace of scale of restoration, and we can do that in full compliance with our permitting laws without sacrificing, resulting in any unacceptable impacts. So it's really good to see the agencies all moving in the same direction on this and recognizing the scale and scope of this problem and the urgency that we have to move forward with restoring endangered species habitat. So we'll be following up with more specific written comments by the deadline. But in the meantime, I just want to recognize the hard work of the staff, that the board and the regional boards and sustainable conservation have all put into developing this order. And we really want to offer our thanks for that and our support. And again, we urge the board to ultimately adopt this order and offer our strong support. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. I appreciate your good comments here and continued engagement around this project. Look forward to getting to final adoption here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up William Patterson.
And Chair Escobar, we do not have Mr. Patterson in the Zoom platform.
Okay, thank you. The next is Megan Hertel.
Good morning. My name is Megan Hurdle. I'm the Director of Land and Water Conservation for Audubon, California. Good to see so many of you on the call today and to hear so many words of support for this proposed order. As many of you know, Audubon, California is a state program of the National Audubon Society. We are one of the oldest conservation organizations in the United States, and we have spent a lot of time restoring and conserving natural ecosystems for birds for the benefit of biodiversity and human communities. I want to echo all of the strong thanks that have gone to state board staff and members, and also to Sustainable Conservation for your tireless work to move this effort forward. And today I'm here to express our general support of this proposed change. We are going to be looking at more of the details and plan to submit a comment letter by the due date. But we did want to show up today and let everyone know that we support a streamlined process for beneficial activities like floodplain restoration or ecosystem restoration. And we would encourage the board to ensure that the general order is available to all large-scale multi-benefit conservation and restoration actions. So projects that include managed wetlands or even on working landscapes, which Nicole and Karen spoke to a bit earlier. So as one of the many organizations on this call that does active restoration, but also advocates for public funding, we really want to make sure that those projects and the public funding is used effectively and efficiently. Also, there have been numerous recent studies that have shown that we are losing bird species at an alarming rate. There was one that came out this past year from Cornell that shows that we've lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years. And it's not just threatened and endangered species, it's common species as well. So we need to get more projects on the ground as fast and as effectively as possible. And this is an incredible step in that direction. It's long been recognized. I've dealt with it. Many others have dealt with it, that permitting is an incredible barrier to time and cost of these projects. So making sure that we can expedite that for these larger projects is very important. And as several other commenters have noted, this is a real chance to put things like cutting the green tape and 30 by 30 out on the ground. So thanks to everyone that's working on this, and we will be submitting additional comments. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Hurdle. I appreciate your always great advocacy and engagement around a lot of the potential that's out there, and increasingly the real results from that work too. So just thank you, Ms. Hurdle. Next, we have Kellex Nelson.
And Chair Esquivel, we have given Kellex a couple opportunities to unmute.
Okay, and Ms. Nelson, we can circle back to you if you're just having some technical difficulties right now. Just raise your hand. Thank you. Next, we have Juan Altamirano.
Juan does not appear to be in the Zoom platform either, and was listed as a speak if necessary.
Mr. Loffer. The next will go to Nicholas Blair.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and to staff for all of your hard work thus far. My name is Nick Blair. I'm a regulatory advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies, also known as ACWA. ACWA represents more than 460 public water agencies that collectively deliver approximately 90% of the water in California for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. ACWA appreciates and strongly supports the intent and goals of the State Water Board's efforts to accelerate development of a proposed general order and programmatic environmental impact report, which is critically needed to accelerate habitat restoration projects throughout the state in an environmentally protective manner for public water agencies. The proposed general order can help streamline restoration projects while reducing project expenses that encumber restoration projects, and promote a more efficient permitting process and make better use of grant funds and staff resources. To assure that the general order effectively incentivizes implementation and restoration projects, we do encourage the State Water Board to consider ACWA's comments, seeking to clarify that the compensatory mitigation requirements don't preclude the use of proposed general order to approve restoration projects that by design convert aquatic habitat types to restore more natural hydrologic functions and improve ecological services. Clarify that restoration projects that provide environmental benefits but do not eliminate historical facilities altogether can be expedited under the proposed general order. Clarify that long-term project management responsibilities focus on the restoration projects. Clarify that NPDES requirements and applicability are in line with the proposed general order. Clarify the definition of non-wetland waters of the state within the proposed general order, and specify acceptable financial assurance instruments to simplify approval for restoration projects. With that being said, we do want to reiterate that we strongly support the proposed general order. I think it's a great step towards supporting public water agencies' implementation of restoration projects, saving time and resources, as well as enhancing environmental benefits to projects. Thank you to the board. Thank you to staff again for the opportunity to speak today. And we do intend to submit comments by the August 13th deadline to go through the comments that I just laid out today.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Appreciate that. Made a few notes, but I look forward to the letter and a more thorough overview of the comments. But thank you. Really appreciate the engagement around the project. It's helpful. Thank you. I'd like to go back to Kellex Nelson. I think.
So
Nelson.
Kellex, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say you should be invited to unmute and or share your camera. Let's see.
Kellex, I'm not sure if you've used the Zoom platform before, but in the lower left corner, there will be a microphone icon. And as we ask you to unmute, you'll be given a chance to go down and click on that microphone to unmute yourself. So one possibility is we don't require that you participate via video. If you'd like, you can call back in when Ms. Townsend had sent around the registration for today's Zoom. There was a telephone number that you could dial in there as well. If you try dialing in there, we'll get you back into the queue and get your testimony in for the record.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Loffer. And apologies, Ms. Nelson. If you try calling in, we should be able to get you in that way at the very least here. So thank you. Okay, next we have Michael France. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and Vice Chair Didi Adamo and members of the board. Good to see you. I am an occasional presenter at your board, generally in a negative manner, speaking on behalf of the local agency that I represent, but it brings me more joy than I thought I would expect to be here today as a strong project proponent of your consideration today. This restoration general order is something that I strongly support as an individual, as a landowner, as a farmer, and most importantly, maybe as a board member of Sustainable Conservation. Sustainable Conservation is an NGO that seeks to solve some of California's most vexing problems, especially as it pertains to water and air. You've heard Erica's name just briefly, but as a proud board member of our staff, I wanted to really highlight the hard work that Erica Lovejoy and our entire staff at Sustainable Conservation have put in over the years to help clear these regulatory hurdles that prevent landowners such as myself from doing the right thing. As you've heard from other commenters, the tremendous cost and time delays that are triggered by these often repetitive or duplicative regulatory processes are really an impediment to landowners from doing the right thing. So I don't have a long formal statement. I just wanted to say that I'm really happy to see you considering this today. I hope you will keep it broad and retain the efficiencies and the spirit of what's behind this general order. Here at the nursery, we do what's called kaizens, or a Japanese way of lean flow. And one of the key tenets of this manufacturing idea is to make it easy to do the right thing. And that's really the spirit. And what I hope you retain in this order is to make it easy for the people of California to do the right thing for our ecosystems and for the environment. So this is an exciting moment. I really am happy to be here and happy to urge you to approve it at the right time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Friends. I really appreciate your support here, and know that although perhaps you've been before this board with disagreement, it has never been negative. And I really appreciate your always openness and collaboration around all these challenges that we face. And here, really appreciate the support of this streamlining and this effort. And so thank you. Really appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up David Guy.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. David Guy, Northern California Water Association. Great pleasure to be here today. Let me join the chorus, folks, wonderful chorus of folks that are supporting this effort and want to work with this group going forward. Northern California Water Association, we obviously represent the water suppliers, the local governments in the Sacramento Valley. And we're just really excited and want to express the enthusiasm around implementing the types of projects that I believe are being contemplated by your general order, and really encourage you to advance it in every way imaginable. I like the idea of accelerating the concepts here, because obviously people want to get to work and do some great things. We really value the working relationship, obviously, with Sustainable Conservation and all the other partners that you've heard from today, and just want to highlight a couple of things I think that are important for the Sacramento Valley to show some context for why this general order is so important. Obviously, we're engaged in ridgetop to river mouth water management. in kind of a holistic fashion. This type of program can obviously help with some of the exciting work that's being done up in the watersheds for forest health and fire management and all the related things in our headwaters, as well as when you go to the lower part of the system, the work that's being done around reactivating our floodplains. So I think it really gives you that kind of holistic ability to do the work that people want to do. We're also excited about multi-benefit water management that you've heard several times. And obviously a lot of those are nature-based solutions that this administration has prioritized. I think this will help accelerate a lot of the exciting work that's being done for birds along the Pacific Flyway, as well as the shorebirds. A lot of folks have already talked to that, and we just really want to be doing more for birds, and really the Pacific Flyway, particularly in a year like this, needs our help, and we're going to step up and do that. Also, with respect to the salmon recovery in the Sacramento Valley, there's an aggressive program underway to do that. A lot of projects have already been implemented. A lot more would like to be implemented, and working with our friends at National Marine Fisheries and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we really want to be moving forward with our conservation partners to implement a lot of these salmon recovery programs. And we think this would really help accelerate some of that work that we know is really necessary. So anyway, I would just close with want to highlight the amazing culture that at least we have in the Sacramento Valley, working with a lot of the folks you've already heard from, a lot of the folks you probably will hear from. There's a lot of energy to move forward with these partnerships from landowners, from water agencies, from resource conservation districts, as you've heard from Karen. And I think we just really appreciate your effort to help catalyze some of this effort to make this work as part of the green tape dynamic, and look forward to working with you to help advance this. So thanks again for moving this forward, and really appreciate the State Water Board's efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Appreciate your time today and contribution to this continued great work. So thank you. Next, we have Mary Lynn Coffey.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Great.
We can. Good afternoon.
Well,
Or morning still, barely. Well, last hour.
all right, very good. I just want to join the chorus here on behalf of several water agency clients whom I do permitting and compliance work for. We really commend the board and the staff for following through on the promises you made when these same groups were working on the waters of the state regulations and coming forward with this general order. We strongly support the general order, and particularly, as has already been mentioned by Scott River and Trout Unlimited, we support the fact that it can be used for larger projects in particular without really stringent limits on acreage or linear feet. We greatly support the streamlining that we anticipate will come from this permit. And we also support the ideas that have been raised by others, including the idea that we might look for some ways to simplify and streamline ESA and California Endangered Species Act coverage, as well as the comments that Aqua has made. There are some simple, I think, but important changes to some of the language that could be made to assure that the permit does work for a variety of these large scale projects, and that we do get conservation projects on the ground and functioning, and spend most of our grant money on that, frankly, and not on permitting. So we do want to offer our support as we move forward after the comment period. If there is engagement with staff and stakeholders on some of these revisions, we would be happy to engage on that and support the fine efforts of the board and the staff so far in coming together and putting out this permit. So in conclusion, very strong support among those in the water community who would be doing these projects.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, and for connecting it to the discussion we did have around all this back when we adopted our wetlands provisions, knowing that again, these are critical projects, and I know there was concern as we adopted those, and so appropriately said, we need to really then double down on this effort and make sure that we get it through to ensure that permitting doesn't become a hindrance again, and is there as a partner. So thank you. As I call up our next speaker here, I want to acknowledge that, as we do general orders here at the State Water Board, what we are doing is prescribing much down to our regional boards as they then do their permitting. And our regional boards in many ways have been leaders in their own regions in pursuing projects and working with partners. And so I call up Michael Montgomery now, who's the executive officer of the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board, and just want to acknowledge and thank you, Mike, for your leadership as well in this space and helping us craft something that is implementable in our regional boards as well. Knowing that, again, when we take these general orders up to the state water board level here, we can inadvertently kind of remove what is some of the benefit of our regional boards that can respond to hydrologic conditions or know their regions a bit better. So appreciate the trust and welcome you here to provide some comment.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and thanks to the board for some time to talk about restoration. As a region, we have very aggressive restoration goals, and we look forward to streamlining restoration permitting. We've in 2017, the Bay Area passed a parcel tax to fund $25 million annually in restoration work. And as a part of that, we participated in the Bay Restoration Regulatory Integration Team. And the lessons we've learned from that in terms of our efforts to accelerate permitting large-scale restoration projects, I think are very, they're really informative. And I appreciate the opportunity to kind of share that perspective. One important aspect is collaboration, and we certainly want the order to reflect that we want to continue to work collaboratively with proponents of large-scale restoration and conservation projects, and certainly welcome input from permittees, to come and talk with myself and our region, on ways that we can improve that collaboration as we implement this order. Another really important aspect is that the decisions are informed by the best science and data. And, large projects are complex, and sometimes it takes some time to work through what the information needs are to make sure that those projects are going to be successful. And, ultimately, it's in everyone's interest to have successful restoration. When restoration projects don't work, it becomes complicated for all the parties involved, whether it be, the locals, the regulatory agencies, or the beneficiaries of those projects. And so it's important to us that we are provided the opportunity to make sure that we get clarity through this permitting process on what the necessary science and data is for a successful project. And we think that's contained, although it could, I think opportunities for clarity would be appreciated. And then I guess lastly, the projects that we hope will come to us under this order are going to be large-scale restoration and conservation projects. I'm really pleased that the commenters are all focusing on using this for large-scale projects, reaching an understanding of what constitutes the projects are defined by net environmental benefit. And so what is the substance of that net environmental benefit? And is it commensurate with a typical restoration project? So we look forward to working through those issues. I think we've reached a good understanding with State Board staff. I want to thank State Board staff for their opportunity they provided us to work on this, and look forward to its passage, and would welcome any questions or follow-up. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Really appreciate your leadership at the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board, and your engagement on this project. We have a better product for having been working with the regions on how to make sure that this is implementable on your site as well. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Sharon Farrell.
So Chair Esquivel, the next couple speakers are not, they were as necessary and they're not on the Zoom platform. So I wanted to point out that we do have Kelly X. Nelson, we think, via phone. And so if you're amenable to it, I'd like to try to get her back into the queue.
Yeah, very amenable. Kellex.
So Kellex, you should be able to hit *6 on your phone and that will unmute it.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
We can. Hello,
Oh,
good morning.
yes. Hi, good morning, and thank you for being patient with me. I'm calling in from a campground in southern Utah. Apparently it wasn't working well.
Yeah, no, and thank you for being patient with us as well. Thank you.
Sure, sure. So I'm joining today on behalf of the California Landscape Stewardship Network's Cutting Green Tape team. This general order is so important to us that I made sure to find reception, at least I thought I did, so that so I could join this meeting. We are definitely thrilled with the intention, the process, and the leadership exhibited by the state board in developing this general order. And I'd like to echo almost word for word the comments of April Zahn from Ducks Unlimited and Matt Clifford from Trout Unlimited, including the potential of this general order to support Governor Newsom's executive order to protect essential biodiversity. We are invested in the success of this new tool and using it as a model to support partner resource agencies in implementing similar efficiencies. For those not familiar with the California Landscape Stewardship Network, we are a collaboration of landscape stewardship networks, including representatives from federal, state, and local agencies, nonprofits, academic institutions, resource conservation districts, and private land managers to address the greatest barriers to caring for California's lands and waters and natural resources at scale. And we believe that working together is how we must care for the places that we love and depend upon, and how we continue to renew and sustain these places for current and future generations. We were very proud to partner with the Resource Agency and the State Water Resources Control Board on the Cutting Green Tape initiative, facilitating a series of roundtables to develop a set of recommendations to improve efficiencies and reduce barriers to the restoration and stewardship of California's natural resources. We certainly see this general order as consistent with and implementing the recommendations of that report. We will be submitting written comments, a few key suggestions and recommendations that we believe will improve the general order, increase its effectiveness, and maximize its consistency with the Cutting Green Tape initiative. But for today's comments, we really just want to thank State Board staff, especially Phil Crater, for their openness to dialogue, agreeing to work with us to ensure consistency with the Cutting Green Tape report and reduce the potential for confusion and redundancy with the 401 process. We also would like to thank Chair Esquivel for his vision, leadership, and partnership with the Cutting Green Tape initiative, and of course our partners at Sustainable Conservation who have done so much work on this general order to get it to this place. So today's comments were primarily a big thank you, and echoing the other comments about how essential it is to find efficiencies so that we can get this important work done. And then with some recommendations that we have and specific comments, we will submit that in writing by the deadline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and thank you for joining us, and I hope you're having a fantastic time out there, and thank you for being flexible and connecting here with us today. So thank you. Next, would like to call up Mike Garabedian.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Board members. Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. We strongly support restoration efforts in our area and do whatever we can to support them. The concern I'm here to bring up that I assume has been addressed in this or is being addressed directly or indirectly is when restoration is tied to the destruction of wetlands and vernal pool prairie, something that is our county, Placer County, is not particularly concerned about. In fact, there are examples of mitigation for wetland and other loss, but not in the same watershed, not affecting the same stream, for instance, as the kind of concern. We have the proposed 15-mile new Placer Parkway and the Placer County Water Agency pipeline to that area that are major facilitators of the potential massive wetland and vernal pool prairie loss. So like I say, we assume that this is addressed. We just don't want to see restoration projects connected with or to justify a loss that's unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments today, and I believe we struck that right balance in making sure that projects that aren't getting in that are actually causing harm. And but I appreciate the flag. And if you do, as you review the documents, the comment period is open. Please do submit written comment. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
We will do that, and it's not a question of the effects of the projects themselves, the restoration projects, but the other projects that may be connected or relying on that for their mitigation.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call Eben Swain. Mr. Swain, you should be provided an opportunity to unmute and or share your camera.
And Chair Esquivel, we have given a number of opportunities to Evan, and it had been indicated as if necessary.
If necessary. Okay. Mr. Swain, if you do wish to speak, just raise your hand. And I think last we have here then Reggie Collins. Morning.
Good morning. Sorry about that little delay here. You think I'd be better at Zoom at this point, but thank you so much for all the board members for the opportunity to speak here. I think that the order is a welcomed site from the State Water Board. And my name is Reggie Collins. I'm the Legal and Policy Director for California Trout. We are a leading conservation organization in California. We currently have 60 projects on the ground, ranging from San Diego to up in the Scott and Shasta. And I appreciate the comments on the Scott and Shasta earlier. We're simply commenting, as many have, on the importance of creating this efficient permitting process for restoration projects. I think, as Matt Clifford noted and others have nodded to as well, we found that we as an organization, California Trout, are pivoting more to large scale restoration projects. And the efficiencies seen and provided in this order gives us great hope that we can implement these projects faster and on a watershed-wide basis. Expediting this process is incredibly urgent, given the need to recover these species and adapt to climate change, especially as we see these dramatic effects of both climate change and the drought as it continues, and just the mismanagement of our natural resources as we've seen over the past. And so I think this is a major step towards implementing quicker and more watershed-wide restoration opportunities. So we are the State Water Board to retain these permanent efficiencies in this restoration order, and again, encourage the staff to utilize these resources. We've seen a great push for change in these times of crisis, and the outgrowth of this and the Cutting the Green Tape initiative, I think is really important as we move forward as a state. And so just want to thank you all for the effort here. And I won't belabor the point here. We're really appreciative of your support, and we'll continue to work with you all moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I appreciate you taking the time today and joining us and voicing the support, but just the continued engagement around the work and the project, even outside of this discussion. It's appreciated. So thank you. Okay, well, that actually wraps up then, folks that we have here for comment. Unless there's anyone on the platform that I may have inadvertently either you joined late or weren't there, please do just raise your hand, and I'll keep an eye out for that as I look to my fellow board colleagues for any further discussion or direction or follow-up here. This isn't a vote. This is just a workshop to hear feedback. The public comment period is still and will be open, but board members, any thought here? And I guess would first just again thank everyone for the really incredible work and engagement around this project. We're glad to undertake the work and know it has been a couple of years here in the development, and appreciate everyone's patience as we've tried to make sure we get this addressed, as we have many other priorities as well. But this is a critical one, given the pace and scale and need for restoration in this state, given the climate crisis that we have. We're going to need to continue to do more and invest more in our landscapes in a way that we just really haven't ever seen. And so glad that this can unlock that. I see I have Mr. James Crowder with his hand up. So sorry, apologies, board members. We can quickly go to Mr. Crowder and then go to discussion here then.
Mr. Crowder, It appears that you've come in with a phone tied to your video, so you should actually be able to unmute from the computer. However, if that's not working for you, there you go.
Can y'all hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is James Crowder. I'm an attorney at SWRCB here in Sacramento, and we represent local agencies of the North Delta, or LAND, which includes local reclamation and water districts in the North Delta. Many of these members are landowners and neighbors to many restoration projects that occur in the Delta, and overall, we do support well-planned restoration. However, we do have some concerns regarding the EIR and the order, and we hope that y'all can put more detail in those documents. And in addition to this comment, we'll also be providing a written comment as well. But our first concern is that we would like the board to consider including good neighbor considerations. We'll be providing an example of a good neighbor checklist with our written comment. And basically, good neighbor considerations are getting to the residents and landowners near these projects earlier in the planning stages rather than later, so that, you know, compromises can be reached and the community as a whole is represented in these projects. We'd also like to see more details about compliance with the Delta Reform Act and the Delta Plan. We understand, obviously, that this is a statewide order, but as representing folks from the Delta, we would like to see things like mitigation measures from the Delta Plan being included in this and perhaps being used as examples of ways to minimize impacts from these restoration projects. We'd also like to see more mitigation for potential impacts such as harmful algal blooms and salinity intrusion. It can be caused by the construction of these restoration activities and changes in the topography and layout of the Delta. As we heard earlier from Dr. Larson, both of these impacts are going to continue to be exacerbated in the Delta with climate change and sea level rise. So we would just like y'all to ensure that that's something that is addressed in these documents. So like I said, we'll be submitting written comments along with this oral comment, and appreciate y'all giving us the time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. I appreciate your good comments here, and flag around consistency with the Delta Plan and the Delta Stewardship Council's overlap here in that space. Something that I'll just flag. I'll want to follow up with folks as well, just to understand. So thank you. Okay, I think that now wraps up our commenters. And so board colleagues here, any reflections, direction, thought, by all means.
Just had a quick comment, and first want to start by thanking the stakeholders, in particular Sustainable Conservation, for highlighting not just the need, we've known about this need for a long time, but to suggest a pathway and encourage us to move expeditiously on our end with processing. And I know a couple of years sounds like a long time, but with the calendar that we've had, I'm very impressed with how far this has come in actually kind of a short period of time, and want to thank Director Sobek for, I know we as a board prioritize this, but we have many priorities, and just want to thank you for making it a priority as far as staff resources. I look forward to reading the comments. And I think the only other thing that I would add is that I would hope that we would have, when we go to adoption, have a provision in the resolution for a check-in, because I'm really excited to see the progress of some of these projects and how the permit goes once it gets implemented. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good comment. Others?
Yeah, I'll just add that I've really appreciated the progress that we've made so far as a civil engineer and someone who's worked in consulting and worked with asked to try and move these types of projects forward. I can appreciate how challenging it is to navigate all the different regulatory hurdles that are out there. And each one, if you look at them on their face, they're there for a good reason. And so, when I first heard about this general order, I got really excited because I found that this was, truly an area where we can provide tools to help move these sorely needed restoration projects forward in an efficient way and still be protective of everything that we need to in our charge. And so, I've really heard great things about sustainable conservation and the work they're doing and the heavy lift they did here in producing the EIR and helping with drafting the order and some of their other contributions. And also just, the engagement of the regional boards as well, bringing us all together here, putting the good minds together to come up with an order that truly does represent all of our interests and needs is really encouraging. And I think we heard that today with the support throughout, and acknowledging, and I'm sure there's some work that we need to do over the coming months before adoption, and that's expected. But I encourage staff, stay the course. There's lots of balls in the air right now, but let's keep the momentum here that we have and try and stick to that spring 2022 goal of getting this across the finish line. There's, as we heard from Dr. Laura Larson earlier, folks looking at landscape level restoration. There are so many project proposals out there now, and they're waiting for this order to be available. So there is certainly a sense of urgency, and it's only going to grow as time goes on. So thanks again to everybody for their work and continued engagement on this.
Thank you, board member. Any further thought, addition from folks? And
just
okay.
Echo everything that was said. And, I love also just the example of how, stakeholders and folks doing the work on the ground are really helping to drive, us and our programs to be the partner that we're striving to be, to make these good things happen. I think that's the way government works best, is when things are really driven by folks trying to do the work, or that are doing the work on the ground, and working with us to make sure that we're able to accomplish our mission and do the important work and role that we have a responsibility to do, but do that in a way that really facilitates great work like this. And I really look forward to seeing the comments and help in getting this right. And, again, thanks also to, of course, to staff that have been putting in the hard work to get this over. It's always frustrating to me as a new person to the board, how long things take to just get adopted. I think there's so many different steps we have to go through. So really feel a lot of urgency on this in particular, because of the work we need to see happen on so many places throughout the state. I know I've been the liaison with Region 7 down the Salton Sea. We really need those projects to accelerate. I think this will be helpful for that, as just one example. And just look forward to really seeing this be able to move forward quickly, and for all the help and making sure we get it right.
You're here. Thank you, board member.
Yeah, I'll just, echo, everyone, the, comments, and, just appreciation to everyone for the heavy lift that to get us to today. I know that it was not easy, but definitely, it's needed. This general order is something that's definitely necessary. Happy to see that it's moving forward. Being someone who was like board member McGuire on the other side previously, and working on similar projects where you did go through that, obtaining all of those permits and the amount of time that it does add onto a project, and to see something like this to come together to where it is going to streamline the permitting and seeing so many agencies and stakeholders come together to move something forward like this is just, it's wonderful. So very excited to see this moving forward. Really looking forward to next spring. And, please, everyone, looking forward to seeing those comments come in so that we can make this the best permit that we can and keep this initiative moving forward. And being part of the Cutting the Green Tape initiative is just really huge. So thank you, everyone, for taking on this heavy lift and keeping it moving forward.
Thank you, board member. Anything from folks in the program? Mr. Nadolski, any others? And if not, it's okay. Just wanted to make sure and provide you opportunity to say anything from what you heard today. Okay, Mr. Bishop.
Yes, I'm just very encouraged by the support. Makes me very happy to see that all the hard work that staff put in to try and work with people has come to a good conclusion. I'm sure there'll be requests for changes. That's always part of the process, and we'll be communicating with you all on those changes, those requests, and making whatever changes are appropriate to the permit. I'd like to see it come back faster than spring if we can, but it depends on the amount of comments and the amount of work that needs to happen. It's been a very collaborative process, and it takes a lot of time to be collaborative.
It does, and we definitely build that into our schedules here. So I can see where spring is sort of, if we get extensive comments and needing to really go through them. I appreciate the flag of maybe moving sooner. I was maybe going to bring it up, but didn't want to sort of lob that at you. And so since you did yourself, yeah, if it is available, we gladly put it on the calendar here, but understand that it's important to get it right, importantly there. So spring at the latest, and we'll see how it goes then. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Bishop. Okay, well, that concludes this item. And so that was item number 8. And thank you, everyone. Item number 9, as advertised on the agenda, will not begin until 1 p.m. So we have a bit of a break. And so what I'm actually going to do is pull up our board member report that I skipped over yesterday, and then I pushed to the bottom of today's agenda. And now I'm going to say, let's go ahead and quickly do those, and then we can give ourselves a lunch here. So board member reports. Anyone prepared to provide any report? And here, apologies, let me pull up my own calendar and be able to figure out what all went out in the last couple of weeks.
I'm happy to start while folks are getting ready, if that's
Thank you, board member. Yes.
So let's see, a couple things. On Monday, well, there's been an effort that the U.S. Water Alliance has been spearheading around looking at how to accelerate and scale up consolidations for small disadvantaged communities throughout the state. And there was a second convening on Monday. It was really focused on how to scale up and accelerate projects, particularly on the end of kind of technical assistance and project development capacity. So there was a lot. First of all, thank you to staff that did, just especially James, who did a really excellent job of presenting kind of what our process is and how many steps and how long things take. Just a sobering summary for me is that even not counting the board processing, like the DFA processing of all the different financial agreements and things that need to take place, but just looking at what implementers need to do to develop a project, that in practice, things are taking anywhere from 5 to 13 years to get consolidation projects done. And that is, I think, way too long for us to be able to meet the needs we have in this state. So this is just a really, I think, fruitful and important group and sort of effort to look at how we can accelerate that. There's a lot that I know we're doing around what we can accelerate internally in our processing, but fundamentally it's folks on the ground that are actually having to develop and implement these projects. We're just the funder through, at least for the project development. We also have different implementation tools through things like mandatory consolidation and enforcement that I know we're bringing to bear, but I am really excited about where that effort can help us go, and especially feeling urgent given that we're just getting 1.3 billion in infrastructure funding. We have this really what feels to me like once in a generation opportunity of infrastructure injection that we're going to need to encumber in a very short amount of time. And if we can't accelerate projects, we're not going to be able to live up to and sort of do justice to the opportunity we have to really solve the drinking water crisis in the state. So I'm really excited and appreciate staff's effort on that, and just appreciate the incredible engagement and facilitation that's been going on. Other things are, I was able to present or talk to the Southern California Water Coalition board in the end of last month, and they're just launching a water equity, access, and affordability task force, which was exciting to hear about. And I think I'm excited to hear more about all of the work that's undertaking throughout the Southern California area, and sort of the water agency leadership around that. I already mentioned there's a Delta Brown Bag series on environmental justice in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta that's I'm going to be able to participate in, but there's a whole series around that I'm looking forward to. And lastly, I this weekend did a trip, a little vacation. Just echoing Sean, I don't tell stories as well as you do, but I'll just say I drove past Lake Shasta, and I've seen photos of it, but seeing it is just so real, such a very real visual of the crisis that we're in. And a lot of times water is kind of hidden in terms of the drought crisis, and the actions we had to take yesterday, the very real impacts that has for folks' lives and livelihoods. But a lot of times it's hard to see the really visual representation of what that is, and it was really impactful. I think also goes to some of what I think our folks were discussing yesterday, which my kids were just I tell them we're in a drought, but to really see that I think really drives home the crisis that we're in. And they've been just, I think, understanding the realness of that in ways that I just don't think we've successfully fully communicated to kind of the general population and trickling down to folks that aren't doing this day in and day out. So again, not a great storyteller, but I did just want to emphasize it's something that continues to sit with me.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I appreciate that. I on my report here on the 22nd, Thursday, the 22nd, I was with the governor actually over at Lake Folsom for the signing of AB 148, which included our arrearage program, the $1 billion that I know our folks are working fast on already in trying to ensure that we are helping households that have water debt because of the economic downturn and the real impact that has throughout, especially small systems in the state. So I was glad to be there for that signing, but there, Lake Folsom, incredibly low. And we know, from our discussions that 800,000 acre feet or so didn't end up materializing in our reservoirs this year. And it's part of the management challenge that we have. But to see Folsom that low and to know that that 800,000 would be a full Folsom, that you're looking out at a reservoir and knowing that we're basically missing that in the entire system. It continues to be sobering. when it comes to really being able to demonstrate visually the challenges that we have. So I was glad to join for that and for the signing, and to be able to discuss. The FEMA director joined us later, along with Mark Yerladucci, our head of Cal OES, and Carla Namath, DWR, to discuss the challenges that we're facing right now in the state's response, and how we're continuing to prepare ourselves for a dry winter. So appreciated that opportunity. On July 28th, I'll just note I was at the UC Wildfire Symposium. I joined Jessica Morse and our partners at CAL FIRE and others to discuss the wildfire threat that we're facing, how different it is here, certainly with the urban wildland interface that these WUI fires that we're seeing, and the need to understand their impacts on drinking water systems. Knowing that benzene contamination was seen for one of the first times in Santa Rosa in the fires in 2017, and since then have seen at Paradise Fire or Paradise at the campfire, similar conditions where we have urban areas now burning. And what does that mean for both responding to threats now, but also development of our communities into the future? And again, the nexus between drinking water and wastewater service, their impact in wildfire will continue to be something that we need to continue to monitor and figure out how best the board fills in and is part of a comprehensive response in the state. And includes water quality impacts, obviously, on the landscape. These fires are really changing the hydrology and the water quality challenges, and can have real drinking water impacts as well. So great discussion. Fortunate to join a lot of great minds there, and more to be discussed for sure. That's all I have insofar as public items that I would bring up. Others?
Sure. Just a quick report. Let's see. I met with the Floodplain Forward Group on July 23rd and was able to tour some of their project sites that are geared towards reactivating the floodplain to produce food and safety for both fish and birds. And so it was great to get out of the office and tour some sites and see some of the work that's being done.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. Others?
Great. Yeah, so on July 22nd, I had an opportunity to present to the Aqua Water Management Committee. And so I had a good discussion. Obviously, a lot going on right now that Aqua is interested in, but certainly talked about the drought and the actions that we're taking there. And also upcoming actions. So just thinking about things like making conservation a way of life, for example, and implementing much of what we learned from the last drought that has taken, some years to put together, but still is very important to us moving forward. And I think this year has been a reminder of that and the urgency in taking those types of steps. So more work to do there, and as with many things, but it was a good discussion overall with that group. Good engagement. And then the only other thing I wanted to flag is next week, I'll be presenting at the CASA annual conference on a panel with Ellen Hannick with PPIC. And so the title, I don't know if it's changed yet, but the title at the time for our panel was Drought on the Horizon. And I think we can all acknowledge that it's not on the horizon any longer. But that will be, again, the focus of that discussion, I think next Thursday. So really looking forward to that engagement as well, and discussing with the wastewater agencies, the work that they can do in looking at recycled water and indirect direct potable reuse and how to accelerate those types of projects. Because I think, as Board Member Firestone mentioned, some of the funding that's coming will also support those types of investments, which are going to pay significant dividends over the long term as well. So anyway, good discussions all, and I'll provide a more detailed report on that after I present.
Thank you, board member.
Nothing here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Well, that concludes board member reports. Thank you, everyone. That was item number, I believe it was like 6 from yesterday. Okay, thank you. And we will go ahead and recess for lunch, and we will return here at 1 o'clock to begin on item number 9. So thanks, everyone. Have a good long lunch, and we will see you here shortly.
Hey, Margie, just wanted to stand by while you get the scroll up.
Michael, I can stop the live transcript until 1 o'clock.
Sure, you can. I think it should all be mute. Oh, Margie. Something went wrong. You should just drag it around and entertain us all.
I just wanted to, keep things lively.
Can we move the two?
Wait,
It's
we're
not
starting up at
2:20
1.
and not.
I know.
item
I was in the middle of fixing.
Got it.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
4. But we're good cooks.
Only the best food.
All right. Thanks, everybody. And since we had so many, I'm going to jump off for a couple other calls, but I'll be sure to be back by 12:45 since we may have a bunch of people rejoining at that point.
Okay. Margie, can you move the 1 o'clock? Before we begin, I have a gentleman on the platform. Actually, I have two people on the platform with the first name of Dave and the first name of Phil. Dave, I'm going to unmute you. Can you just let me know who you are?
My name is Dave Sorum.
Great. That's all I needed to know. I wanted to be able to put your correct last name on there.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
it's spelled with an EM.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Uh-huh. And Phil, I'm going to unmute you as well.
So that's Phil Stolarski, Caltrans.
Phil, I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Stolarski.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hope you've had a good lunch. We can now begin to gather back and proceed to item number 9. I have introduction and open statement here, so bear with me. The State Water Board will now hold a public hearing to receive public comments on the proposed reissuance of the statewide NPDES, which is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Construction Stormwater General Permit. Let me introduce our staff. From the Division of Water Quality, we have Phil Crater, Diana Messina, Amy Cronson, and Brandon Rosenboom. From the Office of Chief Counsel, we have Ryan Mallory Jones and Serena Liu. Now onto some procedural matters. This hearing on the proposed general permit reissuance is being held in accordance with the revised public notice dated June 9th, 2021, to receive oral comments pertaining to the proposed permit reissuance. The due date for submittal of written comments on the draft general permit as identified in the revised public notice is Friday, August 13th, 2021 at 12 noon. This hearing is being recorded. There will be no sworn testimony. If you intend to speak on this item, please follow the instructions on our website to obtain a password and log into the meeting. Please fill out a virtual blue speaker card and mark it with the words, or put in the words, type them in, construction stormwater general permit hearing. When you're called to speak, please unmute, slowly state your name, and identify the organization that you represent, if any. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments if necessary to allow all participants the opportunity to be heard. And on that note, I will just say there are about 40 commenters that we have currently in queue. We'll go ahead and keep things at about 5 minutes, but if you don't use all that time, that is fine as well. So we'll now proceed with the staff presentation by Amy Cronson and Brandon Rosenboom, followed by the public comments. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for the introduction, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon to the members of the board and participants joining us today. My name is Brandon Rosenboom, and I am a water resource control engineer here at the State Water Board and the lead staff for the Construction Stormwater Program. I'll be providing today's staff presentation on the proposed statewide construction stormwater general permit reissuance. And as a reminder to our participants, this public hearing is an opportunity for interested parties to verbally provide comments to the State Water Board. Staff will be providing a written response to comments at a later date and prior to the State Water Board's meeting to consider adoption of the permit reissuance. Throughout this presentation, I may refer to the proposed statewide construction stormwater general permit reissuance as the draft permit or proposed permit. And today I'll be highlighting significant changes in the draft as compared to the existing 2009 construction general permit and the preliminary draft that was released on November 30th, 2020. Next slide, please. To start, I'd like to provide a little bit of background information on the existing 2009 permit. The Federal Clean Water Act prohibits certain discharges of stormwater containing pollutants to waters of the United States unless in compliance with a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, permit. The State Water Board adopted the existing NPDES Construction Stormwater General Permit in 2009 to regulate stormwater discharges associated with construction activities disturbing 1 or more acres of land. The existing permit was amended in 2010 and 2012, but expired in September of 2014 and has been administratively extended until the effective date of a new construction stormwater general permit. The proposed permit must implement existing regulatory requirements adopted over the last decade that are not included in the 2009 permit. Throughout the past 11 plus years of implementing the existing permit, stormwater regulators and the regulated community have also learned what has and has not worked to properly protect stormwater quality. Therefore, the State Water Board staff are proposing a number of changes to the construction stormwater general permit based on existing regulatory requirements as well as lessons learned. Next slide, please. State Water Board staff recognize that quality permit reissuances are attributed to robust public outreach processes. Since 2019, staff have hosted 5 public workshops on the proposed construction stormwater general permit and over 25 focus meetings with interested parties. Staff continue to engage with industry professionals through various forums such as conferences, focus meetings, and the construction general permit training team. Staff will also be seeking feedback on the draft permit from interested Native American tribes. Next slide, please. This presentation will focus on major proposed changes in the draft permit compared to the existing permit. The major proposed changes that we will be covering in today's presentation include the draft permit reorganization, passive treatment technology use requirements, total maximum daily load implementation requirements, statewide water quality control plan implementation requirements, dewatering activity requirements, and demolition activity requirements. Next slide, please. Continuing on, we'll be discussing the criteria for the notice of non-applicability, revisions for the notice of termination process, the sufficiently sensitive test methods rule, monitoring and reporting revisions, and then the removal of the bioassessment monitoring provisions and rain event action plans. Next slide, please. So draft permit reorganization. Throughout the implementation of the existing permit, staff have heard that it is difficult to navigate requirements that apply to the specific discharger. Thus, staff moved forward with reorganizing the draft permit to hopefully present requirements in a logical order and consolidate repetitive requirements. Some attachments and appendices were also revised to improve accessibility, such as converting an Excel spreadsheet into a Word document. Next slide, please. Next, we'll be discussing new requirements for the use of passive treatment technologies. Next slide, please. Both the existing and draft permit contain numeric action levels for turbidity that higher risk dischargers must compare sampling results to. Thus, treatment chemicals that coagulate and flocculate, or in other words, settle out suspended solids, are often used to meet the numeric action levels. However, the 2009 permit only regulates the use of treatment chemicals within active treatment systems, which are enclosed mechanical systems with pumps, filters, and real-time controls that can be monitored prior to discharging their effluent. Passive treatment technologies differ from active treatment systems in that they are applied outside of enclosed mechanical systems. State Water Board staff is proposing to passive treatment technology requirements based on the requirements that are currently implemented in the US EPA's, North Carolina, and Washington State construction stormwater general permits, as well as input from industry professionals. Next slide, please. Let's see. The passive treatment technology requirements specifically regulate products or chemicals that are applied to water, such as sedimentation basins, detention ponds, or within concentrated runoff streams. The intent of the proposed passive treatment requirements is to prevent construction stormwater discharges from creating potentially toxic conditions in waterways by specifying which chemicals can be used, design and application methods, and monitoring and reporting requirements. The preliminary staff draft originally sought to impose requirements for passive treatment chemicals that were mixed into bonded fiber matrices, hydromulches, and spray tackifiers, all of which are applied to land. Based on feedback from interested parties on the preliminary staff draft, staff concluded that it was inappropriate to regulate land-applied passive treatment products in the same manner as water-applied products. Passive treatment chemicals can vary in active ingredients, dose amounts, application methods, and aquatic toxicities. They can take the form of liquids, powders, socks, and blocks, amongst others. Dischargers are required to be familiar with the chemical's characteristics by reviewing safety data sheets, toxicity information, and manufacturer instructions. Commonly used cationic treatment chemicals, such as positively charged polyacrylamides, or PAMs, can be toxic to aquatic life and can enter the environment through stormwater runoff, and therefore are prohibited in this draft permit. On the other hand, anionic and non-ionic polyacrylamides are generally less toxic, but still have to be dosed properly to avoid adverse effects in discharges. In the preliminary staff draft, we had proposed to involve qualified stormwater professionals in the calculations to properly dose and apply passive treatment products. But we heard from interested parties that this is too burdensome for dischargers who often hire knowledgeable contractors to follow manufacturer guidance when applying these passive treatment products. The State Water Board is currently contracting with the Office of Water Programs at Sacramento State to assess the toxicity of commonly used anionic and non-ionic treatment chemicals and to develop guidance on how to properly apply them. Staff hope that construction stormwater dischargers can safely use passive treatment products as cost-effective best management practices to address discharges of sediment and sediment-associated pollutants that may potentially be listed in total maximum daily loads. Next slide, please. This serves as a great transition into our next topic, the implementation of adopted total maximum daily loads. This proposed change is perhaps of greatest concern to all of our interested parties. Next slide, please. To provide a little bit of context, total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, are existing regulations that have been through separate public processes when adopted in regional water board water quality control plans to address impaired water bodies listed on the Clean Water Act 303D list. TMDLs are written and adopted by regional water board or the US EPA, or Environmental Protection Agency. A TMDL is the sum of allowable loads of a single pollutant within a receiving water from all contributing point sources, non-point sources, and background sources, factoring in a margin of safety as well. TMDLs are not self-implementing and must be implemented through requirements in permits or other board actions. The 2009 permit already includes a list of potentially applicable total maximum daily loads, though that list is outdated and does not include detailed implementation requirements. The draft permit intends to update that list with existing TMDLs applicable to construction stormwater dischargers and indicate more specific requirements for dischargers to comply with. TMDLs assign waste load allocations to point sources, which are the maximum pollutant load from each point source that can be discharged into a water body. Stormwater discharges associated with construction activities, as regulated by this construction stormwater general permit, are generally considered point sources and are therefore assigned waste load allocations. Next slide, please. There are 68 total maximum daily loads proposed for implementation through this general permit, which represent a variety of pollutant categories, including indicator bacteria, chloride and salts, the pesticide diazinon, nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus, sediment, temperature, metals, and other pollutants toxic to aquatic life. Many of these pollutants are associated with sediment, which is commonly discharged by construction projects as a result of their land disturbing activities. The draft permit defines responsible dischargers as permittees that discharge a TMDL listed pollutant to a TMDL listed receiving water. Responsible dischargers must comply with the applicable TMDL implementation requirements that are indicated in attachment H. Next slide, please. Due to the variety of pollutants and waste load allocations assigned to address them, staff developed multiple implementation strategies consistent with the assumptions and requirements of the total maximum daily loads. The intent was to streamline compliance by leveraging and modifying existing permit requirements in the 2009 permit where possible. Existing requirements such as the pollutant source assessments, source control best management practices, soil loss modeling, non-visible pollutant monitoring, and reporting are the basis of the TMDL implementation requirements. There are 4 categories of TMDL implementation requirements, which are shown here on the screen. The first being compliance with general permit requirements, where those are already sufficient to comply with the TMDL. While all 4 categories require compliance with the general permit requirements, this category of TMDL requires no additional actions. The second is complying with erosion and sediment controls as required by the permit, pairing that with soil loss modeling to demonstrate compliance with mass-based waste load allocations, which are typically assigned for sediment and sediments associated with, or pollutants associated with sediment. The third is compliance with TMDL related numeric action levels to comply with concentration-based waste load allocations specifically assigned in the receiving water. And the last is compliance with TMDL numeric effluent limitations to comply with concentration-based waste load allocations assigned to the point of discharge off the site. Both the TMDL numeric action levels and effluent limitations are proposed for assessment through the permit's non-visible pollutant monitoring requirements, which all dischargers are required to do when there is a breach, failure, or malfunction of a best management practice or spillage of materials that can be transported by stormwater and non-stormwater discharges. One of the bigger changes to the draft permit is that staff has redefined what it means to exceed a TMDL related numeric action level or effluent limitation. Instead of a single sample limit, we defined an exceedance as being 2 or more analytical results per pollutant per discharge location per reporting year over the value that is listed in table H2 of attachment H for the specific pollutant water body combination. This was based on similar implementation requirements that can be found in the industrial stormwater general permit. Next slide, please. For reference, the 68 total maximum daily loads assign a total of 204 waste load allocations to specific pollutant water body combinations. The pie chart depicts how these 204 waste load allocations are split into the various implementation requirements. 28 of the waste load allocations are proposed to be addressed via complying with the general permit requirements, 8 of which intend to address bacteria by emphasizing good housekeeping and sanitation best management practices. There is one unique implementation requirement for the Los Penasquitos Lagoon sediment TMDL, which requires that dischargers submit an estimate of their site's representative flow rate on an annual basis. 93 of the waste load allocations are proposed to be addressed by erosion and sediment controls paired with the soil loss modeling. 47 of the waste load allocations are proposed to be addressed by numeric action levels, and 36 of the waste load allocations are proposed to be addressed via numeric effluent limitations. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to describe our TMDL implementation approaches in a little bit of greater detail, starting with the 93 waste load allocations implemented through erosion and sediment controls and soil loss modeling. So many TMDLs establish mass-based waste load allocations to address sediment and pollutants associated with sediment. These waste load allocations are generally presented in units of mass per area per year, such as tons per square mile per year. The draft permit proposes to address mass-based waste load allocations through erosion and sediment controls, which are standard permit requirements, paired with soil loss modeling to demonstrate the compliance with mass-based waste allocations. The soil loss model, which we've included as Russell 2, takes into account site-specific factors, including the best management practices that are used on site to estimate how much sediment is being discharged from the site. Based on the assumptions of the model, dischargers may have to implement additional best management practices in order to achieve the modeled waste load allocation. For example, if the waste load allocation was 500 tons of sediment per square mile per year, but the discharger actually releases or discharges 600 tons per square mile per year, they would have to select a suite of erosion and sediment controls to bring their discharge to 500 or less tons per square mile per year. Next slide, please. The next TMDL implementation category is TMDL related numeric action levels, of which there are 47. Per informal feedback in 2020, staff reevaluated TMDLs with waste load allocations that were translated into TMDL related numeric effluent limitations, and found flexibility in 4 TMDLs to retranslate those numeric effluent limitations into numeric action levels. Waste load allocations were translated into TMDL related numeric action levels if established as concentration-based measurements in the receiving water instead of at the discharge point from the construction site. Exceeding a numeric action level is not a permit violation. However, failing to take corrective actions following an exceedance is. TMDL-related numeric action levels differ slightly from the standard pH and turbidity numeric action levels in how they are exceeded. First, the discharger would have to be a responsible discharger, or in other words, a source of the TMDL listed pollutant that drains to a TMDL listed water body or watershed. Second, they would have to sample the discharge for the specific pollutant, which is triggered by a best management practice or breach, malfunction, or spill. Third, they would have to report a sample result that's higher than the numeric action level. And then fourth, this must occur at least twice for the same discharge location for the same pollutant within a given reporting year. Additional corrective actions are required when those are triggered twice and or 2 more times for the same discharge location within a given reporting year. Next slide, please. Okay. And lastly, the draft permit proposes 36 numeric effluent limitations to address TMDLs with concentration-based waste allocations assigned at the point of discharge. All TMDL related numeric effluent limitations are either in the Los Angeles or San Diego regions. These TMDLs provide little to no discretion in how to translate the waste of allocation. To properly address interested parties' comments regarding the cost and difficulty to comply with the proposed numeric effluent limitations, it is critical that we reiterate what defines a TMDL-related numeric effluent limitation exceedance. The exceedance of the numeric effluent limitation occurs when 2 samples have a resulting pollutant levels over the limitation. This means that a site would need to meet several conditions to incur a violation of the permit. Similar to the numeric action levels, they have to be a responsible discharger. They have to sample for the discharge when triggered through the non-visible pollutant monitoring, which is a breach, malfunction, or spill related to BMPs or best management practices. They have to report that sample result higher than the numeric effluent limitation, and this must occur at least twice for the same discharge location within a given reporting year for the same pollutant. These steps must be exhausted prior to being a discharger being deemed in violation for exceeding a numeric effluent limitation. Staff strongly considered the feedback received from interested parties during focus stakeholder meetings regarding the ability to comply with TMDL-related numeric effluent limitations and the potential financial implications. This redefinition of an exceedance will provide an opportunity for dischargers to perform corrective actions at their site to hopefully prevent any additional sample results from triggering an exceedance, which is subject to minimum or mandatory minimum penalties. Next slide, please. Now we will move on to other proposed changes to the construction stormwater general permit. Next slide, please. So implementation of water quality control plan requirements. Since the construction stormwater general permit was last reissued and amended, the State Water Board has adopted state water quality control plans for oceanic waters, as well as inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries. The regulations, policies, and water quality standards established in these water quality control plans are implemented through other state water board actions and orders, such as the construction stormwater general permit. The ocean plan, updated in 2019, requires the implementation of monitoring requirements for discharges directly to ocean waters. The monitoring requirements of the draft permit are compliant with the model monitoring provisions in the ocean plan. Additionally, the ocean plan prohibits the discharge of stormwater associated with construction activities to areas of special biological significance, unless that discharger is granted an exception. The requirements for dischargers that are granted an exception are aligned with the ocean plan and can be found in a separate attachment. In 2015, the State Water Board amended the ocean plan and the State Water Quality Control Plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries to establish a state water quality objective for trash, a prohibition of trash discharges, and implementation requirements for stormwater discharges. The staff proposes to implement a prohibition of trash discharges, also known as zero trash, in the draft permit. If a discharger cannot comply with the total prohibition of trash, there are requirements to install a full capture system or its equivalent to prevent trash from entering receiving waters. Next slide, please. The draft permit defines and incorporates implementation requirements for construction site dewatering activities to expand on the US EPA's 2017 MPDS construction stormwater general permit. However, discharges subject to a separate MPDS permit, de minimis or low threat discharge permit for their dewatering activities are required to obtain coverage and comply with the requirements of that separate permit. The separate permits may be issued by the state or regional water boards, and the requirements in attachment J are for the projects with dewatering activities that are not already regulated through those separate permits. Dewatering discharges authorized by the proposed permit include mechanical pumping or siphoning of stormwater accumulated in excavation, trenches, foundations, vaults, groundwater removal specifically related to construction activities, and or water collected in surface impoundments. The discharger would be required to comply with specific dewatering discharges, such as a prohibition in contaminated groundwater areas. They would also have to comply with regional water board requests, monitoring, and best management practices. The preliminary staff draft had some languages that restricted what methods can be used to dewater without a justification as to why that there was that prohibition. So we sought to address this by focusing the requirements on protecting water quality rather than prescriptive design. Next slide, please. The proposed permit also proposes demolition activity requirements. The draft permit incorporates additional implementation requirements for demolition activities to reduce the runoff of legacy pollutants such as asbestos, lead paint, and PCBs or polychlorinated biphenyls. The basis of these requirements also originate from the US EPA construction general permit. Something to note here is that this applies to projects that require coverage under this general permit, so they have to disturb 1 or more acres of land. If the demolition is occurring on top of a slab, which is stable concrete, and the remainder of the project does not disturb 1 or more acres of land, then that project would not need to comply with the requirements of the construction stormwater general permit. Next slide, please. Proposed notice of non-applicability criteria. California Water Code section 13399.30 allows an entity to claim that they are not required to obtain coverage under an MPDS permit through a notice of non-applicability. The criteria for a discharger submitting a notice of non-applicability to the water boards is for the site to be hydrologically disconnected from waters of the United States. This may apply to some regions such as the Lancaster-Palmdale area. The discharger would electronically certify and submit through the Stormwater Multiple Application and Report Tracking System, otherwise known as SMARTS, a technical justification prepared by a California licensed professional engineer or geologist, demonstrating that the site does not discharge to waters of the United States. And they would also have to upload a document signed by the Regional Water Board Executive Officer or their delegate stating Water Board staff concurs with the discharge's determination that the site location does not discharge to waters of the United States. The technical justification was previously proposed to be performed solely by licensed professional geologists, but it's completely within the capabilities of a licensed civil engineer as well. So the language has been revised to reflect that based on feedback that we received. Next slide, please. Proposed notice of termination process revisions. A discharger must electronically certify and submit to the water boards a complete notice of termination and obtain approval from the regional water boards to end permit coverage. The draft permit includes the following revised requirements with the intent to expedite this regional water board approval and to reduce the financial burden on dischargers' continued compliance and annual fee payments while they're waiting for that approval. So the first being, we are asking the dischargers to be to provide, or I guess we're requiring the dischargers to provide additional project-specific information in the notice of termination, such as a detailed site map and photo documentation of their final stabilization efforts. The sort of trade-off here is that we're also including an automatic 30-day approval of the notice of termination by the water board, if not otherwise under review or addressed by the regional water board staff. So this is mostly the same as what was proposed in the preliminary staff draft. However, we revised the language so that a qualified stormwater pollution prevention plan practitioner, rather than a qualified stormwater pollution prevention plan developer, can perform the final inspections to be included with the notice of termination submittal. Next slide, please. This draft permit requires the use of sufficiently sensitive test methods to meet the requirements of the amended Clean Water Act and requires the discharger to ensure all laboratory analyses are sufficiently sensitive and conducted according to test procedures under Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 136, including the observation of holding times, detection limits, and other measures designed to ensure quality assurance and quality control. That said, these requirements apply to samples that the discharger collects and sends them to a laboratory for analysis. For the most part, construction stormwater dischargers perform field sampling for pH and turbidity, where properly calibrated instruments used in the field sampling will comply with the sufficiently sensitive test methods rule. An example of where this rule may impact dischargers is through non-visible pollutant monitoring, especially when coupled with the applicable total maximum daily load implementation requirements. Next slide, please. As with any permit reissuance, staff proposes to revise its existing permit monitoring and reporting requirements to hopefully improve compliance. The qualified stormwater qualified stormwater pollution prevention plan developer, referred to as a QSD, and the qualified stormwater pollution prevention plan practitioner, referred to as a QSP, have increased requirements to visit the construction site in the proposed permit, as well as to conduct visual inspections and assess site conditions. The QSD and QSP are required to do on-site visual inspections at periodic intervals to observe potential changes to the construction site that may impact the implementation of stormwater control measures. The QSD will be required to inspect at the beginning of the project, when the QSD is replaced, twice annually, and within 14 days of a numeric action level exceedance. The QSP will be required to visit the site monthly prior to precipitation events, within 14 days of a numeric action level exceedance, and prior to the submittal of a notice of termination. In the preliminary staff draft, the discharger was required to collect stormwater samples during precipitation events that result in discharge, any discharge. After receiving feedback from interested parties, we determined that any discharge was an impractical compliance trigger. Staff have now defined a qualifying precipitation event as those that produce half an inch of precipitation within a 24-hour period and become extended qualifying precipitation events for subsequent days of a core. This gives dischargers and enforcement staff something measurable to base their monitoring and implementation efforts on. Staff determined that half an inch was an appropriate amount based on studies that concluded precipitation events tend to become more erosive after 4/10 of an inch of precipitation fall within a 24-hour period. Extended events are now defined at a 1/4 inch per 24-hour period, so that discharges with light precipitation, so less than a 1/4 inch, which generally doesn't produce discharge, do not have to continue complying with the inspection and sampling requirements. In the 2009 construction stormwater general permit, there was no duration associated with the amount of precipitation that triggered monitoring requirements. Staff believe that this redefinition will make it clearer for dischargers to know when to monitor and will focus resources during precipitation events that tend to be more erosive and thus a greater threat to stormwater and water quality. Additionally, staff heard that single sample limits for the pH and turbidity numeric action levels would be challenging for dischargers to comply with, and thus we're maintaining numeric action levels as daily averages similar to the 2009 permit. And the consideration there is that we believe that this will allow dischargers to perform real-time corrective actions to improve their discharge throughout the precipitation event before exceeding the numeric action level. Staff revised the language to reflect this. Next slide, please. Next, I'll cover some of the requirements that were removed from the draft permit. The existing permit contains bioassessment monitoring requirements intended to align with a proposed State Water Board biological integrity policy. However, that policy is still under development. So staff proposed to replace the current bioassessment monitoring requirements and allocate annual fees from high-risk construction projects to perform an internal bioassessment monitoring study. The study would be conducted through the Water Board's Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, also known as SWAMP, to determine if there are significant water quality, biological integrity, and watershed health impacts from large, high-risk construction projects. Water Board-led studies should improve the consistency and quality of data that is collected, as opposed to having dischargers independently conduct these studies, which is what occurs under the 2009 permit. The State Water Board could use the data from these studies to develop bioassessment and biological integrity requirements to implement specific water quality control plans or policies in a future permit reissuance. Staff are not proposing additional receiving water monitoring requirements to replace bioassessment monitoring requirements. The receiving water monitoring requirements for risk level 3 and linear underground or overhead projects type 3 sites should be largely the same as the 2009 permit, save for some clarifying revisions. Next slide, please. The existing permit also includes the rain event action, or the existing permit also included the rain event action plan requirement to provide dischargers an on-site inspection checklist for site preparation prior to a precipitation event. Staff determines that the goal of the rain event action plan should be action-based instead of checklist or reporting-based. The proposed permit replaces rain event action plans with increased involvement of the qualified stormwater pollution plan developer over the life of the project, increased pre-storm inspections and visual observations for the qualified stormwater pollution prevention plan practitioner and implementation of site-specific corrective actions. So essentially, the removal here is being replaced with more action-based requirements. Next slide, please. Alrighty, we're nearing the end. Anticipated next steps. The 75-day public comment period will end at noon next Friday, August 13th, 2021. As a reminder to our participants, please review the public notice available on the Construction Stormwater Program webpage for detailed instructions regarding comment submittals. After the public comment period closes, State Water Board staff will catalog and formally respond to the comments during the fall of this year. Staff will continue engaging with interested parties during the consideration of public comments and throughout the remainder of the permit development process. A date for the State Water Board consideration of adoption of the proposed permit has yet to be determined, but staff are anticipating sometime in late 2021 and potentially in early 2022. Next slide, please. The existing construction stormwater general permit will remain in effect until the effective date of a future adopted permit reissuance. A proposed effective date will be included in the final draft permit for the State Water Board to consider during the adoption hearing. The effective date will be based on the amount of time that staff will need to enhance our reporting system, SMARTS, develop informational tools such as a TMDL and receiving water risk map, and update the training program for qualified stormwater professionals. The board will also consider how much time that dischargers need in order to prepare for compliance with the new permit requirements. Next slide, please. Alrighty, that is the conclusion of the State Water Board staff presentation. I would like to thank the board members and participants in today's public hearing for enduring this detailed review of the changes that staff are proposing. We look forward to responding to your questions and comments in the remainder of the public hearing, as well as in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum, and all the incredible folks that I know, Amy as well here, that have been shepherding this project along. You guys have done incredible work. You know, I think too, the fact that this permit is well over a decade old now, and the amount of updating, you know, the changes that have happened in the regions, the development further of these programs that has happened and that need to be incorporated then into this permit. It affords what is needed to be a very detailed overview of everything, and just commendation from you all to you all on the work that you have done here, knowing that there's been a great many, we had an administrative draft, I think at one point, many open and public steps here that we've taken to build confidence that the board is getting it just right. But again, this is well over a decade old now and necessary of updating. So I just appreciate the good continued work. And I know we have a series, it looks like panels, I believe, of commenters. Before I go to them, any reflection or comments from or questions, importantly from fellow board members here before going to those commenters?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I can't see
board
it.
Member.
Other board members are.
Yes, thank you.
So just a quick question. And I know staff have heard me ask this a lot, so I apologize. Region 9, I've been the liaison for, and so I've heard a lot of the work that they're doing for large scale construction stormwater projects where they've been kind of piloting a remote monitoring system where they are able to access CCTV footage that's already there in order to reduce the demands on in-person inspections in those rain events. It seems very efficient and kind of, I mean, frankly, that doesn't seem like that advanced technology. Like CCTV has been around for a long time, and these large scale construction sites are often have them in place anyway for security reasons and others. So I just, this seems again like ways we could be, it's important to facilitate kind of efficient use of technology to reduce costs and improve efficiencies. So my understanding is that that is possible in this, but not required when there is large scale or already CCTV. And that's my understanding of what's in there now. But if you can just clarify if that's the case or how that's dealt with, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair Escobar, for your nice comments earlier, and for Board Member Firestone's question. Yes, I personally encourage the use of technology where possible to complete these tasks and to efficiently control pollution in our waters through stormwater. So not only do I encourage the use of the CCTV as they're doing in San Diego, I've seen that project, it's really great. But other ways that folks can be innovative. And to that point, the language in the permit is specifically open to allow for that, including the use of electronic storage of, say, their stormwater pollution prevention plan or any of their inspection forms and reporting. So yeah, I would like to encourage that use of technology wherever we can. And I've also seen folks using drones and helicopters and other things to do some inspections, especially on those long linear utility projects. So yes, we have left it open on purpose to encourage that.
Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thanks. I wasn't going to ask a question, but Board Member Firestone inspired me. So part of this and with any new permit, especially one like this where there's many new requirements, and admittedly some of these are discretionary and some are not, and you carefully have been thinking through that. But at the same time, for me as a board member, one thing I really want to understand is the cost implications of something like this where we're taking such a significant leap forward. So just a high-level question to you, Amy or others, is how have you and how are you looking at the cost of compliance implications with this? I love the technology idea and leveraging that. Certainly that seems like it would have some savings, but more broadly, how are you looking at that aspect?
Sure, I'll answer that, Board Member McGuire. So we have looked at cost in a number of ways. We have reached out to stakeholders and interested parties, and they've been gracious enough to provide us with some cost data. And so we are analyzing that as it comes in and making considerations that those regulated entities, as well as other interested parties, are bringing forward to us. Of course, we can't as staff know the cost implications of every tiny thing we put in the permit, and that's where we rely on this great working relationship we have with stakeholders and interested parties. Some of the cost savings that we've tried to implement include the removal of the rain event action plan, which could be a costly preparation of a paper document that's not really used, as well as the bioassessment monitoring requirements can be a very costly thing that needs to be contracted out to a biologist, really, or a university or something like that. Additionally, we have taken a look at the monitoring requirements for TMDL related pollutants and numeric effluent limitation pollutants specifically, and reduced that burden by translating that exceedance to be 2 measurements over the limit to qualify as an exceedance. And so that limit is still there to protect water quality, but there's some leeway there for the dischargers to take iterative actions or corrective actions to control that discharge without incurring a mandatory minimum penalty. Otherwise, we would like to leverage the use of standard best management practice. What am I trying to say here? Guidelines and things like Caltrans has a best management practice handbook. And we want to leverage all of those existing resources. And again, we're doing that with the help of our partners at the California Stormwater Quality Association and in all of the various stakeholder groups. And then just being open to some of those other ideas for cost savings.
Well, that's
So, Board Member McGuire, I do want to, clarify that the biggest cost driver likely in this permit is TMDL requirements. The permit actually goes through a number of steps before imposing costly treatment. The concern is that that if they're exceeding a TMDL requirement, they're going to have to capture that water and treat it in some sort of a more traditional treatment train. And the way the permit is set up is first you have to determine that there's a source on that site of that pollutant. Then you have to have a failure of your BMP, and then you have to monitor, determine if you're exceeding it twice. And so the concept is that we really only want folks to be putting in expensive treatment for sites where this is a real problem and not where it is a minor or non-existent problem. And I think that is a really cost-effective approach to addressing an impaired water body situation where there are a known source.
I appreciate that, and I know you've put a lot of thought into that and how the TMDLs would work as you've envisioned it. It's just something I'm looking forward to hearing the comments today from stakeholders to hear some more insight as to how they're reading this and what they think the impacts might be. But definitely appreciate that there's many steps involved in the process before you get to necessarily a treatment solution. So thank you.
And thank you, board member. And just to note as well that there are existing requirements, obviously, when it comes to the TMDLs that are passed down by the regional water quality control boards that are in effect now. And important to remember that although this is certainly touching those, and here we're hearing about flexibility that we're even trying to better afford the 2 testing that we have in this part of our order, separating those 2, and or not even just necessarily separating them, but understanding that we're not coming to all of this as a new proposal, and this is an update of an existing permit and existing requirements at the regional board level, especially when it comes to these numeric effluent limits. We'll probably hear a lot more about this and its relationship to cost, so good preview, and I appreciate it. Other comments or thoughts from fellow board colleagues?
I just have one follow-up question on that discussion. I know that former board member Dudok and Vice Chair Diadamo have been part of leading some efforts around looking at cost of compliance within stormwater context. I actually don't know that much about that, and I don't want to ask for a total primer right now, but if you can just touch on a little bit what that is, because I think that is, a theme in this context, that would be helpful.
So that has a potential connection to this, but it's primarily focused on the municipal permit and on the industrial permit as existing areas where we have a need to look at the cost of compliance documented. So I touch on it real quick. The first area, it has to do with under the MPDS requirements for municipal permits, they must submit the cost of their complying with the municipal stormwater permit, but there's no guidance on what costs are acceptable, how they should be submitted, what is the right way to document that. So the first effort is on getting a consistent documentation of those, of what is required. The second part of that study is looking at that information and how best to use that in crafting permit requirements. So that's one piece. Second piece is looking at the associated with metals in receiving waters. Metals in receiving waters are or based on toxicity. And those standards were developed as part of a laboratory study. The actual receiving waters tend to be less toxic than the lab water because of interfering compounds that make the metals non-bioavailable. So it is developing guidance on how to do those, what's called the bioequiligin model, to assess the toxicity. And so that might have a tangential impact on this permit for those sites that have metals requirements under the TMDL. And then the third has to do with the maximum contaminant levels, secondary maximum contaminant levels for taste and odor, which are prohibited from being recharged under the industrial permit as an alternate form of compliance, and looking at the appropriateness of that. We've heard that would refining that and making it less stringent might reduce the cost, but it would definitely increase the ability of folks to recharge groundwater from industrial sites. So those are the three projects under cost of compliance for stormwater. There's not a specific one for construction, except potentially the metals I talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop, and thank you, board members for the good discussion. Not seeing any further desire to chime in, we can go ahead and start going to our commenters. And again, I believe these are somewhat set up as panels. And so I believe here we have our first panel, Karen Cohen, Caddy Whiteside, Sandy Matthews, and Dave Messier. Hello, Ms. Cohen.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Esquivel. My name is Karen Cowan. I am the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association, otherwise known as CASQA. And we do have a panel for you today. We're going to try to keep it as concise as possible. So I'm going to start off with just highlighting some positive changes that we want to acknowledge in the permit. And then we have some other folks from our construction subcommittee who will be providing some more detailed, specific comments. And I know sometimes people wear different hats. So the folks who will be speaking after me today will be wearing their CASQA hat and be speaking on behalf of us as an organization. So to start, I do want to say first and foremost, thank you to Brandon and to Amy, State Water Board staff, who have been extraordinarily helpful in talking with us, not just through this permitting process, but always. And we really do appreciate that. All right, so our positive changes we want to highlight. I believe you actually heard Brandon go over these, but I do want to note them. The first is the passive treatment technology, allowing that to occur. A challenge that permittees faced in the 2009 CGP was a turbidity-focused sediment standard without having a turbidity-focused sediment control BMP. So the passive treatment technology will allow folks to really have a tool to target the fine sediment. So that is greatly appreciated. The second is the removal of the rain event action plan, otherwise known as the REAP. As Brandon went over, that the intent of the REAP was really achieved through existing and routine and rain event inspections. So taking that administrative step out is really helpful and appreciated. The third is the notice of termination approval timeline. Folks really want to highlight that they're happy to have a process in place to keep those notice of terminations, the NOTs, moving forward. We do want to note, though, that even though there's a process in place, if the regional water board and state water board accepts the project for review, it may be the same outcome. It's just another checkbox in the process. So what we would like to continue having some conversation on, and we'll provide some more detail in a written comment, is sort of making that process a little more robust. So that way it's not the same outcome with just another box sort of that get checks that it's accepted for review. One high level overarching comment, anyone who's ever read a permit, written a permit, implemented a permit knows that the more you read it and look at it, the more things you can tend to find. Our folks have found some inconsistencies or things that it lacks clarity where it might be the same requirement just in different sections of the permit. So there's been a lot of questions bubbling up of what does it mean under this provision versus that provision. So we do want to ask State Water Board staff to do a sort of a thorough review, almost like a cross check of those provisions to evaluate and look for those where there might be inconsistencies or maybe some additional clarity would really help sort of which provision trumps and which scenario. Where we find them, of course, we'll put them in our written comment letters, but at a high level, we think it's important to sort of look at the permit as a whole. All right, I think those are my introductory comments, and I am now going to turn it over to Katie Whiteside, who is one of our co-chairs of the construction subcommittee.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present our oral comments today. And so first up is total maximum daily load requirements. The requirements in the TMDL sections and the draft language regarding the NELs and NALs are unclear. The concern is the current BMP technologies that are available may not be adequate to provide the treatment levels required to meet the NELs and NALs without having exceedances. This will lead to potential confusion by the dischargers and potentially impact compliance. One of the things that we do value is having the opportunity to adjust the BMPs as conditions change and to address NEL and NAL concerns. That is really key for us to be able to have that opportunity. So I was glad to hear that was brought up earlier. And then also, we would like for the State Board to demonstrate what available technologies may be utilized to meet the NELs, NALs, and waste load allocations. Going on to sampling requirements for TMDLs. When sampling for the TMDL constituents, knowing when to sample is a key issue that will, and this will also drive the potential cost impact. I believe earlier we did hear from Brandon that the intent is not to sample during every discharge. However, the text is not completely clear, and we have heard from multiple interpretations from other parties that there is confusion on this. So please, it would be of great value to make sure that the language in the permit is clarified, tying sampling for TMDLs to the non-visible pollutant monitoring requirements is critical. Again, in the past workshops, that was what our understanding was, and what we heard today confirms that. Going on to Russell 2. Russell 2 has been a welcome option for closing projects out. It is a useful tool when applied appropriately. However, when it's used during construction on a much broader scale, it may present some issues, and the draft CGP lacks clarity on what happens in that case. There is the need to provide guidance on how to utilize Russell 2, and CASCA recognizes this and is working towards the preparation of a Russell 2 guidance in collaboration with the State Board staff. However, we are asking that the State Board staff to develop to support the development of a publicly available Russell 2 model to achieve consistency in the use and to be made available for usage by dischargers as needed. This will help provide consistency in how Russell 2 is utilized and the results that are achieved by usage of the Russell 2 model. And from that, I will pass it on to Dave Mercier.
Thank you, Katie. So first topic here is in regard to the grandfathering period, and specifically a lack of in the draft permit. That's a change from the 2009 CGP. In 2009, active projects were brought into the new permit as risk level 1 or type 1 projects, so they were not immediately burdened by the new requirements. And a grandfathering period would be appropriate for this transition, given the significant changes that may accompany implementation of TMDL requirements. Both active projects and public projects with approved environmental documents may face budget issues without grandfathering. Active projects have begun with a set budget in mind, and implementing requirements of the 2021 draft will likely result in cost overruns. On the same side, planned projects with approved environmental documents may already have budgets approved, and going back to ask for more money from the funding sources may result in project delays or outright cancellation as the overall pool of money starts to shrink. So we request the state board continue coordination with stakeholders and include a reasonable grandfathering period in the final draft. The next item is monitoring and reporting requirements. And the key issue here is in regard to sampling. The CASCA review team identified this as a significant change from the 2009 permit, as the 2021 draft language moves away from the representative sampling approach. The 2009 permit is clear with its language that discharge sampling is meant to provide findings from representative discharge from the site. And the 2021 draft is being interpreted as moving away from that standard by laying out specific requirements for the number and timing of samples from discharge points and triggers based on specific discharge points rather than the entire facility. In addition, as Karen noted, the review team has also noted inconsistencies in how sampling requirements are described when they show up in different sections, and coordinating those would be appreciated. So ultimately, we request the 2021 draft language be adjusted to maintain the representative approach included in the 2009 CGP. Also within this area would be the qualifying precipitation event. Brandon noted this, and this is a welcome addition. The additional detail provided should help dischargers make better investments in regard to the resources they spend to inspect and sample. Next to discuss is the risk determination, and specifically the length slope, LS, and soil erodibility K factors. Currently, LS and K factors can be determined using a GIS approach with numbers provided by the state board or a site-specific method, and QSDs make these determinations when developing a SWIP. It's important to note that these factors are independent of each other, LS having to do with surface characteristics, combining flow length and slope, and K having to do with soil characteristics. Now, not all projects will require both a site-specific LS or K factor. As qualified practitioners and developers, we determine when the need for this arises based on our experience. We have an idea when we look at the GIS numbers that are returned, whether or not it matches what we're seeing on the ground. However, the draft permit now requires that if a site-specific LS factor is manually calculated, then the K factor must also be obtained in a similar manner. And this is an unnecessary link that will cost both money and time while not demonstrably protecting water quality. Furthermore, the proposed requirement states that a professional engineer, professional geologist, or geotechnical engineer needs to provide this information due to the methods that are required or detailed in the permit. And both of the methods, as they're described in the permit, require a more detailed approach than is necessary. And again, without increasing really the protection of surface waters. And so the request here is that the 2021 draft language be modified to first allow a QSD the ability to continue determining K and LS when a site-specific approach is preferred. And second, that the option to perform only LS or only K factor site-specific calculations be allowed, and remove the requirement to do both. With that, I'll pass it to Sandy Matthews.
Good afternoon, Chair Escoval and board members. My name is Sandy Matthews, and I'm here in my capacity today as a member of the CASCA Construction Subcommittee. And I'm batting cleanup for CASCA today, and I want to just let you know that we're not going to address the statewide plan amendments or the demolition activity requirements in our oral comments. We'll include those in our written comments. So I wanted to really focus on an aspect of the permit dealing with regulated activities. And this, we believe, is one of those examples where some minor changes in the language of the permit is going to have some significant implementation and cost impacts. The proposed language of the permit in section, it's 2B, where we discuss regulated activities, includes an exception to the routine maintenance. Routine maintenance activities are not subject to the construction permit. And it includes an exception to this, requiring that road maintenance projects that expose the underlying soil or underlying pervious subgrade are no longer considered routine maintenance, and they would be subject to the construction general permit. We don't have any issue with the exposure of the soil. I think most practitioners have been using that as the common interpretation based on old EPA guidelines and guidance. Our main concern is with the pervious subgrade language. There's no part of a traditional road that is pervious. Even the underlying subsoil has been heavily compacted, making it impervious, and that's compacted to support the road structure. So we believe this introduces a potentially confusing aspect and some potential unintended consequences. With the rise in popularity of green and requirements for green infrastructure and low impact development, we've been using a lot more pervious pavements, pervious asphalt, and pervious concrete. The entire structure of a pervious road system is pervious. So that pervious subgrade language potentially would be interpreted to require any maintenance of a pervious pavement system as not being subject to the CGP. An additional concern we have with this language is it doesn't limit this exception to paved roads. So maintenance of unpaved roads, fire roads, gravel roads would by their nature expose soil and potentially would pull all maintenance activities associated with paved roads in our open spaces in our parks as requiring the coverage under the construction permit. So we're requesting that this pervious subgrade language be removed and that the exception be limited to asphalt and concrete roads. I want to transition from the road maintenance exception to the inclusion in the fact sheet of a statement that fire prevention activities such as cutting new fire breaks are now subject to the construction general permit. We're very concerned about this language as it applies to both the creation of preventative fire breaks and potentially its application to fire breaks that are cut during emergency operations. I think there's some significant mismatches between the objectives of the construction permit, especially as regards to erosion control and final stabilization, with the goals of creating fire breaks, which typically is to remove vegetation and leave a unvegetated area. So once a fire break is cut, if a project is subject to the construction general permit, and for the creation of a fire break, we're not sure how they would ever qualify for a notice of termination. We would recommend that the State Water Board work with its partners at the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and CAL FIRE to determine appropriate best management practices that can be created for and recommended practices for the creation of fire breaks to kind of consider water quality. And I see that I'm out of time, so I will conclude my remarks by saying we will have more detail on everything you heard today, plus additional comments in our written letter. And we really appreciate the opportunity and the partnership that we have had with the State Water Board and your staff on the reissuance of this permit.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good verbal comment here and look forward to your letters and continued engagement on this project. Much appreciated. Thank you. I don't have any question. I don't know if any board members do, looking to see and not. Okay, so thank you. We can move on to our next panel then. And believe we have then for the next panel, Julie Granberry, Alexa LaPlante, Alicia Brenner, and I think that rounds out that panel. Hello.
Great. Hi there. Hello, it's Chair Esquivel and the members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Julie Granberry, and I'm the Senior Manager for SCE's Construction Stormwater Program, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the California Utilities, and I'll be joined by some other folks as well. We really appreciate the opportunity to share our comments with you directly. And in general, we'd like to start by acknowledging the engagement and opportunities that your staff's provided in the development of this permit. So start off with that. You can go to the next one. The utilities listed on the slide have contributed to the presentation, as well as the detailed comment letter that we'll be submitting. But as a group, we serve the vast majority of California's population, providing electrical, gas, water, and telecom services, just to kind of give everyone a view there. Next one. We understand that there's limited time today for the oral comments, so we've kept this presentation brief and high level. I'll provide an overview of the type of construction projects utilities perform, followed by a summary of our concerns and several of the specific priority items, and I'll wrap up with next steps. Next slide. So for background, utilities follow the population, so requiring constant construction of new infrastructure, critical considerations like drought, wildfire, renewable energy mandates all drive the need for our construction projects. And these systems as well are over 100 years old in most cases and do require a lot of maintenance. And so we have a lot of work to do to keep the lights on, mobile phones ringing and water flowing. So you can kind of get a visual there of the type of projects that us as a group are doing across the state. Next slide. And before I discuss our main concerns, I would like to acknowledge that there's a lot of positives in the permit. So first and foremost, we really appreciate the continued focus on safety. Just construction in general is very dangerous, and the ability to kind of defer some of the requirements during unsafe events like high winds, unsafe access, flood risks, and lightning is really essential. And so we are glad to see that is still in the permit. We also appreciate the inclusion of passive treatment as allowable best management practice and the care that the staff has used in drafting this section. We'd like to acknowledge the reduction in QSP site visits, which is really helpful for both active and dormant project sites, as well as the inclusion of an area-wide permitting approach, which is great for our continued work that has very similar scopes of work repeating and can be grouped together. And then also the streamlining of some of the SMARTS approvals. So we can go to the next one. And so getting to kind of what the priority items are and the main concerns here is the increased stringency of the permit compared to the 2009 permit. There's a lot of examples where requirements are more challenging, from sampling to kind of the risk determination items that Casca just presented previously. We've not seen a demonstration that those 2009 permit was ineffective in protecting water quality, and just question kind of the increase in requirements seen in the draft. So we asked the State Water Board to consider the shift towards this higher complexity, which is driving some of those costs as well that Board Member McGuire was getting to. Another priority item is just this increase in administrative tasks. And some of those things can lead to immediate non-compliance or enforcement. And the utilities support the purpose of the permit to protect water quality, but we do have some concerns with kind of the complexity and a lot of the administrative items that have been added to the permit. So we'd like to kind of point out as well that there's a lot of items in here that don't have a clear process or timeline, but can hold up a project. So again, kind of that urgency to get these critical infrastructure utility projects done. So we can go to the next item, TMDLs. So the utilities acknowledge that inclusion of TMDLs in this permit was unavoidable. We appreciate the care that went into the development of this section. We've seen multiple iterations, and our remaining concern is kind of those sampling triggers. So as currently written, it can be interpreted multiple ways. It could trigger a range of expectations on the dischargers. So, we're going to submit some suggested language to make that more clear and hopefully align the understanding of what the requirement is. Next slide. And I think this next item is just to show, a map representing the utilities in Southern California and our current ongoing projects. So the red area is that TMDL overlay, and you can see all of our different utilities projects plotted on there, and that we will be heavily impacted by the TMDL requirements. And so that's why we're just really invested in kind of getting the clarity on the sampling requirements. Next slide. Northern California shows a different picture, but with most of the CGP related work occurring in more rural areas. But again, a high priority for the entire state. Next slide is going to show a download as well of kind of the current projects across the state. We want to make sure it's clear that these TMDL requirements are not just impacting the utility projects, but there's lots of different sectors that are being impacted by the TMDL requirements. And again, why there's such an importance on getting that clear permit language. So next slide. Our second key concern here is the lack of clarity and consistency in the requirements for the routine pH and turbidity sampling. So they're noted in kind of multiple different locations in the draft order and attachments. And we think streamlining that to one location that's very clear would be helpful. You know, and kind of the main sampling items again are these increased number of samples that are required. Not having the option for representative sampling, which is really important for these long linear projects. And then something that changed with the pH sampling that now is triggered for everything, not just when concrete's being used. So we'll again include that in our detailed letter and maybe provide some red lines for the language that would help clarify. Okay, next concern item that we have is the use of Russell 2. So I think if you go to the next slide, we are echoing, I think, some of the similar sentiments of the Casco group that just presented, that the utilities support the use of having Russell 2, but it would be good to have a consistent statewide available tool, build in some of the unknowns and variability. It is just an estimating tool. If we are to use it kind of across multiple phases of construction, it's not going to be very accurate when you have a large graded open site and you're not going to achieve kind of those requirements that are triggered with the TMDL requirements. Let's see, so next slide is area-wide permitting, and I'm going to hand it over to Alexa. Hopefully no technical difficulties here, and she's going to speak to that.
Thank you, Julie. My name is Alexa LaPlante. I am the Water Quality Team Supervisor at PG&E. I'm presenting the slide on behalf of PG&E while Carmen Fulis is out on vacation. So area-wide permitting. The utilities requested the ability to utilize area-wide permitting for a group of projects with similar scope and construction activities. For example, PG&E right now is implementing a program to make our electric facilities more fire resistant throughout the service territory. Being able to cover this group of projects into an area-wide permit, regardless of the project type, allows the utility to permit this work in the most efficient manner. Without area-wide permitting, the utilities would be spending unnecessary money and time preparing SWIPs that are nearly identical in content except for address, BMPs, risk type, and contact. So we appreciate that that's been incorporated into the draft. We are, however, providing comments that as proposed, it does not provide the flexibility needed to increased risk type due to schedule extensions, nor for streamlining of SWIP preparation for groups of projects with similar scope and construction activities. So we request that the area-wide permitting option be updated to include LUPs type 2 and 3, and that dischargers are able to submit one general umbrella SWIP along with the area-wide NOI, while then submitting a document that includes site-specific information along with each proposed linear construction activity notification. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thanks, Alexa. Let me move on to our next key concern, which is the post-construction water balance. The utilities request that the permit be reviewed for consistency and stating that the post-construction requirements for linear projects. The 2009 permit recognized the unique nature of these linear projects and provided the exemption for that. We don't see it in the 2021 order or attachment A. So again, we'll provide some red lines so that it's clear that utilities exemption is still in place for the post-construction. And then if we go to key concern number 6, again with the QSD, QSP training, the current permit has a fairly clear requirements for QSD, QSPs, and it's been honed in over the past 12 years. And so what we want to note here is that the 2021 draft makes significant changes to those requirements, including changes to inspection requirements, BMP repair oversight, increasing the knowledge base required. And so for example, in 2009, the permit noted that the QSP must ensure BMPs are started within 72 hours, whereas the 2021 says repairs must be completed. So it's a small nuance, but it creates some larger problems in terms of the feasibility of getting those corrective actions taken care of. So anyway, and the other thing is that for the QSD and QSP requirements and the training, with all the training that needs to take place, we're proposing that the permit effective date is set to July 1st, at least a full year after the updated training becomes available. So since we haven't seen that training or it's not available yet, make sure the effective date aligns properly. And then I think the next concern here for risk determination, our key concern number 7, this was covered by Casca in great detail. So I think we'll just echo those items about the widely available web-based tool that we can use to do these, and we don't need to add complexity or additional certifications in order to get those risk determinations done. So I'll go to the next slide and close with the utilities are very open to working with state board staff as we have over the past several years. We'll provide detailed language in our comment letter, and again, open to meeting to discuss these concerns at any time. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Just really appreciate the well-honed comments here. Many of them make sense to me. So look forward to your more thorough comments and review here, and appreciate the just honest engagement around the work. So thank you. Any questions from fellow board colleagues for the panel? Okay, hearing none. And Vice Chair, just so you know, you're unmuted currently. Then we can transfer over to what I think is our next panel, which is with Susan Paulson, Andrew Sador, and Keith Garner.
All right, are we here?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Nice to see
you
all
again.
of you again. Yes. We do have slides. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and again to do this remotely. My name is Dr. Susan Paulson. I'm with Exponent, and I'm here today representing the California Building Industry Association, the Building Industry Association of Southern California, the Building Industry Legal Defense Foundation, and the Construction Industry Coalition on Water Quality. Combined, these organizations and their member companies and workforce build a significant portion of the new housing, private property development, and public works in California. And so the CGP has a direct and significant impact on the membership of these organizations. So as such, we have devoted a substantial amount of time and resources to reviewing the draft permit and to providing hopefully constructive and workable suggestions for improvements to the permit. Next slide, please. And just to outline our presentation today, there are 3 of us, and I will start with our key technical comments, which will focus on the permit requirements for numeric effluent limits, which I'll probably call NELs, and numeric action levels, NALs, together with the receiving water language and permit requirements for non-visible pollutants. And I'll also discuss the requirements for laboratory detection limits. And then after me, Mr. Andrew Sador of Michael Baker International will discuss some cost implications of the permit, and Keith Garner of Shepherd Mullen will discuss some legal concerns. And then, of course, we will submit written comments that provide more detail than we can cover right now, as well as suggestions to address these concerns too. And if we could, in the interest of time, skip one slide and then move to slide 4, please. As others have already noted, we spent quite a bit of time trying to interpret the permit language and believe that it can be interpreted in a few different ways. So we very much appreciate the clarity that board staff provided during the presentation this morning. And we attempted to capture what we think the state board's intent is in this flow chart. So we'll include this in the comments. This chart lays out the process that we understand to be applicable if non-visible pollutant monitoring is required. And in brief, a discharger would determine if they're in a TMDL watershed, if that TMDL requires non-visible pollutant monitoring, and then if the source assessment identifies the non-visible pollutants associated with that TMDL. The discharger would then assess whether there's a failure of BMPs and whether that failure was remedied. And then finally, whether sampling detected a TMDL constituent. So again, we'll submit this with our comments. And then on the next slide, Thank you. I just wanted to sort of set the stage. There are 4 general ways to regulate stormwater discharges, and so I wanted to introduce these terms, which I think we all know. Under the Clean Water Act, stormwater has traditionally been implemented using a best management practice or BMP approach. And an iterative BMP approach can be paired with numeric action levels, which can be used to trigger BMP improvements or upgrades. And then there are numeric effluent limits, or NELs, and there are 2 kinds of those under the Clean Water Act. T-BELs are technology-based effluent limits, which are based on the ability of a treatment technology to remove pollutants. So an example of that would be T-BELs for, excuse me, pollutants like total suspended solids or biological oxygen demand in wastewater treatment effluent, or limitations like the ones that are for turbidity that apply under the 2009 CGP permit for discharges from construction sites that are treated with active treatment systems, which I'll call ATS. And then finally, there are water quality-based effluent limitations, which are computed typically considering effluent flows, concentrations, and variability, along with receiving water flows and concentrations. And dilution can also be considered in the development of WQPELs. So in general, as shown on the right-hand side, the amount of data and information that you need to calculate NELs is greater than the amount of data and information needed to implement BMPs or action levels. And then really briefly, the next slide is intended to provide some further framework for the comments. So the 2009 CGP incorporated an iterative approach and included NALs for turbidity and T-BELs for discharges from advanced treatment systems when those are operating within their design conditions. The 2021 draft CGP includes the same features, but adds NALs and NELs that are derived from TMDLs. And the technical comments that I'm going to provide will focus largely on those. They're in a little box. So the TMDL derived NALs and NELs. And then I'll touch on related items like receiving water limitations and the non-visible pollutant requirements. In the next slide, this just lays out that when the Clean Water Act was adopted, EPA and the states made a very significant investment in the development of water quality standards. EPA also invested in data collection and the development of a methodology, meaning calculation procedures, to compute permit limits. And both water quality standards and the methodology and data to compute permit limits were developed for what I'll call traditional point sources like wastewater treatment plants or industrial process water discharges. So EPA's work is summarized in the 1991 technical support document and the 2010 EPA permit writers manual. There's screenshots of the covers of those on the right side. And then those procedures were also adopted with only minor changes by the state to implement the California Toxics Rule, or CTR, and that's on the right too. And then these procedures describe the development of permit limits in a process shown in the flowchart on the left side. And that process involves identifying water quality standards, gathering data to characterize effluent receiving water quality, evaluating reasonable potential, which means whether a discharge has the potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance of water quality standards, and then finally calculating effluent limits. The next slide shows that EPA's procedures for calculating effluent limits apply to compute effluent limits, both considering water quality standards and waste load allocations that are derived from TMDLs. Again, the procedures were developed for traditional point sources, and in general, those traditional point sources have flow rates and concentrations that are much less variable than stormwater discharges. And the procedures that EPA developed utilized assumptions that aren't typically applicable to stormwater discharges, such as assuming critical low flow conditions in the receiving water, which doesn't hold during wet weather events, and making statistical assumptions about the effluent. And those assumptions also don't typically hold for stormwater. So in the case that those assumptions don't hold, EPA identified alternative methods that can be used to translate standards or waste load allocations into permit limits. that still use the information on the effluent and receiving water, such as that depicted in the figure on the right, which is from the 1991 TSD. So it's information on flow rates and constituent concentrations as a function of time. And those methods are complex and data intensive, and they're site specific, so they're rarely applied. So the next slide, please. Why is this important? It's important because stormwater is highly variable and it's intermittent. The variability of stormwater is caused by a wide range of factors, including many factors that are outside of a discharger's control, such as rainfall intensity, watershed characteristics, antecedent conditions, landscape changes, even atmospheric deposition. And as shown in the next slide, construction sites are unique. The variability in stormwater runoff from construction sites is even greater than the variability of stormwater from other types of land uses. And that's because construction sites by their nature are temporary, they're transient, they're dynamic, and the site configurations and the amount of land that's open on a construction site changes as a function of time. So the BMPs and the treatment control options that are applicable to a site also change as the underlying land use changes. And then finally, many land use types like industrial facilities are relatively static compared to construction sites. So because construction sites change over the life of a project, it's not possible to refine BMPs at a site over long periods of time, like you would with other land use types. And the implementation and performance of those BMPs and treatment measures is site specific. On the next slide, we show that rather than following EPA guidance regarding computing NELs from waste load allocations, the draft CGP sets NELs and NALs that are equal to the waste load allocation of a TMDL. So there wasn't a translation process. So it was a little bit more like a cut and paste. And that process of establishing effluent limitations doesn't employ a methodology. It doesn't consider effluent characteristics. It doesn't consider receiving water concentrations or flows. And it doesn't consider the important attributes of water quality standards. So the frequency, magnitude, and duration characteristics inherent to those standards. On the next slide, the Blue Ribbon panel a while back looked at this and evaluated whether it was feasible to develop numeric limits for stormwater discharges from construction sites. And the panel concluded that NELs were feasible only for sediment and only for sites that applied ATS. They concluded that effluent quality from BMPs was too variable to allow NELs to be established. And really importantly, they didn't evaluate constituents such as PCBs or metals or PAHs or many of the others for which NELs and NALs are established in attachment H. And they didn't look at the ability of BMPs or ATS systems to treat those constituents. So on the next slide, this summarizes our research on the ability of those technologies to achieve the NELs and the NALs in the draft permit. So stepping through this, on the right upper right box, we know that ATS systems can consistently generate water with specific levels of sediment, usually measured as TSS or turbidity, when it's operated within the design conditions. So we gave ATS a green check mark. Some pollutants are associated with sediment. Those are shown in the box on the left. And removing sediment should also reduce concentrations of those pollutants. So we know that ATS systems are efficient at removing sediment, but we didn't identify any data that are out there to evaluate the ability of ATS systems to meet the NELs proposed in this permit. Some of the NELs in the draft permit are less than a part per trillion, and we just don't know if ATS can achieve those levels. Now for BMPs, we know that BMPs can and do improve water quality by removing sediment, but their capability is really site specific and it depends on factors like soil grain size. So BMPs are much better at removing coarse sediments like sand than at removing fine sediments like silts and clays. And that's important because a lot of pollutants are preferentially associated with the fines. So the Blue Ribbon panel noted that BMPs likely can't meet NELs for sediment given these factors. And so we gave BMPs here a yellow check mark, meaning they can probably improve water quality but their ability to meet the NELs and NALs is unknown. And then finally, attachment H includes NELs and NALs for dissolved constituents. And the BMPs and ATS systems that are used at construction sites are not designed to treat dissolved constituents, and they're not expected to be effective for this purpose. We don't have data on their ability to treat dissolved constituents, but we gave them a red check mark just based on what they can and cannot treat. The next slide summarizes some additional concerns with the NELs and NALs. Specifically, we're concerned that there's no incentive for detention and retention. So those technologies can reduce loads or flow volumes to receiving waters, but they don't necessarily change the concentration in the remaining water that leaves the site. We're concerned that the NELs and the NALs disincentivize green infrastructure and that they don't allow the consideration of natural or background sources, which is allowed in the IGP. And then finally, they don't incentivize the water quality control through regional or watershed-based solutions. And I'll just touch on this briefly, but the receiving water limitations are a concern too. So that's the requirements that a discharge shall not cause or contribute to an exceedance of water quality standards. So water quality standards apply in the receiving water, not to the effluent, and effluent samples by themselves can't be used to determine if a site has caused or contributed to an exceedance. So we have a methodology for assisting with that determination for a traditional point discharge, but we don't have that methodology for non-point source discharges or for stormwater. And finally, making that kind of a determination is very complex and it requires detailed information as shown schematically on the right. So even the travel time, the time it takes for water from a construction site way up in a watershed to reach the receiving water. On the next slide, we have similar concerns with the non-visible pollutant requirements, and I think the clarifications that are in that flow chart and permit language will really assist with this. Greater clarity, I think, is needed so that the permit language isn't misinterpreted to require every effluent sample to have a concentration below every water quality standard. And then the last thing that I'd like to touch on is in the next slide, and it has to do with, oh, I'm sorry, one more slide. I got off. Thank you. This last one has to do with the requirements for sufficiently sensitive test methods. So the concern here is that EPA approved methods do not necessarily have the ability to have detection limits that are lower than some of the attachment H, NELs, and NALs, and or they would require significant expense to achieve. So in the real world, matrix interferences and other considerations can affect the ability of available methods to achieve low detection limits. And although there are some labs that usually can get very low detection limits, it often requires the use of ultrasensitive test methods, which introduces significant cost. So thank you for your patience in all of that, and we'll provide additional detail in our written comments. At this point, I'll hand over to Andrew Sidor, who will provide some detail on the cost implications of the new permit requirements.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Susan. My name is Andrew Sidor. I'm with Michael Baker International, and I will be presenting on several estimated cost projections for implementation under the proposed permit. So these cost assumptions and costs provided in this analysis are a culmination of real-world implementation of the CGP over the past 10 years, current interpretations of the proposed permit and how they relate to the 2009 permit, cost averaging from erosion and sediment control vendors and contractors, and consultation with various types of permittees throughout the state. So this table here provides a high-level overview of estimated annual cost differences between the 2009 permit and the draft 2021 permit, and corresponding requirements that may drive some of these differences. One thing I'd like to note is that the differences listed in the last column apply to the specific line item and not percent increase in the overall project cost. So for example, in line item number 1 here, we expect to see 10 to 30% increase in SWIP development costs And this is mainly due to the addition of TMDL pollutant source assessments upfront, as well as the slight change in calculating project risk, as has been discussed with several of the other presenters today. To quickly move through some of the remaining items that we have on here, not to touch base on every single one, but looking at the QSD, QSP monitoring, we do recognize an effort to streamline and make the QSD, QSP monitoring more effective, especially for risk level 1 projects. You can see a 5 to 15% increase for risk level 1s. However, we do see a significant cost driver in the addition for the need for a QSP or a QSP delegate to oversee BMP installation and maintenance. So that's really driving the cost up. I know we've mentioned some of the cost savings with the reduction of inspection requirements, removal of REAP, but this one item right here really sticks out as potential cost driver for this cost increase. On the minimum BMP implementation, we don't forecast any change here. We may even experience a slight decrease, and this is mainly driven to the reduction in spacing requirements for linear sediment controls. This will see a better impact on projects that are flatter and in lower risk watersheds. The largest, by far the largest cost impact that we are seeing in our cost estimates here are TMDL implementation, and that's our reason for separating out in our bottom line here, non-TMDL watersheds versus TMDL watersheds. The cost drivers with the TMDL implementation are increased monitoring and reporting costs, erosion prediction modeling through Russell 2, which would potentially lead to significant increases in erosion and sediment control BMPs, the potential need for more active treatment system implementation or other forms of advanced treatment to meet NEO requirements. So to summarize, looking at the final cost for the project, for projects that aren't in a TMDL, attachment H TMDL watershed, we're predicting about a 2 to 10% increase in annual costs. For projects that are subjected to TMDLs in attachment H, we estimate a 35 to 65% increase in annual costs. Next slide, please. So to provide a more project-specific viewpoint, we did model 3 hypothetical projects. For simplicity in our assumptions, we averaged statewide historical rainfall data to determine the number of rain event inspections under the new permit. Due to a slight redefining of qualifying rain events, we do expect to see a decrease in the number of rain event inspections. So that's why you see a slight decrease in these assumptions, but wanted to focus on consistency across the board to get our cost estimates in alignment. Next slide, please. So first scenario that we modeled was a master home development. Key assumptions are provided to the left here, but do note that this is intended to be a slightly more complex project. Hillside development with substantial grading, risk level 2 project spanning multiple years, four total years of construction, and it is subjected to attachment TMDL or attachment H TMDLs in Region 8, those being metals and toxics, nutrients, and sediment. So looking at the chart on the right and the table, we can see what the projected cost increases are. Now these are broken out on total project implementation increases. The key driver here, we kind of go through the costs. We've talked about SWIP development, a slight increase, $2,400 throughout the duration of the project. We do see a slightly more significant cost increase in the QSD, QSP monitoring, $115,000 here. And that's for that additional oversight by the QSP or the delegate during BMP implementation. We did see a decrease in the minimum BMP implementation. But again, going back to the TMDL implementation, this is going to be the significant cost driver. And so looking at that $1.5 million increase over the duration of the project, what's really driving this is about $80,000 in additional monitoring and reporting costs. But in this particular case, with sediments and metals and toxics, we do need to run Russell 2. Achieving pre-construction soil loss and sediment deposition rates at each phase of construction, especially on a hillside project with large slopes, is going to be a significant challenge. The $1.2 million here accounts for additional erosion and sediment control BMPs that will be required to meet the Russell 2 outputs. Overall project or projected increase for the 4-year duration of the project is about $1.6 million or 149% when compared to the 2009 permit. Next slide, please.
If you don't mind, I don't apologize. I don't want to interrupt, but Mr. Sider, knowing that this is probably one of the more sort of important components of our discussion here, do you mind going back to the previous slide? And just when it comes to the assumptions here of the TMDLs that this theoretical project would meet, what sort of number of subset of TMDLs is this, knowing that projects won't necessarily, in knowing it's site specific, be sort of capturing all the TMDLs that a region may have and or apply, it will be some subset, I guess. So what was the assumption, I guess, in the knowing that also the TMDL compliance here is what's going to really drive this? Was that assumed here? Was it all of the TMDLs that could possibly apply or some subset?
So it's more of a general assumption, but in this particular case, since we are in Region 8, we're looking at San Diego, Creek, and Newport Bay watershed, which would be subjected to these three particular TMDLs that are listed here.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to our next cost scenario, we looked at a educational or commercial facility. Again, key assumptions are provided here, but in this situation, we looked at a risk level 1 project, again, spanning multiple years, 2 years here. We did add demolition since there is a new definition or requirements surrounding demolition in the permit and the need for non-visible pollutant monitoring. So we did include that in this scenario here. We also looked at, again, attachment H TMDLs, in this case, looking at any TMDLs that are subjected to NELs. Therefore, we did make an assumption that advanced treatment past our standard erosion and sediment control would be required. So again, kind of similar to the top three items with development, QSP monitoring, and minimum BMP implementation, kind of the standard theme that we've been talking about, but really want to focus again on the TMDL implementation. And here we see a $700,000 increase over the duration of the 2-year project. What's driving this cost is an estimated $55,000 in additional monitoring and reporting, approximately $93,000 for implementation of Russell 2 and increased BMPs associated with that. It is a significant decrease from the $1.2 million that we saw in the previous example. Reason for this is that smaller site, less slopes, project slopes, and so less area to protect. But really what's driving this cost is approximately $600,000 that might be required to install and operate mobile filtration systems or advanced treatment in order to meet nutrient NELs. So in this situation, over the 2-year duration of the project, we're estimating approximately a 167% increase in cost over the 2009 permit. Next slide, please. So lastly, we looked at a regional transportation project. Here we have a risk level 2 project with significant grading, linear in nature, but with the definitions of roadway projects being a traditional project. In this situation, we're looking at North Coast region subjected to the sediment TMDL. This one doesn't require any special circumstances outside Russell 2. So we aren't forecasting any additional sampling outside of the standard risk level 2 pH and turbidity sampling. Again, going back to the cost drivers in here, in this situation, we're seeing a fairly significant cost increase, almost 50% increase in the QSP monitoring. And this is for that additional oversight, again, provided by the QSP during BMP implementation. A project of this nature might have more days with a BMP contractor on site, hence the increase in oversight costs. And then again, the TMDL implementation by way of Russell 2 modeling, approximately $200,000 in additional BMPs estimated to meet the Russell 2 requirements. Overall, the projected increase over the 2-year duration of the project is estimated about 53% for this particular project.
Just for compliance component of the project, not the actual cost of the project, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, in closing, while these 3 example projects are microscopic on the scale of the types of projects that we might see throughout the site or throughout the state, It is clear that the TMDL implementation is going to be a significant cost driver for this new permit. Within the TMDL implementation, concerns around the additional monitoring and sampling that's required, Russell 2, running Russell 2, and the additional erosion and sediment control BMPs that come along with that. And then finally, the potential need for advanced treatment systems or other advanced treatment BMPs to meet NEL standards. So with that, thank you for your time. I will transition to Mr. Keith Garner now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. I first want to start out by thanking staff, as other panelists have, for their outreach to stakeholders and the changes that they made in response to that input that they received when they were working on the preliminary draft. And it's made, I think, a much more practicable permit. But as other panelists have commented, we do still have some concerns. I'm going to keep my comments brief because we are going to be submitting more detailed written comments. But for today, I want to focus on two legal issues, TMDL implementation, and specifically the imposition of numeric effluent limits and post-construction discharge requirements. If I can have the next slide, please. So Brandon was right. Our biggest concern, and I think is indicated by the other panelists as well, is with the incorporation of numeric effluent limits that are related to TMDLs. So our view is that neither the Clean Water Act nor the Water Code requires the implementation or the imposition of numeric effluent limits. And instead, what's required, and this is under the Clean Water Act regulations, are effluent limitations that are consistent with the assumptions of waste load allocations and approved TMDLs. That's kind of a mouthful. But for years, the board had found an iterative BMP approach satisfied this requirement. And this was true even where the implementation deadline for TMDLs had passed and waste load allocations in those TMDLs were final. So we don't believe anything has changed that would limit the board's discretion such that strict numeric limits would be required in the current permit. Additionally, we feel that the numeric effluent limits as proposed lack a proper legal foundation. So the fact sheet explains that the numeric effluent limits are imposed based on concentration-based waste load allocations that were assigned to construction activities in the TMDLs. We've reviewed the TMDLs that have an attachment H and did find some in numeric effluent limits that were set for TMDLs that did not assign, or at least clearly assign, waste load allocations for construction. And even the numeric effluent limits that are based on TMDLs with construction-based waste load allocations assigned to construction activities, we think those are problematic as well. The permit simply sets the numeric effluent limit as the concentration-based waste load allocation. And as Dr. Paulson explained, this cut and paste approach is technically flawed. And these technical flaws mean that the numeric effluent limits are not based on substantial evidence. Specifically, it doesn't follow that translation process that's set forth in Chapter 6 of the EPA's NPDES Permit Writers Manual. And it also doesn't follow the translation process that some of the TMDLs specify for translating waste load allocations into numeric effluent limits, such as in the LA Rivers Nutrients TMDL. So we urge that the numeric effluent limitations be converted into action levels. Next slide, please. So the proposed permit also contains some post-construction requirements that apply to sites that are within a jurisdiction that are not within a jurisdiction covered by an MS4 permit, or at least by a recent one. Those are permits that impose requirements on local jurisdictions that own and operate storm drain systems. So we think these requirements are problematic because they effectively regulate land use activities, which the water boards are not authorized to do. Additionally, the draft permit contains a new condition regulating a post-construction drainage density, which is required to match the pre-construction conditions. As we read it, this requirement regulates the amount of fill that can take place within a site. And this is inappropriate because, and the findings acknowledge this, the discharge of fill is regulated under a different section of the Clean Water Act. And so for these reasons, we urge that the post-construction requirements be addressed through other regulatory means. And at a bare minimum, we urge that the construction general permit be clarified so that these post-construction requirements don't apply to dischargers who are filing notice of terminations to transfer ownership to a new owner, like a new vertical home builder that would be taking a site and building homes. Next slide, please. So I recognize that we're running a little short on time. So this slide does summarize the requests that we've made and that we will be covering in more detail in our written comments. I did want to just reiterate our concern with the approach to TMDL implementation and urge the board to convert numeric effluent limits listed in attachment H to new action levels. And if the state board wants to implement numeric effluent limits in the future, we recommend that it first develop appropriate methods and data through a stakeholder process. We're very encouraged by the Brandon's explanation of the permit conditions today, but as other panels have noted, there are several provisions of the order, the attachments, and the fact sheet that have some ambiguity and that could be read to support different interpretations. And we'll provide some specific suggested edits to those sections in our written comments. So that concludes our panel's remarks. We certainly thank you for your consideration and for your opportunity to present them today.
Thank you as well for your engagement and the comments and detailed work here. Much appreciated, and look forward to also written comment here. So thank you. We can move on to our next panel then, and would like to, it consists of and would call up John Lane, Wayne Rosenbaum, Brittany Waddell, Christine Williams, Michael Quigley, and James through Watcher. And everyone should slowly be invited to unmute and or come to camera.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Quigley, Executive Director of the California Alliance for Jobs. Next slide, please. The Alliance for Jobs is a labor management partnership. We represent the employers and the unions who build and maintain our state's infrastructure. Our mission is to go out and both support investments in our roads and transportation and transit networks and water and other forms of infrastructure, as well as support the economy and job creation through those sorts of investments. Today, as part of our presentation group, we have Wayne Rosenbaum. He's our attorney with the Environmental Law Group representing our coalition. We have John Lang with Tykert, Brittany Waddell with Flatiron, Christine Williams with Granite Construction. They're going to bring some perspective as high-level construction practitioners who are implementing these regulations on a daily basis across our state. And then finally, we have James Thorowacker with the State Council of Laborers representing our labor and construction unionized workforce, and who will also be having great impacts from this proposed draft permit. So, and we're all here today. Next slide, please. We're all here today. The presenters today are here speaking on behalf of a coalition of industry groups, labor groups, public agencies, transportation infrastructure advocates, and business interests. We have 47 members of our coalition, and you can find at the end of our presentation, there'll be an appendix that lists all of the members. Next slide, please. The coalition has come together around our concerns with how the draft permit will impact infrastructure and economic development projects. We believe fundamentally that moving into an numeric effluent limit based approach is going to be unworkable and technically infeasible for many infrastructure projects, and that the proposed thresholds cannot be currently met, and that there would ultimately be extreme impacts on the ability to successfully deliver projects. We believe that the proposal as written would significantly increase costs for construction, public works and infrastructure without a proportional benefit to water quality. In fact, the recent analysis by Michael Baker International shows an increase of a minimum of 53% on a linear transportation project. We believe that's the floor, and that analysis did not include the inclusion of metals in a TDML. It was just a sediment-based analysis. And we think that's the expansion of the TDML program into metals is going to have a disproportionate impact on transportation projects. And the end result of that is going to be fewer projects being bid and put out to bid and ultimately completed for public usage. Next slide, please. I think one of the other concerns that our coalition has is related to how the monitoring and reporting requirements, and given the infeasibility of some of the elements of the permit, create an opportunity for essentially expanded risk and to legal action. And that this in high enforcement areas where the risk level and enforcement actions are going to be high, combined with the monitoring, could really give anyone who's a project opponent the ability to have standing in a way that could damage delivery of projects. And that's something that's a unique change from the previous version of the permit. We think that will ultimately have a great detrimental impact in projects that are going to be built in these high enforcement regions. But our industry is also, I think, a very important partner in pursuing water quality goals. Our coalition stands behind the fact that we believe we can get to some of these same outcomes for the environment by moving towards numeric action levels rather than effluent limits. And we'd like to be a partner in that and continue to work with you as an ongoing basis. And I think we have some, so as we move forward our presentation, you'll hear from some other presenters with some more detail on these moments or on these points. And I want to thank you for your time and turn it over to Wayne. Next slide, please.
Is that me?
That's you.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can see me yet. I think I've clicked on the right.
You can. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. You don't really have to see me anyway, although this is the first time I've put on a suit jacket in a while. Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Rosenbaum. I'm a partner with the Environmental Law Group, and we're here today representing the Industry and Labor Coalition. Our written comments will be a great deal more expansive than what we're going to talk about today in this presentation. However, the key takeaways, and we've had real good conversations with Water Board staff, but our key takeaways are that the permit has to be both technically and economically achievable. Next slide, please. One of the key issues that we see is this concept of continuity of coverage. Projects, particularly infrastructure projects, CIP projects, are long-term projects that are bid on a long-term basis and are bid on a certain set of assumptions. Among those are the stormwater permit that will be applicable to the construction of that projects. So SWIPs are designed and contracts are let to assure compliance with the permit that's in existence at the time the bid is let. The new requirements such as NELs, non-visible pollutants, and sampling, as you can see from the Baker and Associates slides, are going to require significant changes and major cost increases that are not going to be absorbable by the contractor and likely will not be absorbable by the public agency who let the bid in the first place. So we really do need a more effective, and we'll provide in our written comments some suggested language that will provide grandfathering provision to avoid both the infeasibility and the violation of the prior lawful approval doctrine that we've seen in other permits. Next slide, please. Second issue in terms of feasibility is this concept of experts. This new draft permit will require dischargers and regulators to engage an army of experts in an attempt to interpret the permit for both compliance and enforcement purposes. We'll continue to have the qualified storm SWIP developer, although his or her obligations will expand dramatically. We'll have the qualified stormwater professional, same thing, but with dramatic increases. We'll have the licensed professional engineer, because many of the things that are now incorporated in this permit can only be done by a licensed professional engineer. We'll have the environmental attorney. And thank you so much, staff. It is the first time that we have seen in the permit, in the permit definition for waters of the U.S., the reference that says you need to hire an environmental attorney to understand this permit. We also have the construction site professional under the passive treatment requirements. All these experts are going to need to be on call or on the site. And we have real concerns that those experts are not going to be, we're not going to have enough experts distributed widely enough across the state to meet the demand for, construction projects, infrastructure projects across the state. And so we're suggesting that the permit is going to really have to phase in these requirements until we can gear up training and a cadre of experts that can then implement this very large 2,000+ page permit with all of these new provisions. Next slide, please. Last, from my that I'm going to present to you, though others will present other aspects of this. The permit itself defines infeasibility as meaning that the discharger has demonstrated that the specific requirement is not technologically possible nor economically practicable and achievable in light of best industry practices. And some examples that we can point out to you where we need clarification, we need much more clarification and possibly a revisiting are things like predicting what a qualified rain event is and when has it happened. We have the 72-hour period. Well, if it's not 50% 72 hours, but it's 50% 24 hours, how do we deal with those issues? The ability to take multiple samples on a given site. The ability to discriminate between industrial sources and non-industrial sources of, these non-visible pollutants. We have methodologies in the IGP, but they really don't seem to have been carried over into this permit. So how do we deal with copper from brake pads on a road construction project, or zinc from tires, or the naturally occurring iron and nutrients in the soils? We really do need to go back and look at these if we're going to have a permit that is feasible to implement. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Christy Williams, and she's going to talk about some of the on-the-ground issues that she sees.
Hi, so I'm the first of 3 construction industry professionals that's been asked to speak with California Alliance for Jobs. We all work for firms that have long-standing histories of compliance and working with regional boards to find positive solutions. We have unique backgrounds, and I think between the 3 of us, we have a pretty valuable understanding of working within the rules of the CGP. I'm Christine Williams with Granite Construction. Granite is a construction and construction materials company that began in California in 1922 and now operates nationwide. I'm the environmental manager for Granite's coastal region. I was born and raised in California. I have worked in construction for 30 years, most of that time managing projects that build roads and bridges. My focus has been on environmental compliance for over 10 years. I've been a QSD since 2011. And as an overall specialist, environmental specialist in construction, I've helped manage stormwater programs for hundreds of projects. First, I want to thank staff for all of the recent outreach and many of the changes made from the preliminary staff draft. It's clear that comments you received have been considered, and we're looking forward to continued improvements on such a critical permit. I'd like to share some industry thoughts about clear and simple regulations. Environmental regulations are a big part of construction management, especially in California, but they're not the only regulations that concern our industry. And we learned that through use all the different regulations that the easier the regulations are to understand, the easier they are to comply with. The CGP continues to grow with each iteration and it becomes more complicated. The draft permit is twice as large as the current CGP. To compound on that, a lot of our statewide regulations are delegated to regional and local agencies. Not only do those agencies customize their regulations to fit the uniqueness of the issues in their area, but there's a large discrepancy in the interpretation of the regulations from one agency to another. The language that's used to dictate the regulations leaves a lot to the imagination. The current CGP is a testament to how many ways the regulations can be interpreted. We feel that an attempt to simplify this permit would allow for better understanding and greater compliance. I've participated in a large number of regulatory inspections over the years, and no matter how much training and expertise someone has, they cannot anticipate a single person's interpretation of the hundreds of pages of this permit. There's no clear path to compliance and no way for someone to reasonably be able to prepare to build a job. Many years of efforts have been put into creating the draft, and the construction industry really wasn't consulted heavily until most of the work had been done. The people who build the projects and work inside the permit regulations are experts that could be used to find simple solutions to the water quality issues that the Water Board wants to address. The draft permit focuses heavily on penalties. Enforcement combined with promotion has been proven to be more effective than enforcement alone. For example, if a discharger were able to reach out to a regional board for a compliance checkup without the threat of being penalized, water boards could issue notices to comply, which are tools that were once used, rather than a notice of violation, allowing the project time to correct any issues that were missed or interpreted differently. Incentives can and should be considered. Many project owners and contractors take pride in their environmental records, but there's no place for extra efforts or innovations to be recognized in the CGP, nor does there seem to be much interest in publicizing the successes of the work that's being done already. It's infeasible for construction projects to be held responsible for pollutants that are not created by construction activities. This is most true in roadway construction. Roads are used by everyone, even those that don't have personal vehicles benefit from public transportation, delivery of goods, and infrastructure and emergency services. These all contribute to pollutants that are found on streets and highways. And requiring construction projects to sample for those pollutants doesn't solve the problem and doesn't remove those pollutants when construction is not taking place. And as was mentioned before, copper shed from vehicle brakes, zinc from shed from tires, and soil that has naturally occurring pollutants. Construction projects should not be penalized for discharging pollutants that were being discharged prior to the actual construction activities. Many contractors simply cannot take on the threat of the liability associated with unclear regulations and ever-changing interpretations. Small businesses will be most affected by this threat, where there are less resources for either in-house specialty staff or outsourced consultants. Most public works projects rely on a low bid system in order to use taxpayer dollars to the best advantage. When costs can't be quantified because the rules are ambiguous, critical transportation projects will be more expensive to cover those unknown liabilities, and less projects will be built with those tax dollars. I understand that some people feel that stopping projects sounds like a good idea, but many of those projects actually provide benefits to our environment with new and cleaner building practices that were not in place when these roads were originally built. I appreciate that you take the time to listen to me, and I want to hand this over to John.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board, for the opportunity to speak today. And I'd also like to thank staff for their hard work. My name is John Lane, and I'm the environmental manager here at A. Teichert & Son. Teichert is a 135-year-old privately held construction and construction materials company, and we're headquartered here in Sacramento. I've worked for Teichert for about 18 years, managing a dedicated staff who ensures site and project compliance with many state and federal regulations, which include the industrial and construction general permits. I'd like to focus my comments here today on a few topics of concern in the proposed CGP. And those are the use of NELs, as others have talked about, and also the expansion of a few prescriptive BMPs. So let me first speak to the use of NELs. The proposed permit requires a pretty significant increase in the use of QSDs and QSPs to document inspections, monitoring, and sampling, which include pre-storm, during storm, post-storm, and of every qualifying discharge. So with these folks on the ground managing site compliance before, during, and after storms, why would we not rely on strong NELs versus, strong NALs versus NELs exclusively to ensure compliance? The point of NALs and NELs, which I'm sure I don't have to tell anybody, is to protect water quality through defined action. NALs and NELs mandate action. That's what we see out in the field, and that's what we do. The proposed CGP, in fact, says that dischargers shall determine the source of pollution of a pollutant and immediately implement corrective actions. That's the definition of an NAL. So from the perspective of implementing corrective actions, strong NALs work, and they create the same effect as an NEL. And the reason I bring this up is, from our perspective, the NELs as written will create significant potential violations for us and compliance risks for issues that can potentially be outside our permit holders' control. They're, as other presenters have mentioned, some of these things are highly variable scenarios, and they can lead to unforeseen failures of our BMP systems that are outside our control. These scenarios could include natural events such as extreme rainfall or non-natural events such as power outages, especially for using active control. So I just want to caution that NELs have a tremendous amount of risk to the permit holder that don't necessarily create a benefit to the water quality objectives, since both create an NEL and an NAL create action. So from my experience, NHLs work well to protect water quality objectives. And I can tell you that an NAL exceedance is an all hands on deck event. And when that happens, it leads to the identification and the solving of any unforeseen discharge issue. So for these reasons, I'd like to request that the board rely on strong NALs and reconsider their use of, in many cases, a heavy-handed NA and EL with a resulting mandatory minimum violation. So let me now just turn my attention to a few of the prescriptive BMPs that we've seen added to this permit. As I mentioned, we're going to have a lot more QSBs and QSDs in the field, and we want to rely on their specific site knowledge and their responsibility to assign necessary and appropriate BMPs. So why then, with that many people on the ground who have the expertise, would we apply mandatory BMPs that ignore site-by-site conditions? And the examples I'm thinking of specifically are the mandatory daily coverings of concrete washouts and the daily covering of stockpiles. Another example that I'd like to bring up is the mandatory daily return to pre-construction conditions and the application of toe of slope BMPs at all active construction sites. So if you think about this, in much of California, in the summertime in particular, especially in Central California and many other places, there's no rain coming. And so spending time every single day covering concrete washouts or stockpiles or bringing a site back to pre-construction conditions, and then the very next morning undoing all that when there's no rain coming, really doesn't make a lot of sense. And furthermore, it really ignores the expertise that we're putting in the QSDs and QSPs to do those site visits, to rely, especially pre-storm. They're going to apply the correct BMPs. And in many cases, it is going to be covering of concrete washouts or stockpiles, but it's only going to be when the site conditions warrant. And these actions take time and manpower, and they ignore that in many cases, California a project will have zero chance of rain for months at a time. Those time and manpower expenses relate to some of the cost of the increases that we saw Michael Baker talk about, and which we know inherently. And they also make these projects last longer. And so that means many construction projects are just going to take longer than they really need to, and they're not going to be protecting water quality anymore. So a QSD is required to do a pre-storm inspection. Let's let them use that expertise to identify the BMPs and put them in place when their time is appropriate. So I'll conclude that now just so I can let the other commenters move on. Thanks for your participation and for the opportunity. And at this point, I'd like to pass this on to Brittany Waddell.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Waddell. My background is in wildlife biology and conservation. For the last 11 years, I've worked in environmental management in the construction industry with a focus on water pollution control. In my career, I've been fortunate enough to work on almost every type of construction project one could imagine, from LUPs to solar generating facilities, large-scale civil, vertical construction, and even high-speed rail. Currently, I am an environmental manager in the Southwest Division for Flatiron Construction. We're an international large-scale civil contractor bringing landmark infrastructure to life. I'm very honored to get to speak here today and to contribute to the development of this revision of the CGP. I'd like to echo the sentiment of those that spoke before me in recognizing the changes that were made in this draft permit in response to comments received on the staff draft. Thank you very much for being so receptive to comment and for recognizing those comments in these changes. You know, as practitioners of this general permit, we as industry really strive to partner with governing agencies and third-party groups in utilizing our combined expertise to craft regulations that achieve our shared goal of protecting water quality in our great state. I'd like to share with you today, from my perspective of putting this permit to work every day, a few instances in the proposed permit that in implementation would present what I believe are unintended logistical challenges. The first being in order section 3C speaks to recertification requirements to maintain coverage under the new permit. The current draft requires that existing dischargers recertify and submit updated PRDs in order to maintain coverage. The draft language also provides for administrative termination of existing dischargers coverage for failure to obtain coverage within 14 days of the effective date of the new permit. We can all recognize the logistical challenges of changing permitting requirements and compliance programs abruptly during construction. We as industry request that a significant time frame between the adoption of the revised permit and the effective date be established in the language to provide sufficient time for existing dischargers to digest the new requirements and to complete the real world tasks that exist on a project when post-bid permitting landscape changes. I don't want to spend too much time focusing on the financial impacts. I feel like that was adequately covered by the presenters before me, although those impacts are real and they do exist. But I want to emphasize the programmatic shifts that changes of this magnitude impart on a construction project that's already underway. It takes time to implement changes in compliance culture in an organization and in on-the-ground operations on a construction project, whether that is providing additional training to field staff, altering on-the-ground staffing or operations, conducting studies or other evaluations, or procurement of additional materials or services. A construction project that's underway is a big ship to turn, and it just takes time to be able to make those adjustments on the ground. So we'd like to propose that this new permit provide for a grandfathering exception like the one provided in the existing permit, recognizing that during that grandfathering period, construction projects, they're still required to comply with the requirements of their existing permit. Providing for a grandfathering exception doesn't provide a get out, any relief from regulation for a construction project. It simply allows those construction projects and existing dischargers time to be able to make the changes needed to comply with the new permit. In a similar vein, the proposed language for NOTs. The draft language proposes requiring existing dischargers with NOTs that have not been accepted by the effective date to resubmit PRDs and to obtain coverage under the new permit. The existing permit requires that dischargers at the NOT stage demonstrate that final stabilization has been reached. Generally speaking, projects that have been fully stabilized and who have submitted NOTs pose little risk of construction-related stormwater pollutants being discharged and causing impacts to water quality. Because of that, we respectfully request that existing dischargers who have submitted a complete NOT application, recognizing that there may be bad actors from time to time, emphasis on the complete NOT application before the effective date of the new permit, receive either expedited NOT approval or can continue the NOT process under the existing permit coverage. I do recognize that the draft allows for a 30-day expedited NOT process, but there is that, other provision that allows for additional time if the discharger is notified that it's been accepted for review by the water board. So if that process does occur, we just like to request that that process continue under the terms of the existing permit coverage. In closing, to circle back on the points that my colleagues made earlier, we as industry hope to be provided an opportunity to continue this dialogue to develop clear and concise regulations that can be broadly understood and equitably implemented. And going back to the name, this is a general construction permit. It's meant to apply generally to construction projects across the state. As a QSP and a QSD, I find that overly prescriptive or immediate requirements will not be able to be implemented in a way that meet the true goals and objectives of this permit. QSDs and QSPs are roles that are outlined pretty clearly in our permits, and a great deal of additional responsibilities have been assigned to these individuals under this draft permit. We need to provide these practitioners with the latitude and flexibility to be able to operate and implement project-specific solutions to maintain compliance on their construction sites. Construction across our state varies from region to region and across construction type to construction type. So maintaining that flexibility is essential to really achieving all of our shared goals and achieving water quality objectives. We talked about earlier that this permit, will be with us for a while. And so we would just like to request the time that, we continue this dialogue so that we get this new permit right. It meets our shared goals and that it can be equitably implemented. With that, I'll thank you for your time today. It's been a pleasure to join you, and I'll turn this over now to James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. James Thurwachter, and I'm with the California State Council of Laborers. Thank you very much for providing me with the opportunity to present on this issue and share our concerns with the CGP. I'll try to, out of respect for time, I'll try to keep my comments brief and concise. So although I'm a representative of the laborers, I'm speaking today on behalf of a coalition of labor organizations that collectively represent hundreds of thousands of unionized construction workers throughout the state. Our men and women in the construction industry proudly build and maintain transportation, water, energy, and all other forms of infrastructure that Californians rely on a daily basis. As a result, labor generally supports reasonable and achievable environmental protections that will improve our quality of life. We take great pains to ensure that our job sites comply with both state and local rules and regulations to protect our workers, the public, and the environment. However, the proposed numeric effluent limitations, or NEL, standards that the board has set forth in this draft permit is not only impractical, but it's also costly and overly burdensome on the union construction industry. Higher compliance costs for infrastructure projects will consequently lead to a reduction in the number of projects put out to bid, thus reducing job opportunities for blue-collar workers in California, most of whom come from communities of color. I like to just highlight the fact that the laborers are comprised of an 80% minority workforce. These complex regulations will require expensive, specialized experts to interpret, understand, and implement on nearly every job site. It's not even clear if there are enough stormwater professionals to cover all of the construction sites across the state. Indeed, many of the permit requirements represent yet another obstacle for small minority-owned businesses who strive to bid on public works projects. These businesses may not have access to the resources or expertise necessary to comply with the permit and thus submit a qualified bid. As a result, the proposed regulations within the current draft permit will further widen the gap between the established and the emerging companies within the construction industry. If I can just briefly touch on another aspect that this board has championed and placed heavy value on, and that's social equity and social mobility. This draft permit is only available in one language, English. I received a call, or our office received a call from one of our business managers in Southern California just last week, requesting a version of the draft permit in Spanish, to no avail. I understand that today's agenda is available in Spanish, but the draft permit is not. I can't tell you how many of our members and just stakeholders in the union construction industry in general speak English as a second language. There's no denying that the draft permit is written in complex and technical terms. How can we expect non-native English speakers to access this and competently understand and implement it? This needs to be addressed. So in conclusion, we strongly encourage the board to abandon the NEL model and pursue an alternative plan. The numeric action level approach would be ideal. An NAL approach, we believe, will improve water and transportation quality without sacrificing jobs that rely on infrastructure and development and economic development projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. And so just in closing, our recommendations from the coalition's perspective are we need to make sure that the language is clear and understandable, that definitions are well defined, and that all of these materials and regulations are available in a minimum of English and Spanish as a way to meet the needs of the construction industry who will actually be on the ground implementing this. I think that we have to make sure that we are looking at feasibility as one of the guiding principles of the permit, the grandfathering clause, the application and expansion of TDMLs into metals, as we identified, is going to have some disproportionate impacts to transportation infrastructure. We need to make sure that there's a realistic cost benefit analysis to make sure that these changes to the existing permit are going to actually result in a water quality benefit that will justify their increased costs. And I think also the NAL approach, as you heard time and time again, is a guiding way that we can really work as partners, and having the construction industry and the State Water Board and other stakeholders come together to really develop a permit that we all believe can achieve the water quality goals without taking such a heavy-handed enforcement approach. And finally, the equity concerns that were laid out have to be addressed in some way. This is going to increase the barriers to public works participation. And that's something that we're working hard to expand across the state. It's one of the great ways that government can create middle-class family supporting jobs, is through public works, prevailing wage, and infrastructure investments. And we don't want to see anything that would ultimately reduce those opportunities for folks. And we believe that we can work together to make sure permit that will be the most effective and cost effective in terms of creating water quality outcomes and supporting economic opportunities from the construction industry. So I want to thank you for your time. If you could just click through the last few slides, you can see the other members of our coalition that we have laid out here. And this will be entered in the record for the members of the board to take a look at. But thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you all for the time and the review of the issues that you flagged here on the permit. So thank you. Let's move on to our next panel then. And I believe we have partners from Caltrans. So I have here Philip Stolarski, Scott Frederickson, and Ken Johansson.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair, and board members. My name is Scott Frederickson, and I work for Caltrans Division of Environmental Analysis. I thank you for this opportunity to share comments on the draft construction general permit on behalf of Caltrans. We also thank the Water Board staff for working with stakeholders, including Caltrans, to develop this draft permit. Next slide. In my presentation of comments, I will provide an overview of Caltrans' construction stormwater program. I will highlight some noted improvements in the draft CGP and then talk through our key items of concern. Next slide. Caltrans construction stormwater overview. Caltrans operates and maintains over 50,000 lane miles across the state, and we are actively adding to our transportation system with new construction. Our work spans the entire state and includes activities in all regional water quality control board jurisdictions. The majority of our projects, about 2/3, are risk level 2. We also have a couple dozen risk level 3 projects. During the past 5 years, we've had an average of about 280 active construction projects with CGP coverage. The number of active construction projects is expected to increase by about 10% in the coming years due to SB1 funding, and there is also a potential for more projects to require CGP coverage due to the proposed language changes. Next slide. So we do want to recognize and highlight the notable positive changes to the draft CGP. State board staff have been engaged throughout the stakeholder process, and we appreciate those efforts to adjust the permit language. There have been a number of positive changes to remove elements in the permit that didn't show evidence of improving water quality, such as the removal of the requirement to prepare a rain event action plan and the definition of a qualifying storm event. The time and cost savings associated with these changes are greatly appreciated. We also acknowledge some positive additions to the permit, such as the new timeline for notice of termination approval and the allowance to use passive treatment technologies to protect receiving waters. Next slide. So TMDL implementation is a key item of concern. The inclusion of TMDLs are expected to have the largest cost increase in the new permit. We believe that requiring compliance with TMDLs at construction sites is inappropriate due to the temporary nature of construction operations and the level of investment required to meet the discharge limitations. Implementation of TMDL requirements will vary by the pollutant. On the basic end, only minimum BMPs outlined in the CGP will be required, and cost impacts will be limited on those projects. On the high end, active treatment systems may be required, which would result in significant cost increases. So our concerns, certain TMDLs have numeric effluent limitations associated with them. Exceeding these twice will result in at least mandatory minimum penalties. However, it's unclear what BMPs are available to treat runoff to meet these standards in a construction site setting. This creates significant uncertainty, even fear for dischargers. Sampling. The key item we ask be addressed is, when will sampling for TMDL constituents be required? This issue will determine the ultimate impact of TMDL inclusion. It remains unclear in the permit when sampling for TMDL constituents is required. State board staff have shared many times that their intent is not to require sampling every time a project in a TMDL watershed discharges. However, this intent is not completely clear in the permit text, which introduces risk for dischargers. Russell 2 modeling also plays a prominent role in the TMDL requirements, which may present a challenge. There can be a lack of consistency in how situations are modeled in Russell 2, and the draft CGP lacks any guidance. This lack of guidance may result in different stormwater practitioners conducting modeling in different ways. And it also may result in regional boards allowing modeling in very different ways. Achieving the necessary soil loss result may not be feasible for certain projects at certain stages of construction. So it's unclear what the impact of that modeling result would mean for a project's compliance status. So to reiterate, providing clear direction on when sampling for TMDL pollutants will be required is essential. In summary, to address our TMDL implementation concerns, we ask that the permit be revised to either eliminate the NELs or provide demonstration by the state board that the NELs are consistently achievable on construction sites using available BMPs. We request that the permit clarify the non-visible pollutant monitoring requirements and how they relate to the TMDLs. We also ask that the permit define an acceptable soil loss range and provide standards and guidance when using Russell 2. Next slide. The lack of grandfathering period and the inclusion of TMDLs carries a significant cost impact to our future stormwater compliance costs. We suggest a grandfathering period is appropriate. Our concerns, there's a potential for a significant increase in the cost to implement the new CGP, mainly due to the additional requirements for TMDL implementation. We are estimating a 50% increase in our annual construction stormwater compliance costs. The scope of transportation projects is finalized when the environmental document is approved and planned projects going to construction within the next 5 years already have funding allocated. Requests for additional funds from the California Transportation Commission to implement a new CGP may result in potential project delays to current and future projects, resulting in a lack of progress toward our mandated improvements. I'll touch on change orders here. For active construction projects, a change order must be issued to implement a new CGP, and that change order can impact original contract work, causing inefficiencies and additional costs. Even for a project where it appears that minimal changes are needed, only minimal changes are needed to implement a new CGP by contract change order, contractors can protest the change order and submit construction claims for additional costs to implement the new CGP, and for any additional costs to the original contract work that was impacted by the change order to implement the new CGP. So it has a domino effect. We ask that you please consider grandfathering for all active construction projects and for all planned projects with a final environmental document or approved determination. However, if grandfathering of all projects is not possible, a significant amount of the immediate budgetary impacts can be avoided by grandfathering all active construction contracts and then delaying the onset of TMDL implementation on projects that have received a final environmental document or determination. Next slide, please. Emergency projects. Emergency projects often require a sudden start to support public needs. The conditions encountered by a lead party when doing emergency work are out of their control. The on-site topography and constituents may be a result of a disaster that has led to the emergency response. Holding the party responding to the emergency accountable for those conditions does not serve the public good. The fear of repercussions of NAL or NEL exceedances, along with the additional planning that may be required, may result in a delay in responding to the emergency. We ask that the permit please be revised by removing the requirement for emergency projects to follow NALs or NELs listed in attachment H. Thanks, and I want to just pause a moment and say thank you again for this opportunity for us to share comments on the draft construction general permit. And we want to acknowledge and thank board staff for past and ongoing stakeholder collaboration on this new CGP. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the engagement and good comment from our sister agency here. Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. Next, I'd like to call up Caitlin Kalua.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I am the policy manager for the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeeper organizations committed to swimmable, fishable, and drinkable water statewide. I do have a presentation if that's available.
Yes, it should be pulled up here momentarily.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you again so much. I believe hopefully I'm at the end of this wonderful rung of panels and just really thank the opportunity to present today. First, the reissuance of this permit is much needed as 12 years have passed since the last permit adoption. NPDES permits should be reissued every 5 years to incorporate new standards and new BAT and BCT requirements under the Clean Water Act. We support this updated permit to incorporate existing requirements and ensure that construction activities in California are environmentally sound and do not needlessly degrade our waters and coast. Next slide, please. As brief background, and quite frankly, one of the biggest developments and improvements proposed in the draft permit is the inclusion of numeric effluent limits for specific waterways with TMDLs. Numeric effluent limits were first found to be feasible for construction stormwater permits in a blue ribbon panel report published by a panel of stormwater experts in 2006. The State Water Board felt NELs were feasible and appropriate over 12 years ago and included NELs for turbidity and pH in the last permit. Today's draft permit includes the important next step of incorporating numeric effluent limits for a variety of appropriate TMDLs, such as sediment that contributes to turbidity, other sediment-associated TMDLs, as well as TMDLs for nutrients and bacteria. Next slide, please. These are the legal requirements for incorporating TMDLs into NPDES permits. The Federal Clean Water Act explicitly requires that all applicable waste load allocations be incorporated into NPDES permits. And if a waste load allocation can be translated into an NEL, then it should be incorporated into the permit. Next slide, please. The previous permit, as originally adopted by the State Water Board in 2009, contained numeric effluent limitations for pH and turbidity. This permit was challenged in California Building Industry Association v. State Water Resources Control Board, where the Superior Court ruled in favor of the State Water Board on almost all issues raised, but did invalidate the numeric effluent limitations for pH and turbidity at that time. It's important to note that the court did not strike down the inclusion of NELs due to feasibility or reasonableness. Rather, the court ordered that the State Water Board may reissue the permit with NELs so long as the requisite analysis was completed under the Clean Water Act. Next slide, please. Overall, we strongly support the State Water Board's inclusion of numeric effluent limits in the reissued permit to set clear targets and prevent sediment, metals, and other sources of pollution from washing off large construction sites and into our waterways. NELs are the most effective tool available to the board to ensure that permits and permittees meet the requirements of the Clean Water Act by providing a simple and transparent regulatory scheme that dischargers can readily comply with and that the board staff can easily enforce. We essentially see numeric standards as speed limits. Imagine if the speed limit was drive the best you can. It's difficult for drivers and law enforcement alike to clearly know whether the law is being followed. Whereas a numeric speed limit of 30 miles per hour allows the driver to know the target speed and the police officer to know when the law is being violated. The same is true for numeric effluent limits. They provide permittees a clear target and allow the state to know when the law has been broken. Next slide, please. Federal guidelines agree. Numeric effluent limits are seen as the best way to quantifiably ensure industry and compliance and to make progress for the Clean Water Act's goal of eliminating pollutants into our nation's waters. Next slide, please. Numeric effluent limits have been supported by the federal EPA for now over a decade. The use of numeric effluent limits in NPDES permits is not novel nor unique. In fact, the State Water Board reissued the industrial stormwater permit in 2018 to include numeric effluent limits for many of the same TMDLs at issue in this permit. Next slide, please. Construction is a high impact activity with the potential to cause irreparable environmental harm. Once soil is disturbed by heavy equipment, the soil becomes vulnerable to erosion, and any rainfall event can cause large amounts of sediment, oil, grease, metals, trash, bacteria, and other pollutants to wash from construction sites and into nearby waterways. And as California increases construction activities, particularly related to affordable housing initiatives, reissuing this permit with appropriate numeric effluent limits is needed to prevent any undue harm or pollution to neighboring communities. It's important to note that Of the NELs that are listed in this draft permit, all of the associated TMDLs cover communities that already face a disproportionate share in burden of pollution. And in an assessment of these proposed NELs compared to a CalEnviroscreen, the majority of TMDLs include neighborhoods that face the highest impacts of pollution in the state and are listed in the 99th and 100th percentile for pollution burden. Relaxing water quality requirements in these communities, requirements that are in place to put an end to ongoing pollution degradation, is simply not acceptable. Next slide, please. Failing to include appropriate numeric effluent limits in the final permit would undermine the Water Board's work to advance racial equity and take action so that race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes and to improve outcomes for all groups, as stated in the draft racial equity resolution and outlined by the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, known as GARE. For example, CalEnviroscreen shows a strip of census tracts in communities directly along the Los Angeles River that face among the highest pollution levels and burdens and are often communities of color. This is only one example. Each and every one of the TMDLs with proposed NELs in this permit cover diverse communities that face the highest pollution burdens. No community should be sacrificed and deprived of the right to swimmable, fishable, drinkable water, because we unfortunately know which communities will be sacrificed for financial gain and left to continue to bear the burden of ongoing pollution. All communities deserve access to clean water, and this permit is one tool to make that happen. Next slide, please. There are some TMDLs that fail to include NELs and instead have numeric action levels proposed for TMDLs that already have NELs incorporated in the industrial general permit. Upon reviewing these TMDLs, it remains unclear why these requirements are inconsistent between the industrial general permit and the draft construction permit. A number of these TMDLs include language that states each permittee enrolled under the general construction or industrial stormwater permit will receive an individual waste load allocation on a per acre basis based on the acreage of their facility or project, or otherwise require construction activities to demonstrate compliance with the final waste load allocations. We ask that the State Water Board adopt the final construction permit with NEL requirements that are consistent with the IGP. During engagement with staff, we asked that the State Board develop a TMDL mapping tool associated with the final permit as was done with the IGP. And we appreciate, as we've received an update in today's staff presentation, that this will be developed, and that given the complexity of individual water bodies and watersheds with different requirements applying to different reaches of a water body, it really can be difficult to discern whether TMDL requirements apply to a specific site or project. A mapping tool that denotes the final requirements of this permit can help improve overall clarity and implementation of the final permit. Next slide, please. The draft permit also erroneously fails to include NELs for the following bacteria TMDLs. The staff fact sheet was clear that bacteria water quality objectives listed in table 11 must be met, yet the TMDL table does not incorporate the water quality objectives as NELs. It's unclear if this was an error or intentional omission. However, the State Water Board should include the proper bacteria water quality objectives for E. coli in the final CGP as NELs, given that the fact sheet is clear that dischargers must meet and not exceed the bacteria water quality objectives listed in table 11 of the fact sheet. The requested change is highlighted on this slide. Next slide, please. There are also a number of TMDLs that identify construction activities as a responsible party, especially in Region 1, that is already largely impaired for sediment and subject to road construction and many utility needs, especially as these utilities are upgraded due to wildfire risk. They're not listed in the CGP's TMDL table, but should be. For example, both the Garcia River sediment and Salmon River temperature TMDLs explicitly list construction as a potential source of impairment, but are not included in the table. As another example, the sediment TMDLs are listed for the middle and south forks of the Eel River, but the temperature TMDLs are excluded. Both the sediment TMDLs for the Eel River list construction as a source, and then the temperature TMDL should similarly be included due to the potential for increased sedimentation to impair water temperatures. Both TMDLs are clear that natural water temperature shall not be altered and that increases in temperature are anticipated to be caused by the removal of streamside vegetation or critically increased sedimentation. Other TMDLs listed here on the slide otherwise state that the temperature-related load allocation for human-caused discharges of sediment equals 0, and that given the potential for construction activities to cause or contribute to sedimentation and therefore impact temperature, we request that the TMDL table include these TMDLs. All right, next slide, please. Finally, cationic polyacrylamide-based flocculant products are acutely toxic to aquatic species in small quantities and are known neurotoxins. The draft permit does not allow the use of cationic polyacrylamide-based flocculants for passive treatment and only authorizes their use in the active treatment systems. However, due to the known toxicity of these products, we urge that their use entirely be avoided or prohibited in the final permit. Instead, the use of naturally derived polymers should be encouraged in the final permit in place of these cationic polyacrylamide-based flocculants. There's a long known history of using naturally derived polymers to reduce turbidity without increasing toxicity, and with over 2 decades of demonstrated success for construction use. Next slide, please. In closing, construction is a highly regulated industry that already employs contractors and subcontractors to ensure environmental compliance, and we largely support the incorporation of existing TMDL requirements in this permit. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm available for any questions, and of course, we look forward to submitting additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalua. Appreciate your good comments and look forward to the written ones. Next, I'd like to call up Daniel Apt.
Oh, thank you very much. Board members, Chair Esquivel, and board staff, thank you for the opportunity to provide verbal comments at today's public hearing on the proposed statewide construction stormwater general permit reissuance. My name is Daniel Apt with Olanu, and I'm co-chair of the Construction General Permit Training Team. The Construction General Permit Training Team is an advisory body to the State Water Board and to CASQA regarding the CGP training program, and also works in collaboration with Cal State University Sacramento Office of Water Programs that assist with administering portions of the program. The CGP training team has been meeting since last year to focus on changes to the QSD and QSP training program based on expected changes in the CGP. Today, I'm representing the non-regulator members of the team, as the staff of the state and regional water boards cannot comment on a draft permit. The team's preliminary work positions the team to develop curricular adjustments and provide guidance to the trainers of record and credentialized professionals based on changes in the CGP. The CGP training team will not be commenting on the specifics of the proposed permit, but rather on the effects of the changes on the QSD and QSP training program. Now I'll provide some specific comments from the non-regulator members of the CGP training team. The CGP should include a finding that the CGP training team established the CGP QSD and QSP trainer of record, or TOR, and CASQA is responsible for the qualification and oversight of TORs. TORs are responsible for providing the official QSD and QSP training modules for the CGP training program in a manner consistent with the standards established by the CGP training team. The CGP should not require that a trainer of record propose the qualification of additional prerequisite options for QSD and QSD certification, but it should allow anyone to propose additional prerequisite options for QSD and QSD certification, prerequisite certification, and have review and recommendations of additional prerequisite options by the CGP training team, with decisions on additional prerequisite options made by the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality Deputy Director. The CGP training team recommends that the permit language explicitly require continuing education requirements for all prerequisite options for both QSP and QSD to sharpen technical knowledge and a process to ensure that QSP and QSD comply with this requirement. This is separate from the QSP and QSD renewal educational materials, which focuses on permit understanding and enforcement. We encourage a consistency in prerequisite requirements, and so we also suggest that Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, ABET, approval of the prerequisite courses should not be required because several other options do not have ABET approval. The draft CGP proposes many changes that will affect the curricula and training content of the QSD and QSP training program. Based on the review, we have a few comments and suggestions for your consideration for the draft permit. The first set of comments is for curricula is related to the effective date of the permit. The adoption date and effective date of the new CGP has not been identified as yet. As these dates are determined, the time to update and deploy the new training program needs to be considered. Given the changes in the permit, there needs to be sufficient time for several steps to occur, and many of these steps cannot be completed until the new permit is adopted. These steps include: 1, the CGP training team needs to revise the training curricula and roll it out to the trainers of record. 2, trainers of record need to update their training modules. 3, trainers of record need to deploy the training for new QSDs and QSPs. 4, existing QSDs and QSPs need to be updated and recertified. 5, QSDs need to revise SWRCBs for existing projects by the effective date. 6, QSDs need to create SWRCBs for new projects by the effective date. And 7, QSPs need to train delegates by the effective date. These steps will take a lot of work, both the volunteer CGP training team, as well as trainers of record, to update and prepare training with sufficient time for the QSDs and QSPs to perform the work and write SWRCBs by the effective date. For the 2009 permit, a 2-year period following the effective date was allowed for the finalization of the training program and credentialing of the QSDs and QSPs. We do not think that 2 years we needed this time, but we will need sufficient time to complete the steps outlined previously. We will provide a recommendation for this phase of the revised training program in our written comments. The second set of curricular-related comments is related to recertifying existing QSDs and QSPs. Provision VF or 5F notes that a QSD or QSP who maintained a valid certification as of the effective date of this general permit shall recertify their certification through 1, their underlying certification entities, and then the California Stormwater Quality Association. There are some concerns about the clarity of this language and whether the recertification process needs to be completed by the effective date of the new CGP. QSDs and QSPs undergo regular recertification on a rolling 2-year basis. This recertification involves an update on permanent implementation issues via the CGP review, confirming underlying certifications, and paying a fee. Ideally, the recertification of existing QSDs and QSPs would be integrated into the routine recertification cycle, perhaps with an interim step to review the new CGP and acknowledge and certify that they understand the changes in the permit. If the intent of this language in the draft CGP is to require recertification training, then we suggest that the permit and/or the fact sheet provide more detail on recertification requirements to guide the CGP training team in developing this process and advising the existing QSDs and QSPs what will be expected of them. Thank you, and this concludes the comments from the non-regulated members of the CGP training team.
Thank you, Mr. Apt. I appreciate you representing folks here and passing on the good comment. That concludes our panels here. I want to acknowledge Mr. Meredith that you had your hand up here. Imagine you may have a timing issue. Acknowledge you here if you would like to provide comment. You should be invited to unmute here. Mr. Meredith, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Meredith with the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. As most of you know, our organization proudly represents nearly 500,000 members, including 70,000 state registered apprentices. Our members take great pride in building California's infrastructure, from roads and bridges to schools, civic buildings, water systems, housing, and much more. I want to first thank the board for your continued efforts to protect and improve California's water quality, as well as the environment. We have a long and proud history of participation on California's signature water storage, water distribution, and water quality projects, and we look forward to continuing that engagement as we restructure California's water portfolio in the decades to come. With all that being said, however, I'm calling to echo the concerns raised by others regarding the feasibility of the numeric effluent limit standards proposed by the board. Adopting these NEL standards would dramatically increase compliance costs on many infrastructure projects that our members are currently employed on, to the tune of added costs in the hundreds of millions of dollars. When costs increase that dramatically, the money has to come from somewhere. We fear that many of these projects will be canceled entirely due to these increases, potentially eliminating thousands of good-paying middle-class jobs for our diverse membership base across the state of California. These jobs provide not only good wages, but comprehensive benefits, including employer-funded pension funds and 401k retirement plans. We strongly encourage the board to abandon the NEL approach and pursue an alternative plan that will improve water quality without sacrificing these middle-class jobs that rely on infrastructure and economic development projects. Again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time. We would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Meredith. I appreciate your comments and time today. I want to note that Mr. Garabedian, I believe you have your hand up. I don't think we had you listed to speak for this item, but we can call on you here if you're needing to speak on this here. And you should be invited to unmute and or share your camera.
Thank you. There we go. Mike Garabedian, Placer County, tomorrow. Thanks for this opportunity to address you this afternoon. In Placer County, we have 150 home sales a week, most of them new homes. And some of these are on minor division, on major divisions. Some major divisions, talking about longevity, have been around for a decade and many, many years. And so that means people in their neighborhoods have their favorite streams or vernal pool, prairie, wetlands, and things like that right next to their subdivisions, right next to their homes. And these people need to have, this program needs to have a brochure the public can find to understand this program and what they're seeing about construction in their neighborhood and area. And not only that, there needs to be virtual statewide training in this area available to the public. You could say this about every Clean Water Act and Porter Cologne program in particular, NPDES and so on. But I suggest to you that the stormwater regulations, while the concern about complexity and so forth, but the stormwater regulations compared to NPDES, TMDL and so on are much easier for the public to grasp because they can see it, see on the ground and get some idea what's going on. It's relatively speaking. So that's my comment. I think that I'm glad for the comments, some comments here from the public, but I think like many of the stakeholder processes in the regional state boards, there needs to be much more engagement, not just in the stakeholder groups, but for the project implementation. So I really appreciate this chance to say so.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian. I appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Courtney DePorto.
Hey there, sorry, trying to get my computer out of mute. All right, good afternoon, Chair, board members, and water board staff. My name is Courtney DePorto, and I'm speaking on behalf of Granite Construction Company. We are a diversified construction and construction materials company that provides transportation and infrastructure solutions throughout the state of California. I've worked with our Granite team to manage environmental compliance on our projects throughout Northern California for the last 9 years. First, I wanted to extend our appreciation for the opportunity to provide feedback today and through the various stakeholder meetings that have taken place over the past several months. It has been extremely beneficial to have an open dialogue with the water board staff to better understand their intent and gain clarity on some of the proposed language. Many of the recommendations we provided were considered and incorporated in this iteration. Thank you for being receptive to our comments. In the current iteration, our business still has several concerns that we provided feedback on through a comment letter that is forthcoming. I would like to highlight a few of those key concerns today. We've estimated that the draft permit is currently written, as it is currently written, will increase implementation workload by approximately 40%. This includes items such as additional inspections by the QSDs and QSPs, as well as an increase in required sampling. Based on our experience, there is limited availability of QSDs and QSPs in California, in part due to the time-intensive and costly requirements to obtain and maintain the required certifications. This additional involvement required by QSDs and QSPs will further limit their availability, and we are concerned that it may be difficult for dischargers to retain QSDs and QSPs to comply with these new requirements. Additionally, we've identified costs at a cost increase, like you've heard today from others, for traditional risk level 2 and 3 projects. Our estimate does not include costs associated with BMPs or maintenance of BMPs or training requirements, but we have proposed a cost estimate that we're willing to share with the Water Board. It is important to note that we believe the increase in workload and implementation costs will not necessarily result in better water quality. For instance, we believe the numeric effluent limits associated with total maximum daily load requirements do not necessarily provide benefits to water quality. Based on the proposed language, a project that exceeds an NEL more than twice at the same discharge location within the year is in violation of the permit. We believe issuance of violations and fines disincentivizes discharges to implement immediate action-based measures to correct the problem and bring the project back into compliance as quickly as possible. We believe dischargers should be provided with opportunities to correct the problem. Finally, we would like to see the adopted general permit provide simple regulatory structure that allows dischargers to confidently pursue and attain compliance. As I mentioned above, we have prepared a written comment letter and revised cost estimate outlining our requested changes. We believe these recommendations will provide clarity and reduce implementation costs. We appreciate the time and effort that the Water Board's expended on developing this draft permit, and then we hope to continue progress is made to create a practical permit that protects water quality. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you as well, Mr. DePorto. I appreciate your comments today and sticking with us here. I know it's been a long afternoon, so thank you. Next, we have Manny Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Manny Leon, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs at the Associated General Contractors of California. AGC is a member-driven organization that consists of over 900 companies. Our members provide commercial construction services on a broad range of projects ranging from high-rise buildings to road and bridge work and port and airport projects. We stand with and are part of the Industry Labor Coalition that is presented earlier in this hearing. Many of our technical concerns with this permit will be further outlined in a written letter coming from the coalition in the upcoming week. But on behalf of our members, we want to say that we do have some concerns with the permit written as is. Among the issues outlined in the earlier presentation from the industry, we believe the permit is difficult to understand even from a stormwater expert's perspective, contains unnecessary and costly sampling requirements, and ultimately leads to a difficult path of compliance. We kindly ask the board to consider feedback from the experts that you heard from today in hopes of finding a middle ground for compliance which still achieves desired water quality. Our goal and hope with these comments are to show that we can still work together to improve water quality by expanding on existing BMPs currently in place. We think implementing NELs gives a difficult path to compliance and opens up unnecessary liability for contractors, which could risk dissuading work or bids on projects in the future. We believe the construction industry is vital to the success of California's economy, and in a time when projects are surrounded with so much uncertainty, a lot of these requirements adds additional layers of difficulty when it comes to completing necessary projects on time and under budget. Lastly, we are hopeful that the revisions detailed in today's coalition presentation and the future technical letter that will be submitted will result in even a better ultimate work product. We want to stress the desire to have an open process and have the ability to engage and provide constructive feedback with the board and board staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Leon. I want to note we're getting close to probably our last tranche of about 16 or so commenters. Let's take a 15-minute break. We've been going for a while now, and I think it would be helpful for folks to get a chance to stretch. And so we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break again, like I said, and start when we come back with Emily Cohen and Sarah Wiltfong. Thanks, everyone. That'll bring us to about 4:30. See you soon. Okay, everyone, we can begin together back. Hope everyone was able to take advantage of a nice quick break. And I believe our first commenter as we return here is Emily Cohen. Ms. Cohen. Oh, it may just be me, but I can't actually hear you.
Not just you. So, Ms. Cohen, it's possible that you have two audio inputs on your device. So if you go to the microphone in the lower left corner of the Zoom client, there's a little up arrow just to the right of it. And if you click on that, see if you can select a different input for Zoom. So lower left corner by the microphone, there's a little up arrow or caret next to that, just to the right between it and the start video, stop video button.
Yep.
Okay, now we can hear you.
We can get you now.
Oh, I don't know what I did, but
yeah.
I'll
Sometimes
take it.
you'll get a microphone that's selected in there that's not actually a microphone or something. So
Okay,
we can
my
hear you now.
apologies.
Good to see you. No, don't be no apology in the least. It's the beauty of this new digital life we lead. So thank you.
And here I was worried about my dog barking in the background. Bigger problems. Well, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Emily Cohen. I'm the Executive Vice President of United Contractors. And I am here to align my comments with the California Alliance for Jobs and Industry panel you heard from earlier, and to speak in opposition to the current draft of the construction stormwater general permit proposal. United Contractors represents more than 500 union signatory heavy civil engineering and associated industry firms across California. For our contractors, the NEL approach is simply unworkable and it's technically infeasible, and the litigation thresholds set our members up for significant exposure. We are hearing from our contractors that the threat of liability means many of our members would decline work on public works projects should these NELs be implemented. The current draft of regulations does not clarify whether a job site would be liable for multiple violations if it rains multiple times during the lifetime of the project. That uncertainty is simply too much risk for smaller contractors who are considering bidding a job. It is unclear whether the technology, which can meet the extremely low discharge limits proposed by the CGP, even exists. So we strongly encourage the board to abandon the NEL approach and pursue an alternative plan that will improve water quality in California without jeopardizing infrastructure and economic development projects. So on behalf of United Contractors, thank you to the board members and panelists and participants for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. I appreciate your time today and sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for providing your comment here today.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Wiltfong.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Wiltfong, and I'm here with the Los Angeles County Business Federation, also known as BizFed, an alliance of over 200 business organizations who represent over 400,000 employers in Los Angeles County. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the construction stormwater general permit proposal. Our members strongly support measures that can help protect and enhance water quality, and are ready and willing to work with the Water Board to find solutions that are cost-effective, efficient, and workable. Unfortunately, the current proposal as drafted would significantly drive up costs and jeopardize the completion of thousands of private and public works projects throughout the state. The thresholds proposed are so low they cannot be achieved through the use of any existing best management practices. And we are concerned that since this will be too difficult to implement, it will lead to frivolous lawsuits that too many businesses are already being subjected to. We ask that the board, reconsider this permit and continue to work with impacted businesses to find a more reasonable solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wiltfong. I don't believe Craig Cooper is here on the platform with us. I'm not sure if Jim Robbins is either. Is that correct, Ms. Townsend?
I'm not sure, but no, I don't believe so. But we do have a Mr. Ken Christopherson that should be next. I'm not sure if, yes.
Okay, then let's go to Mr. Christopherson.
Okay. Hope everyone is doing well. It's been a long day, but I've learned a great deal. And I'd also like to just make a comment here up front. We'll stay on just this slide since I managed to scramble things up pretty well. So everybody is aware of that. Good afternoon. My name is Ken Christopherson, and I'm representing myself as a stormwater professional with 20 years of experience in California. That experience includes writing, well, in excess over 1,000 SWEPs, as well as managing hundreds of projects, QSPs, for my QSPs. I would like to first thank the board for this opportunity to comment on the CGP draft, and specifically Brandon and Amy for always being a great resource. Well, I found many great proposed changes in the new draft permit. However, I have grave concerns with the proposed reduction of weekly QSP inspections for risk level 1 projects. One argument in support of this reduction is that it would save sufficient monies and have a direct impact on affordable housing. But that argument is misleading when the numbers are understood. And I heard several comments, Michael Baker, they've done some significant analysis on this, and I thought that was very, very telling. The actual cost of inspection is a mere fraction of the build cost, typically between 1/4 and 1/2% when you do the analysis. And again, the slides that I'll include as part of our written comments show that analysis for both residential as well as commercial projects, for commercial industrial. Collectively, we all have a responsibility to be good stewards of our water resources. Let us not lose sight of that purpose with the CGP. Given the sheer number of risk level 1 sites in California, there is a real possibility that these sites will become the greatest source of construction pollutants in our state. You know, it's just a matter of the way of looking at it. The way I feel about this is, you know, you have to remember that if it is not measured, it won't happen. Reducing inspection frequency will reap insignificant cost savings in comparison to the price paid in non-compliance. Over time, the reduction of inspections will lead to a systemic breakdown of many of the basic foundational elements of compliance. No oversight means a lack of BMPs, a lack of maintenance, and a lack of accountability. Logistically today, there are not enough regional board resources to fill that gap that would be created by this reduction to ensure permit compliance. Honestly, I believe the QSP is the vanguard, and that inspections are the very real front line of construction's stormwater compliance. California has come so far and shown the country, if not the world, environmental leadership, what environmental leadership looks like. Now is not the time to compromise. It is a time to step up and meet today's challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and contributing to today's discussion. Much appreciated. Let me quickly see where I am in my list. It looks like we have David Peterson up next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is David Peterson. I'm the General Manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and speaking on behalf of the Southern California Water Coalition. The coalition is a nonprofit, nonpartisan public education partnership with 175 member organizations across 8 counties in Southern California. We support the State Water Board's effort to protect, enhance, and restore the state's water resources. And we seek to partner in finding practical and cost-effective solutions to accomplish those important goals. With respect to the CGP, we're concerned with the increase in complexity of the proposed permit and the impact that we anticipate it will have on agencies throughout the state in modernizing our water and our wastewater infrastructure. Of note, the proposed permit, by my count, is up to 522 pages in total. And I realize that this is a technically complex subject, but what we're talking about is almost double the length of the current permit. Much of the new complexity associated with the permit stems from a shift in the permitting approach. And you've heard from others about the shift from from what has been a narrative effluent limitation process coupled with best management practices to the numeric effluent limits, or NELs, along with waste load allocations that were translated from TMDLs. Through the permit renewal process, we haven't seen evidence that the current permitting approach as it applies to construction activities has been ineffective to protect water quality, nor have we seen evidence that the focus on NELs or waste load allocations is necessary and or will result in a higher level of environmental protection for our receiving waters. What we do know, though, is that the new permit and its requirements are likely to significantly increase the cost to build new infrastructure, much of which we need to implement projects to improve stormwater quality throughout the state, to respond to the drought conditions that we're facing statewide, and to adapt to the effects of a changing climate. The State Water, the Southern California Water Coalition recommends that the State Water Board consider a more incremental approach to the permit, looking at modern and proven BMPs, and where necessary, relying on numeric action levels together with those BMPs instead of the NEL strategy. We think this approach would serve to protect the quality of our receiving waters while still supporting the significant infrastructure investments that we need in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I appreciate your time today. Next, I'd like to call up Kiana Valentine.
Chair Esquivel, that individual is not on the platform, nor is Mary Lynn Coffey. The next speaker would be Robert Rodarte.
Thank you. Mr. Rodarte.
Mute. Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much. Yeah, my comment is very brief, and I appreciate the opportunity. So my name is Robert Rodarte. I'm with Orange County Public Works in the Environmental Resources Service area. I've worked in the OC Stormwater program for about 14 years and currently oversee a stormwater construction compliance program for our capital improvement and infrastructure projects. First, as others before me have done, I'd definitely like to thank the State Water Board for allowing us to provide comments on the proposed language within the State Water Construction Stormwater General Permit. And we also appreciate the open forum workshops, informative presentations, and materials provided by the State Water Board's construction team. Thank you very much, Amy and Brandon. I would also like to mention that we concur with many of the comments provided by the stakeholders this afternoon. We have conducted a pretty comprehensive review of the proposed general permit, and we'll be submitting our formal written comments by the August 13th deadline. Although on that note, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight an issue we identified regarding the surface water buffer language, which can be found in the attachments that highlight the specific requirements for risk level 1, 2, and 3 projects. Specifically, that would be attachment C, attachment D, and attachment E. In general, the proposed language requires dischargers to maintain a 50-foot natural buffer for land disturbances within 50 feet of waters of the United States. If the project is unable to meet the 50-foot natural buffer requirement, the proposed language allows for additional best management practices to be implemented to I quote, achieve the sediment load reduction equivalent to a 50-foot undisturbed natural buffer, unquote. While we definitely agree with the intent of this proposed requirement, it's unclear how municipalities that conduct flood control projects within waters of the United States will comply. Inherently, these projects are spatially constrained and often encompass the full width of the drainage channel or flood control channel project area. This will make compliance with the proposed surface water buffer requirements infeasible. Additionally, it is unclear how dischargers are to determine the sediment load reductions and or equivalent to demonstrate compliance with this language. So in light of this, we're asking for your consideration of the following. One, to provide an exemption language or alternative compliance method for projects within waters of the United States, such as a flood control channel. Also, provide clarification and or standard method on how dischargers are to determine the sediment load reductions related to this 50-foot natural buffer language. This is especially important because the proposed language relies on this determination to dictate the implementation of additional BMPs for the equivalent natural buffer language. Clear guidance on this method will also be beneficial to the local municipalities who conduct stormwater inspections of construction sites, as it'll give them clear guidance on what the expectation is for projects that meet this criteria. So that's all I had on this particular issue, and thank you again for the opportunity. We absolutely appreciate the engagement efforts with the stakeholders, and look forward to the comment response later this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thanks for the continued engagement and just honest dealing with what I know are complicated issues here, but appreciate the feedback and the work. Thank you. And for sticking with us here. I know it's been a long day. So next, I'd like to call up Mark Gray.
Chair Esquivel, thank you very much. Mark Gray, Construction Industry Coalition on Water Quality. And I had just reserved this time in case there were any questions of the construction industry. Dr. Susan Paulson and our team did a great job earlier in answering your questions. So I have no other comments at this time. Thank you very much. And we'll move
Thank you as well, Mr. Gray. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next would be James Bretling.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good evening.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening. Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is James Breitling with Southern California Contractors Association. I want to speak in opposition to the current draft of the construction stormwater general permit proposal. Our 175 member companies perform work building bridges, highways, flood control infrastructure, utilities, pipelines, and many other linear projects. The nature of these projects makes compliance with the proposed permit particularly difficult. The NEL approach is unworkable and technically infeasible, and the litigation thresholds set our members up for significant exposure to controlled pollutants, which are invisible and for which there is no effective reduction technology. We're hearing from our member contractors that due to the threat of liability and arbitrary private enforcement actions, many of our members would decline to bid on public works projects should these NELs be implemented. The current draft of regulations does not clarify whether a job site would be liable for multiple violations if it rains multiple times during the lifetime of the project. That uncertainty is simply too much risk for smaller contractors to consider bidding on many of these jobs. It is unclear whether the technology which can meet the extremely low discharge limits proposed by the CGP even exists. We strongly encourage the board to abandon the NEL approach and pursue an alternative plan that will improve water quality without jeopardizing infrastructure and economic development projects. Thank you for your time and good evening.
Thank you as well. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Adam Harper.
Chair, members, Adam Harper with the California Construction and Industrial Materials Association. We represent ready-mix concrete, construction aggregate, sand, gravel, asphalt producers, and industrial mineral producers in the state. Our members provide the materials utilized by the construction industry rebuilding and building California, and they also are, in many cases, are the contractors. I want to thank Brandon and Amy for being available to us during the preliminary release and for listening to some of our comments. I wanted to emphasize today the comments that you've heard previously, and we participate with the coalition. The numeric effluent limits, as they're applicable to TMDLs, are extremely disconcerting, and we don't believe they're feasible to be implemented in construction projects in the state. And we really want to encourage the board to think long and hard about what that implementation means for the substances that have been asked by numeric effluent limits and the points that are going to be made in the longer letters on the infeasibility of that matter. It's absolutely critical in this state. I mean, this construction permit, arguably the industrial permit regulates more of our members, but the construction permit regulates our entire society. It's what we can build, how we rebuild, it's how we adapt to climate change. And if we have a significantly unworkable and challenging position within it, it will limit and impact those operations across the state in bad ways. And we know that's no one's goal. We know everyone is here to achieve clean water. We think numeric action levels consistent with the initial implementation of the industrial permit with control methods and measurement and refinement is the appropriate path forward there. In closing, because those issues have been covered in detail, I'd like to thank your staff specifically for the clarifications they made to precipitation event and in both giving us a volume and time frame. It makes it a much better and easier referenced item. Would also like to thank them for the sample averaging. On a separate issue, because I always like to find one issue that's just a particular challenge to call to your attention. Page 29 of the order has a discharge prohibition that, if mistranslated, could be considered a numeric effluent limit of 0 statewide for the discharge or release of naturally occurring substances. I believe it was added to the permit to deal with the demolition activities, but it's currently an absolute prohibition against the release of a toxic or hazardous substances from a spill or other release, and it doesn't define spill or other release or even toxic or hazardous substance, but it uses the examples of asbestos, lead, mercury, which are all naturally occurring substances in the soils of our state. And construction projects in a broad swaths of our state will be interfacing with those materials in their soils regularly. So we wanted to call that to the board's attention for hopefully action and clarification and defining to what that actual discharge prohibition means. So thank you for your consideration. We look forward to seeing revisions to the stormwater permit, hopefully ones that remove the numeric effluent limits implementation for TMDL. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper, and I appreciate the flag on the issue. And yeah, we'll have some discussion here. I think that's principally, obviously, one of the requests here is a move away from the numeric effluent limits. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Robin Yamada. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Robin Yamada, and I will be speaking on behalf of the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. We commend the board and board staff for the organization of the permit, which allows efficient navigation of the requirements within the order and attachments. We also support the revised definition of the legally responsible person that accounts for the different types of agencies and organizations who will be applying for permit coverage. While we support the addition of the 30-day automatic approval for the notice of termination if no action is taken, we would also recommend the 30-day automatic approval apply to notice of terminations that are accepted for review so that NOTs are reviewed in a reasonable amount of time. In addition, Appendix 1 specifies that the KNLS factors for sediment risk assessment will need to be calculated by the same method. We are concerned with the additional time and resources that will be required to complete the K-factor individual method with little added benefit to the values that are already provided. We're requesting that the permit continue to allow a combination of methods for the KNLS factor calculations to be used for the risk assessment. In the past, the post-construction exemption language for the linear utility projects was clearly stated in the findings section of the order. In the draft permit, the LUP's post-construction exemption has been removed from the findings section. We're requesting the exemption language is added back into the findings section and attachment A for clarity. Linear utility projects typically involve many miles of transmission lines, which are ultimately connected by transmission tower construction sites. We are concerned with the feasibility of obtaining a specific time for the end of discharge at each site. This is a difficult task for LUPs due to the distance between discharge locations and how remote the construction sites are. It is also difficult to sample at every discharge location within the miles of transmission tower construction sites. So we are open to representative sampling if possible. All the changes in the draft permit will require additional time to recertify the projects that are currently covered under the current construction stormwater general permit. We are recommending a minimum 1 year from the date of adoption as the permit effective date, so discharges will have time to complete the QSP and QSP training, comply with the TMDL requirements, update stormwater pollution prevention plans, and gather the necessary permit registration documents to recertify all currently covered projects for coverage under the adopted construction stormwater general permit. In closing, thank you for providing time today for LADWP to comment on the draft permit, and we look forward to working together to develop the construction stormwater general permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yamada. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Ram Mohseni. And I know, Mr. Mohseni, you did mark speak only needed necessary, so it's okay if you aren't finding necessary. But you should be unmuted now, I believe.
We have asked Mr. Mohseni if he would like to unmute, and so far he's not accepted the offer.
Okay, we will move on to our last commenter then, Dave Sorum. And Mr. Mohseni, if you do wish to speak, just go ahead and raise your hand. Thank you. Mr. Sorum, you should be invited to unmute here. There we are.
There we go.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, board members, and staff. My name is Dave Sorum. I'm a registered civil engineer, and I'm here on behalf of Rebuild SoCal Partnership, here to speak in opposition of the construction stormwater general permit proposal. We share the concern of the numeric effluent limits proposal covering thousands of square miles in California would greatly interfere with the local public works construction projects, including roads, bridges, transit, water, utilities, and other infrastructure. The proposed thresholds are so low that it cannot be achieved through the use of existing best management practices, triggering immediate permit violations and enforcement. Adopting this standard would lead to significant increased costs for public works projects by hundreds of millions of dollars. We strongly encourage the board to abandon the NEL approach and pursue an alternate plan that would improve water quality without jeopardizing infrastructure and economic development. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sorum. Appreciate you sticking with us today and providing your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that wraps up our commenters. If there's anyone still on the platform, though, that was looking to speak and they have not yet, please just do raise your virtual hand. Board colleagues, thoughts, reflections, we've heard a lot. This isn't a vote, so really now it's if you so choose, there's any comment and or reflection or direction, this would be the time. I'll just say that what's obviously fundamental still here, and I know that it's been fundamental for the update of this permit for a while now, as we've gone through iteration and draft, are the inclusion of what are existing, again, TMDLs within the regional boards, and here then now bringing them into this general order and the applicability and advisability to do so. I hear the continued concerns. I know that cost of compliance, and especially, this is a board that is receiving 1.3 billion in drinking water and wastewater dollars. We're very interested in ensuring that we have a consistency and ability to make the infrastructure investments that we know we need to be making across the state to really ensure that our economies and are continued to be addressed in a way, I think here though, that hopefully reflects a 21st century approach, one that is measured. There are numbers, but I hear the concern, and I think it is still my feeling though that yeah, I'm still in support of numeric effluent limits. And so I guess, what to my mind becomes important is how we can continue to refine implementation, but leave open still, thought, obviously, and creative discussion that can be out there. But it's a principal issue here, whether or not to have, and here I want to focus. I know that there is concern even around, say, the various modeling tools that we have, say on the sediment side, and a need to continue to make sure we have the tools that help accomplish the outcomes in in our watersheds. But there is something, again, that seems a bit more 21st century in approach when we talk about meeting what are established numeric effluent limits at the regional boards currently, and helping to ensure that we have a system of permitting here that appropriately allocates, what is the risk coming from various sectors, and how does everyone ultimately contribute their part in a way that's measurable and understandable. That being said, I leave it open here to further discussion. We will have plenty of further discussion. Again, this is just a workshop, but very much here, the tug and pull here about the principal issue of whether we're ready as a state, both for on the data and modeling side, to understand how best to achieve numeric effluent limits, and not just have something that is implemented ultimately where there's nothing but violation everywhere and we're not achieving our outcomes and are also harming our other goals that are important in the state, and that we need to balance here amongst the water quality considerations that we have. So just thank you for everyone's good comments today.
Chair Esquivel, if I could just kind of
Yes,
build
please.
off that. I think obviously, yeah, we've heard a lot of really great feedback and input today, and I'm sure it will take staff a while to process through all the suggestions, and just recognize that the written comment period is coming up soon. And I'm sure there will be even more that comes out of that. So I did just want to focus a bit on the NEL discussion and trying to unpack that a bit. And for me, again, I'll harken back to my engineer roots and the question of which I heard multiple times today, feasibility, and discussion about best management practices and lack of clarity as to what best management practices would even be able to achieve the numeric effluent limit targets. So whether it's an NAL or an NEL or whatever the water quality objective, my first question is, what do we have on the staff side, just clarity as to what is within the realm of possibility here? Because if the answer is we don't know or we're not certain, that for me is an issue that we should daylight. We should talk about what that means for our permittees. If we are setting lofty water quality expectations without a great deal of assurance as to how they would actually comply. So, on that note, it sounds like there's a long history of these discussions. We heard from Dr. Paulson. I heard about the Blue Ribbon Committee and a lot of the work that's already been done, and some EPA guidance on this. So perhaps that knowledge base exists already. So I'm not here to take a side as to, yes, it's feasible or infeasible. But what I do want to flag is I'd like more information on this. A lot of this work, it sounds like the Blue Ribbon Task Force was 15, 16 years ago. I wasn't on the board 15, 16 years ago. So for me, this is just an area where I think we should have a current state of science here and technology, and just an understanding of where we've come in the last couple decades with the iterative approaches and what we can achieve. And then I just want to flag Ms. Kalua with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Just really appreciate her review as well here, just looking and noting that perhaps there are some other TMDLs that maybe weren't flagged, or the translations were made in different ways that might need some clarification. So, things of that nature, I think all warrant an additional look under the hood here on the whole TMDL implementation front. So I think I'll leave my comment at that for now.
Thank you, board member. Mr. Bishop, did you want to respond at all?
So I was just going to remark on board member McGuire's concerns. I think that there's we have to listen very carefully and unpack very carefully what people are saying. Existing construction site BMPs are not going to meet the level of reduction needed. I think that's correct. That's the reason that that TMDLs are required, is to up the requirements at the sites. I think we do need to spend a little bit of time talking about the options for addressing low-level contaminants and what are the ways to get there. I don't think the existing the approach that we have at most construction sites will work for a low-level metal or PCB contaminant. That is correct. I would stress for people that this is not a universal. The impression that I think many people have that we need to talk through is this is universal around the state, that we're applying NELs to all sources. We took a lot of effort to look at each TMDL and determine the most appropriate way to do a waste load allocation for that. We are very open to to listening and continuing to discuss with both the environmental community and the construction community on where we might need a different interpretation based on the way the TMDL is written. We've changed it a couple times based on comments we've heard, and we're still open to that. I am a little concerned that we have, on one hand, folks wanting a simpler, more streamlined permit that has lots of flexibility to deal with the issues around the state. Those don't go very well together, and it's going to be hard for us to find a streamlined permit that is flexible. We need to try to walk that line between providing flexibility and providing clarity and simplicity to it. And we're always open to have folks providing us information. I would like to say, I think there was a lot of very specific information that folks gave today that will help clarify the permit. I heard many things that people brought up which were not intended, and I think we can address as we go through it. And so that was all I wanted.
Bishop. Yeah, I thank you. I appreciate that. Board colleagues, other feedback, thoughts, reflections, direction?
Yeah, I have a few thoughts, and I appreciate the comments that were already made, because Chair Esquivel, I understand where you're coming from, but then I appreciate the comments made by Board Member McGuire as well. And so I think I'm more in the category of just really wanting to continue to better understand, in particular, the TMDLs, the language. And I appreciate your commitment, Mr. Bishop, to continuing to look at the specific language that the regional boards have. And then, if there's room for some further interpretation, whether that's adding some or taking some off. And so just would like to spend a little more time better understanding that. And then I always like to look at and encourage folks that are concerned about cost of compliance to be looking at those issues when regional boards adopt permits or when we adopt general orders. And so I do appreciate the really good, and I thought, there's always different views on cost of compliance, but I felt like the information that we received today was very helpful. And for the most part, it really seems to zero in on the TMDL implementation issue. I felt like it was seemed to be a pretty fair assessment otherwise, with respect to monitoring and some of the other components of the permit. And so do want to better understand those costs. And then I just, despite all the background noise over here that I've got going on with my grandson in the background, I did take a lot of notes, and so I'll probably just be checking in with staff, but I did want to just flag a couple, and that is grandfathering for existing projects, and then of course clarification of the language. And then I think it's important for people to understand what's in the permit. I think that can be done not just with clarification of the permit language, but also the materials that would be provided and the training sessions. I am concerned about the materials in Spanish not being in Spanish. And so I think that would be helpful as well, just to make sure people really do have the opportunity, this is highly technical. We've got a lot of the good experts here today, but then that's a far cry from folks out in the field, really understanding what's going to be required of them, especially if we move in the direction of the NELs with respect to the TMDL implementation and, the higher risk with the penalties that are associated. So I do think that a little more time for training would be helpful. And then on the issue of experts, whether or not experts are required, Mr. Bishop, I'm just remembering the good work that you and staff did on the winery order. We had a similar concern that folks came in and said, look, throughout this permit, there's all these different places where we have to have experts, certified professionals, engineers, et cetera. And staff did a really good job looking at that language and then clarifying where truly, whether or not certified experts are truly required. And so in the interest of looking at these cost of compliance issues, that would be something that I would appreciate just, a second look on.
I would like to make sure folks recognize that the stormwater professionals were a creation of the last permit. And they were a creation to try and ensure that we had folks that didn't need to be engineers or geologists to do that work. They just needed to understand the permit and stormwater things. And so they created these. We created them to provide an ability to have these experts that were experts in construction stormwater. And so they are, yes, we require a lot out of them, but they're in exchange for engineers and geologists that tend to be more expensive.
Understood. I think I'm speaking more to the issue of, I think one of the PowerPoints had a long list of just in how many different instances experts are required. So just wanting to make sure that that interpretation is indeed correct. Yeah. And then back to the issue of, maybe delayed implementation. If there's a concern that with an increased demand for these professionals, that there's not enough of them out in the field, that's something that I'd like to better understand as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Other colleagues with reflections or thoughts?
Hi, yeah, so most of mine really do align with Board Member McGuire and Vice Chair Diadamus. And I appreciate Mr. Bishop's clarifications. And so, just the major ones are just wanting to better understand and see if there can be a balance between implementing the permit, training, and a grandfathering period. As Vice Chair just discussed, the balance between professionals and other qualified experts, and really the cost of compliance, especially because the stormwater program is a program that does not receive as much funding as other programs. So making sure that as we implement, Chair, I also agree with you of moving forward as appropriate with the limits, also making sure that we are taking into consideration the cost of compliance, the limits that are being incorporated into permit, can those be reached with the technology that's available, and then also the laboratories that are available for samples that have to go to a lab, or the laboratories, are they readily available also? So looking forward to the rest of the written comments coming in and following up with staff.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone, want to take us home?
Yeah, let's see. Trying to see what I want to add here. I mean, I think look, we need to construct and update a lot of infrastructure, a lot of housing, a lot in California. We just talked about restoration projects and how to streamline that. We need to, construct things and make sure it's possible to do that construction in the state. It's really vital for all of us. And we also have to protect water quality. And, this isn't the place to be doing kind of relitigating TMDLs and the really deliberative, comprehensive, process that regional boards have gone through with stakeholders very comprehensively with a lot of data. So I think it's important that we respect that and aren't trying to relitigate that here. It sounds like there's, to the extent that those TMDLs require numeric effluent limitations, we have to do that. That's part of respecting the regional board's role and our role. And I think it sounds like from the discussion here that there's an interest in a lot of openness and work to like dig into, are we getting those right, interpreting the TMDLs where they should be numeric effluent limitations, or they should be something else, where, getting all of that right. But I don't think that, I don't think we can just say there shouldn't be any numeric effluent limitations. That's just not how, the Clean Water Act or our state board or regional board responsibilities and legal frameworks work. I also have a lot of sympathy for, on one hand, it's like, don't tell us exactly what to do, give us a target, let our professionals be able to figure out how to get their best. On the other hand, it's like, don't hold us to a standard. Just tell us what to do so we have some certainty, because we don't want to be held accountable if we aren't meeting that standard. So we all want to have it both ways. We want to have it work. I get that tension and frustration that's always going to be there. And I think this tries to navigate it, but like Mr. Bishop said, I think there's always that trade-off between, adding more nuance and complexity versus wanting something pretty simple. And that's true throughout this, really clear in this one. Cost of compliance, I was looking, I look forward to the comments and just sort of digging in on that, because I'm still having trouble totally understanding what the major cost driver assumptions are with the numeric effluent limitation. It sounds like it's sampling and on-site inspections, but I think I didn't catch that right. So just look forward to, folks really digging in on that. I think like with the other stormwater programs, really trying to tease that out in ways that are being efficient and minimizing where they're not necessary, and finding ways to reduce costs, but also helping to make sure we're all talking about apples and oranges and the same expectations about what's being required. Not talking about apples and oranges, talking about apples to apples. And then, I don't totally understand, I think to Board Member McGuire's point, just, is it that in some cases, there are no available best management practices that can achieve the numeric effluent limitations, or is it just, I think really understanding that would be helpful for me, because I feel like I heard that message a lot, that there is nothing that would allow us to do that. And I don't think that's quite right, but I'd love to hear more from, as we go through to figure out, to tease that out a little bit more. Let's see, I think the last point is just on kind of the, a number of different folks talked about racial equity, impacts on jobs and minority-owned businesses, as well as community health and impacts. And I do think, the job training and kind of apprentice job training opportunities around the trainings that go into, gosh, there's so many acronyms that I'm getting. I think it's the qualified stormwater professionals, and you know, making sure that there's outreach and training, particularly for minority-owned businesses in multiple languages, and just outreach to impacted communities, I think is essential. That is a follow-up step to this, but I think making sure that we can be supporting that and integrating that into expectations as much as possible. You know, I also think as we're looking at this, one of the commenters said this, I do feel like, you know, there are real impacts for communities around construction sites. And, you know, the construction industry is incredibly regulated, not just on water quality. But I do think to the extent that we're able to share information with impacted communities around this, particularly in those areas that are, you know, most impacted, I think, you know, we should figure out how that fits into the work that we're doing in terms of program adoption, and also just the kinds of materials and training and support that we're doing. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Covers it very well. And amongst us all here, just appreciate the perspectives and purviews here, and collectively, just thank you for, it's been a long 2 days, I know, and this has been a long item as well, but everyone's on point items, points and items have just been well received here by the chair. So thank you guys. I think with that, we can conclude item number 8, I think it is, that we're on here. And actually with that, also conclude our board meeting for the day and for this this 2-day period. Trying to think through if there's anything I need to make sure and hit. You know, we did have our board member report earlier today, so we are not needing to circle back to that. And then otherwise, we will be here in 2 weeks. And until that time, everyone, please do stay safe, get vaccinated, and we'll catch you here very soon. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Take care.